Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Villain in the book is revealed and forces the protagonist's mother give birth a child. Chapter 61. During the fierce battle with the Alliance forces, the Brotherhood did not take full action. Instead, he was waiting for the killer who killed Lao Lu. Unexpectedly, they actually caught a fish. After getting rid of the killer, Chen Mo and his brothers stopped holding back because of their divine power. The Alliance forces were broken up like chickens and dogs. Brothers helped clean up the battlefield. Although they won cleanly, they also suffered damage on their own side. Thinking that the Alliance power will no longer exist from now on, and the Brotherhood will be the only one in Nanchang, it is worth it. After destroying the power of the Lu family camp, the Brotherhood planned to take action against the Lu family and his son. They have not forgotten that Lao Lu died because of the killer the Lu family was looking for. Now that the killer is dead, there is still the Lu family as the culprit. The Lu family does not belong to the underground forces and cannot use underground forces solutions. The brothers and several people came up with a solution. That is to find some criminal evidence of the Lu family, such as the illegal and criminal behavior of some strong women of the Lu family, as well as some illegal transactions involving the Lu family's company. As long as the Lu family is bankrupt, it will no longer have such great influence. Aren't they going to be able to do whatever they want by then? As a result, all members of the Brotherhood mobilized to investigate the Lu family and his son. The results came 3 days later. Lu Xiaoqiang assaulted a female classmate, causing the victim to be unable to accept the fact and committed suicide by jumping off a building. There are also beating others and causing them to become disabled. These behaviors were suppressed by Lu's father before. After the unremitting efforts of the brothers, the evidence was finally found. The Lu family's company has some evidence of tax evasion, substandard product quality, and hidden rules for company employees. After collecting this evidence, the Brotherhood did not hesitate and published it directly on the internet on 427. And I bought several hot searches for exposure. In today's materialistic society, people face various pressures every day. Eating melon is also a way to relieve stress. Especially the targets of exploitation are the capitalists who exploit them. Netizens immediately forwarded comments. The Lu family and his son are really nothing. They have so many illegal crimes, but they live so freely. Is there any law? Is there any law? The Lu family has always been a conscientious enterprise in Nanchang. I didn't expect that if we hadn't seen this exposed news, we might have been sold out and would have to count the money for him. Strongly demand a thorough investigation of the Lu family and his son, and justice must be given to the victims. The internet is full of one-sided condemnation of the Lu family and his son. For a time, the Lu family stood at the forefront. As his influence continues to expand, it directly affects the Lu family's company. Stocks are hitting their limit almost every day. People in the company were panicked, but as the company's boss, Lu's father had no time to care. Because he is under investigation by relevant departments. The Lu family and his son have not been arrested yet, but they are already under surveillance. Once the investigation and verification prove that they have indeed committed those crimes, they will just wait to go to jail. Father Lu is now like an ant on a hot pot. Only he knows. The criminal evidence exposed on the internet is all true. Including his own son. Many things were suppressed by him. I don't know who is trying to mess with him. Father Lu was in a panic now, but he had to remain calm on the surface. Every day is the same as usual. Go to the company to appease the employees, find a lawyer to defend yourself, and try to delay time through such means. Brothers Gang Headquarters 1. A few core people gathered together. The Lu family will definitely die now. Sixth brother, we will be able to avenge you soon. Don't let them die so easily. I want them to know the consequences of hurting my brother. These Lu family father and son are really born. My sword is already hungry and thirsty, and I can't wait to kill them. The brothers were in a good mood, feeling happy that they were about to take revenge. Brothers have been keeping a close eye on the Lu family these days. The most dignified second child spoke in a deep voice, his eyes twinkling. If the Lu family and his son want to escape, stop them halfway. If they just sit back and wait to go to jail, then there is no need for us to do it ourselves. It's not worth it for me to risk my life for those two people. After they go to jail, let the brothers inside do it. Several brothers heard this, although they were a little unwilling. But I have to say that this is the most correct approach. If they couldn't help it and killed the Liu family and his son, they would only cause trouble for the brotherhood. When the Liu family and his son went to prison, they became fish in their bowls. There is absolutely no need to do it yourself. Seeing that all the brothers had listened, the second one looked at Chen Mo, who looked a little excited. Xiao Mo, we all know that you were framed by that little beast. If you want to take revenge yourself, you can wait until he goes to jail and we can arrange it. Chen Mo was really excited. Liu Fei framed him and imprisoned him for 3 years, where he suffered a lot. When he was released from prison, he vowed to take revenge. Now finally revenge is in sight. Sensing that several brothers were looking at him, Chen Mo shook his head. Just take care of it, I don't have to do it myself. He was once in prison, thinking about Fei himself every day. But when it came time to kill his enemy, he felt a little bored. There is no other reason. The two are no longer on the same level. Liu Fei, the rich second generation who has done all kinds of evil, is about to face jail time and revenge from his brother gang. It can be said that he is a dying person. But he, Chen Mo, was different. Possessing extraordinary strength and controlling the largest underground force in Nanchang, the future is bright. His goal is the Sea of Stars. The Liu family is just a stepping stone for him. Next, he will target the more powerful Xu Hao. Chen Mo also hated the hypocritical guy who wanted to steal his beautiful teacher and his goddess. In the past, he had no choice when facing the Shu group with a market value of tens of billions. After cleaning up the Liu family, he seemed to see hope of dealing with Xu Hao. That is to follow the same example. The criminal evidence of Shu's group was found and exposed. He didn't believe that with Xu Hao's hypocritical appearance, he could do business peacefully. After receiving Chen Mo's answer, the second child breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the other brothers, but he was worried that Chen Mo was young and energetic and would be carried away by anger. In order to kill a father and son who were born together, it is really not worth it to take advantage of myself. Shu family villa. 3 days have passed since Chen Mo exposed the Liu family. Xu Hao also taught Shu Hongwang piano for 3 days. Shu Hongwang does have musical talent, and she improves greatly almost every day. Xu Hao did not go to the company in the morning and taught Shu Hongwang at home. Holding her hand, his fat fingertips jumped quickly on the piano keys. What he played was a complete symphony of fate. Shu Hongwang's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is already the 3rd time Xu Hao has taught me step by step. She felt she had almost learned it. She was initially disgusted with Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching. But after knowing that it could really improve the piano, she gradually accepted this teaching method. It was a little uncomfortable at first. After 3 days of teaching, she has become accustomed to it. On the contrary, I am sitting in front of the piano now, with no one holding me behind me, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but blush. I'm really crazy. Xu Hongwang, why do you have such thoughts? Do you want to betray eldest sister's organization? She feels repelled in her heart, but her body is very honest. It's her that she's talking about. Seeing that her piano skills are improving day by day, she can't care so much anymore. He didn't call him daddy like his 2 younger sisters. It shouldn't be considered a betrayal of the organization, right? Follow the rhythm just now and try it yourself. Xu Hao let go of her hand and said with a smile. Xu Hongwang took a deep breath and ordered something to buy. The fingers began to play dexterously. A symphony of destiny has been played, although it is not as good as Xu Hao's state. But it was infinitely stronger than 3 days ago. Now in this state, Xu Hongwang finally has the courage to go out and meet people. Those fans had invited her to come out one after another. At that time she didn't dare to go out at all. What if those fans were asking her to play a song live? She won't do it at all. So, she practiced like this at home for several days. With her current piano skills, she was finally able to take advantage of it. As for the Symphony of Destiny uploaded online, how do you explain it? Xu Hao gave advice. Let's just say it was an inspiration, a whim, but I can't describe that feeling now. Xu Hao had already found a reason for her from the beginning. It turns out that everything was planned in advance. There was a burst of applause. Looking back, I saw Shu Hao clapping his hands and praising. Very good, Hongwang, your talent in music has come into full play. Now, Shu Hongwang looked at Shu Hao with eyes that were no longer distant, but rather close. She pursed her lips and said gratefully. After all, the word, Dad, was never uttered. It doesn't matter, the strategy for red makeup is not over yet. He and Shu Hongwang are in the same state now as when they spent a day playing at the amusement park with their 2 daughters. For her to call her daddy, she needs an opportunity. You are my daughter, and I am very happy to see you progress and grow. I can't say thank you enough. Shu Hao pretended to be displeased, talked to Shu Hongwang about the piano elements for a while, then turned and left the study. Secretary Li Kun drove to the Shu family villa. Shu Hao got in the car and went out. Along the way, the secretary kept reporting on the situation of the Brotherhood and the Liu family. Knowing that the Brotherhood is collecting Liu family methods of uploading and posting criminal evidence online, Shu Hao felt a chill in his heart and glanced at the secretary calmly. You must destroy your own evidence. We must not make the same mistake as the Liu family and his son. Fortunately, he asked his secretary to tell Lao Mo to do most of the things. He only took action a few times, and not all of them were done very covertly. Even if we want to check him, it won't be possible in a short time. If all the evidence is destroyed, nothing can be found about him. Li Kun continued to report. The smile on Shu Hao's face grew stronger and stronger. Since the criminal evidence of the Liu family and his son was exposed online, the stock price of Liu's company has been falling off a cliff. I don't know how long Liu's father can last, so Shu Hao plans to enter the game. After planning for so long, it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. The secretary drove all the way to Liu's house. Coincidentally, as soon as he arrived at Liu's house, several cars drove over. Shu Hao remained calm on his face. He is not the only smart person, and the Liu family is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. This is human nature. The weak eat the strong. Shu Hao didn't care. He had been planning for so many days, which limited Wang Zi's confidence. The Liu family has 2 companies. One is a food factory, which is suspected of tax evasion and fraud. This company is also responsible for the fraud. It has nothing to do with another new energy vehicle company. If there was a problem, Shu Hao would not wait until now to take action. The new energy vehicle company has completed its investigation and has not made any mistakes. It was left to Father Liu to have free control. Father Liu couldn't sell the food factory even if he wanted to. These people who are coming now all want to acquire the new energy vehicle company from Liu's father. Because of the explosion at the food factory, the stock price of his automobile company also plummeted. Many people see benefits. Father Liu is still holding on, hiring the best lawyer to defend him, and pretending to be upright. But in my heart I was extremely panicked. He knew that someone wanted to snatch the new energy vehicle company from him. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the past 2 days, people came to him and mentioned the acquisition, and the bids were extremely low. He didn't agree. As the investigation department's investigation deepened, he became more and more panicked. A crazy idea came to mind. Since he was going to face jail, why didn't he just take the bucket and run away? Anyway, if I want to leave, the company can't hold on. Then just sell it. So today, Father Liu continued to meet with people from various companies, trying to sell for a high price. Father Liu was shocked when he saw that the next person who came in was Shu Hao. Facing Shu Hao, Liu's father didn't dare to put on airs. He quickly greeted him flatteringly and poured a cup of tea himself. Mr. Shu, I wonder why you are here. Shu Hao didn't touch the tea in front of him and said straight to the point. To be honest, our company is preparing to transform in 3.3 and plans to enter other industries. I am very optimistic about new energy. He didn't need to explain clearly, Liu's father already understood. Shu Hao was just like those people who came to buy the car company from him. It's just that he doesn't understand something. Shu Hao is a real estate tycoon who makes money like water. Why the sudden transformation? In today's world, there are still very few new energy vehicles. Countless entrepreneurs have not discovered the huge potential of new energy. Father Liu thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He was going to be a runaway anyway, so there was no use thinking about it. Might as well negotiate a good price. Father Lu pretended to sigh. Mr. Shu, you have also seen that I have been framed by a villain and both companies cannot operate normally. I also have the idea of selling, but I don't know Mr. Shu. Before he could finish speaking, Shu Hao interrupted. I'm willing to buy it at today's market price. Father Lu's eyes lit up. The stock price of Lu's car company is falling every day. Today, 3 days later, it has dropped by nearly half compared to before. There is also a continuing downward trend. Those people wanted to buy it and offered very low prices. He believes that his car company will continue to decline and it is not worth paying a high price. Shu Hao was the highest bidder. After pretending to hesitate, Lu's father agreed. He was also anxious, and quickly asked someone to draw up a contract and go through the company transfer procedures. Looking at the transfer contract in his hand, Chen Hao smiled. Finally got it. Glancing at Father Lu who was holding back his excitement, the sarcasm in his eyes flashed away. He turned to his secretary and ordered. Tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. Shu Hao's target is the Lu family's new energy vehicle company. Now, the purpose is achieved. The Lu family and his son also consume the strength of the Brotherhood. It has no use value anymore. No. How could it be of no use value? If the Lu family father and son died quietly, who would be the first suspect? It's definitely a gang of brothers. Among them, the protagonist Chen Mo is the most suspected. No one would think that Chen Mo would have no hatred in his heart after being framed by Lu Fei of the Lu family and imprisoned for 3 years. Then it will be fun to watch. Whether the higher-ups will crack down hard or not, or eradicate the Brotherhood, is another matter. It is inevitable for a group of brothers to help the senior officials arrest him for questioning. By that time, the Brotherhood was leaderless. This is the best time for the blood massacre to change the world. Even the value of a dead person must be discovered. The capitalists cried when they heard this. At night, the moon is dark and the wind is high, which is a good time to kill people and set fires. Far away in the Lu family villa, 2 figures sneakily climbed out of the wall. Then he got into a van that had been waiting for him on the roadside. The driver of the van is Lu's father's most trusted subordinate. A special soldier saved his life, and Lu's father trusted him very much. It won't be a problem, right? Father Lu looked at the driver and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I have detected the patterns of those people in the past 3 days and lured them away just now. As long as we get to the airport quickly there will be no problem. The driver is a special soldier, has a strong sense of reconnaissance, and is very confident in his own judgment. Father Lu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Now they are heading to the airport to prepare to fly abroad. He has also done a lot of bad things, knows the 3 holes of a cunning rabbit, and has prepared many identities at home. So there is no worry about getting caught while flying. Dad, do we really want to go abroad? Lu Fei, who was following him, was trembling with fear. Today, he looks haggard, and the fear in his eyes lingers for a long time. He still looks like the rich young man before. Ever since his past deeds were exposed online and triggered investigations by relevant departments, he has been restless. 16 I am afraid that I will wear a pair of silver bracelets on my hands next moment. I can only spend my next life in prison. He is the 2nd generation of rich people. His family has assets worth 1 billion, and he enjoys endless wealth and splendor. He shuddered when he thought about the future, staying in a dark prison. Now his father wants to take him away and go abroad. Lu Fei was also uneasy. What is it like abroad? He has never been there. I feel like my future is uncertain. It's all Chen Mo's fault, that fool who targeted his family. In the past few days, Father Lu has been acting very honestly. But it's not like nothing was done. At least he found out who was behind the attack on his Lu family. It's that guy named Chen Mo and the Brotherhood. Shut up, isn't it all because of you? I told you not to cause trouble for me a long time ago, now it's okay. Is someone seeking revenge? As soon as he heard what this deceitful son said, Father Lu became very angry. If this traitor hadn't framed them and put them in jail for 3 years, how could he come out to take revenge on them? How did the Lu family end up in this dead end? Being scolded by his father, Lu Fei shrank his head and muttered softly. How did I know that he, a young loser, actually met the big brother of the Brotherhood in prison. Seeing that his son still did not repent, Lu's father raised his hand. But seeing the haggard look on Nizi's face, he still resisted the fight. Biological, biological, he kept comforting himself in his heart. Sensing his father Yang's hand and thinking that a slap was about to fall, Lu Fei quickly shrank his head. There was no sound of a palm falling on his face. Lu Fei looked over curiously. Father Lu put down his hand and sighed. In the future, please help me remember better and change all your bad habits when you go abroad. Those people abroad are not easy to bully. You don't even know how you died. Lu Fei replied weakly. Just as Lu's father was educating his son, the driver suddenly stepped on the brakes. The father and son lost their center of gravity and bumped into the front. Why is nothing going on? Lu Fei was immediately angry. Can this driver know how to drive? I immediately wanted to question the driver sternly, but suddenly I saw a truck blocked in front of me. The road was blocked and it was impossible to get through. The horse rider, do you have any sense of public morality? You park your car everywhere. Lu Fei was so angry that he cursed. However, the driver and Father Lu looked solemn. Now was the critical period for them to run away, and their way was blocked by a truck. A bad feeling arose in my heart. I'll go out and take a look. The driver looked serious, took out a short knife from the drawer, and got out of the car. Is anyone there? How did you park? The driver asked as he cautiously walked towards the driver's seat of the truck. Just as he was about to look towards the driver's seat, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. A dagger quickly slashed towards his neck. This blow was too fast. The driver didn't react at all. He only saw a flash of light, then felt a chill on his neck, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. He is a special soldier. After long-term training, he cannot get close to 3 or 5 people. For some fools who have no fighting ability, he can fight 10 out of 10. His strength is not weak, but in front of a real warrior, he is just easy to kill. After getting rid of the driver, the tall and muscular figure did not stop and headed towards the car where Father Lu was. One in the car, Father Lu has been watching the driver's every move nervously. When he saw the driver being killed by a figure rushing out, his face suddenly turned pale and his pupils stared into the sky. An unspeakable fear emerged. His worst fear happened. It's okay to say it was an accident. If the relevant departments blocked it, he would still be able to accept it. I'm afraid that the enemy is seeking revenge. Then they will probably explain it here. After seeing the other party decisively kill the driver, Lu's father knew that they were finished today. Faced with a life and death crisis, Lu's father also had some quick wits. He quickly pressed the button and locked the door. He quickly turned over to the driver's seat and wanted to drive away. However, it was still too late. The car door was violently kicked open. The power contained in it can be imagined. At this time, Lu's father had just turned on the ignition and was about to step on the accelerator when a dagger slashed across his neck. Father Lu's eyes widened, blood gurgling from his mouth, and finally he fell weakly on his seat. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Lu Firen, who was sitting in the back seat, was frightened. Naturally, there is no escape from bad luck. Reunited with his father in the underworld. After doing all this, Lao Mo made a tour. After seeing that no evidence was left behind, they got into 2 trucks and left. Until a vehicle passed by and saw the tragic scene at the scene, it was so frightened that it called the police on the spot. Outside Sha Qingge's community, Shu Hao did not go home with his daughters today, but took Sha Qingge to have dinner. Go shopping for a while. Finally, Sha Qingge was sent home. Sha Qingge looked at the gift Shu Hao gave her in her arms, with a happy smile on her face. Uncle, go home slowly. After seeing her community, Sha Qingge said sweetly to Shu Hao and prepared to open the passenger door and get out. Shu Hao stopped her. Sha Qingge turned around, his face full of doubts. Uncle, what's the matter? Qingge, have you forgotten something? Seeing the strange expression on Shu Hao's face, Yuan Qing suddenly realized. It turned out to be a farewell message. Sha Qingge rolled her eyes nicely. The whole person leaned over and got in front of Shu Hao. I have been with Shu Hao for a long time, and I have done even more extreme things. She is no longer shy about such small things. Ding, Sha Qingge is in a happy mood, Her mood value is plus 631. Ding. Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 769. Ding. Chen Mo was stunned, his mood value was plus 823. What the two of them didn't know was. No, it should be said that Sha Qingge didn't know. There was a line of sight watching them not far away. Chen Mo opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. His face was full of horror. What he saw was exactly what happened in Shu Hao's car. It turned out that Chen Mo had the idea to clean up the Lu family, and then he wanted to take action against Shu Hao. I didn't find any useful information last time, so I plan to score twice today. By coincidence, I saw Shu Hao driving Sha Qingge out again. Chen Mo followed them all the way, watching them eat and go shopping together. The relationship between the two is very close. He originally thought that Shu Hao was still in the stage of hooking up with Sha Qingge. Until I saw this scene in front of me. Sha Qingge threw himself into his arms so proactively. It is impossible for an inexperienced girl to be so proactive when faced with such a thing. In other words, the two of them had already had an affair. Maybe I did everything I should do and what I shouldn't do. Sha Qingge is her goddess. I was imprisoned 3 years ago because of her. Saw her with another man, an old man. Chen Mo couldn't accept it for a while. No. No way, that's not true. Chen Mo's mind went blank and he muttered to himself. When he recovered from the shock, Shu Hao had already driven away. Sha Qingge kept waving where he was. It hurts so much. Chen Mo covered his chest. A heartbreaking pain. Seeing Sha Qingge preparing to walk into the community, Chen Mo couldn't stay in Bengbu anymore and rushed forward regardless of his own safety. We must ask Sha Qingge clearly. What's the reason for this horse riding? Where did you lose? Sha Qingge would rather be with a 50-year-old man than look at herself. Quote. Why were you acting like that Shu Hao just now? Are you together? Chen Mo asked with the last glimmer of hope at this time. I hoped to get a negative answer from Sha Qingge. Sha Qingge was startled when a guy with a distorted face and red eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Chen Mo who reacted and couldn't help but frown. She has not forgotten that this guy was slandering Uncle Shu in front of her. Although Chen Mo once rescued Sha Qingge, he was provoked by Shu Hao's few words. Now Sha Qingge's whole body and mind are tied to Shu Hao. Naturally, it is impossible to have a good impression of someone who is hostile to Shu Hao. She said with a cold tone. None of your business. Sensing Sha Qingge's displeased expression, an idea flashed across Chen Mo's head, and he seemed to have thought of the reason. Qingge, tell me, is it Shu Hao who forced you? That's right, Shu Hao is the boss of the Shu group. Do you want unspoken rules? Qingge, don't be afraid of him. I have the ability to deal with him. He is a bullshit in front of me. Chen Mo was already a little crazy. Sha Qingge is the white moonlight in his heart. The dark years when he was framed and imprisoned by Lu Fei. Whenever he was bullied and wanted to commit suicide, whenever he practiced martial arts until he fainted. I will think of this girl who is like light. It can be said that Sha Qingge is the courage that supports him to live. After he was released from prison, he vowed to protect this white moonlight for the rest of his life. But today I saw Shu Qingge with an old man. Maybe he has lost his virginity. Suddenly there was a collapse like the light disappeared. Sha Qingge's frown deepened. When she heard the last words about Uncle Shu, she was stunned. Are you crazy? As you can imagine, Uncle Shu and I are together. He likes me and I also like him very much. Number 630. We have done everything, are you satisfied now? You don't need to take care of my affairs. Please don't appear in front of me in the future and disturb my life. He dropped a word coldly, glanced at Chen Mo with disgust, turned around and walked into the community. Chen Mo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind was buzzing. Finally he fell to his knees weakly. At this time, a tricycle collecting scrap happened to pass by, and a melodic BGM was playing from the speaker. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing, and the land is vast. Brothers Gang headquarters. Police cars roared by. With a wave of his hand, police officers rushed in with guns drawn. Several brothers, who were the core members of the brothers, received reports from their subordinates that they were all rich. They have been law-abiding and good people lately. What are you doing with so many police officers barging in? Take them away to me. The leading police officer waved his hand. When the police heard this, they gathered around the handcuffs and stepped forward. Everyone in the Brotherhood gave up and showed their weapons one after another. Everyone stop it. The second brother of the Brotherhood stopped his men and asked with a frown. Sir, I don't know what we have done. You want to arrest us in a big way. Please give us a reason, we are not bullies. The leading police officer sneered. You killed the Liu family, father and son, and a driver. Is this reason enough? What? The four brothers in the Brotherhood were all shocked and looked at each other. As their eyes alternated, they knew it was not the other party's fault. Suddenly, they thought of someone. Chen Mo. Chen Mo went out this afternoon and never came back. They speculated that it was Chen Mo who took action. Everyone was a little angry. Chen Mo killed the Liu family and his son not because he was angry. There is a grudge between the two, so they will kill each other, and they are not pedantic. But the timing was wrong. The Liu family and his son are currently under investigation and have not yet been found guilty. If you kill someone at this time, you will be charged with a serious crime. Not only that, it will also implicate the brother gang. If the superiors are alerted, an order will come down to crack down on crime and eliminate evil. The gang of brothers immediately had to play. When the Liu family's father and son were found guilty and imprisoned, it's up to them to take whatever revenge they want. They had reminded Chen Mo a long time ago, and Chen Mo also promised himself not to take action. As a result, he turned around and killed the person. This behavior of doing one thing in front of others and doing another behind the scenes made several people very disappointed. Although he guessed it was Chen Mo, the second child still had a look of doubt on his face. Is there any misunderstanding in this? We have stayed here tonight and have not been to other places. The leading police officer sneered disdainfully. The Liu family's father and son died at the hands of warriors, and the car door was kicked violently. Not many people can do this, right? After a pause, he continued. What's more, here are all members of your brother's gang, so it's not just what you say. You'd better come with us. Everyone in the brothers' gang felt their hearts sink. They were almost certain that it was Chen Mo who did it. There is a frame-up feud between the two and a motive for murder. The murderer was a warrior, which was consistent with his status. Their brother gang has also been secretly watching the Liu family. As the investigation deepened, it was observed that the Liu family and his son had a tendency to run away. Know the approximate time when the Liu family and his son ran away. If several factors are met, besides silence, who else could be there? You have nothing to say. Come back with us to assist in the investigation. We will investigate the case clearly, and if it is really not you who did it, we will never unjustly accuse you. He glanced at several people coldly. The leading police officer waved his hand. Several police officers rushed forward and handcuffed several core members of the Brotherhood. Just as he was about to take a few people back, the leading police officer suddenly frowned and asked. Where is there another person among you? The one named Chen Mo. Chen Mo is very powerful and showed great power in the underground world a few days ago. Of course they don't know this person. He went out and didn't come back. Don't close his mind. The second child stood up and spoke for Chen Mo. Although he was annoyed with Chen Mo's actions, since he was his eldest brother's apprentice. Those of us who are uncles cannot ignore it. You said it's none of his business if it's none of his business. Maybe the murderer is him. Don't think we don't know. You brother gang and the Liu family have been having a heated fight recently. Did you publish the criminal evidence of the Liu family on the internet? Now that the Liu family and his son are dead, your brother gang can't get away with it. The leading police officer looked grim and stared at the few people closely, trying to find a trace of panic. However, I don't know if these guys are old fritters, but he didn't capture any information at all. According to intelligence, the man named Chen Mo comes back here every night. Presumably today is no exception. Let's wait here. Waited for almost half an hour. Chen Mo, who was dejected and looking lost, came back. Two police officers rushed forward with handcuffs in hand. Chen Mo's face was gray and his eyes were still a little red and swollen, as if he had just cried. Even if he suffered a huge blow, his strength was still there. React quickly and avoid the two police officers. He asked with a frown. What are you going to do? Only then did he notice the situation at their brother's gang headquarters. The Brotherhood is surrounded by police officers. Several core brothers of the fraternity, namely his uncles, were handcuffed and controlled. His face was full of confusion and astonishment. What's the situation? He just went out for a trip and was taken away when he came back to his old home. Chen Mo, do you still want to resist arrest? The leading police officer stood up, put one hand on his waist, and made a gesture of drawing a gun. If Chen Mo continues to resist or even attacks the police, he has the right to shoot him to death. I'm not resisting arrest, but if you want to arrest me, you have to give me a reason. We haven't committed anything, so why are you talking about us? Chen Mo asked angrily. I have already told them the reason. The Liu family, his son, and his driver died on the way to the airport. The verification is correct. The Liu family and his son were captured by warriors. The Liu family and his son are dead. Chen Mo asked blankly with a face full of confusion. Who killed them? Haha, I have to ask you now. The only ones who have become enemies with the Liu family recently are your brother gang, and you are all warriors. Indeed, police investigations usually start with who has the motive. The brothers not only have the motivation, but also the ability. Ha ha ha, even if we are warriors, you can't just blame the death of the Liu family and his son on us, right? Chen Mo looked up to the sky and laughed, looking like he hated the injustice of being wronged. 3 years ago, he talked about the police station once. He never wanted to go back to that painful place. Oh, then tell me, during the recent period, in addition to fighting to the death with your brother gang, does the Liu family have any other warrior enemies? Chen Mo's face darkened. That doesn't prove that we did it, right? Maybe it was an enemy that the Liu family offended in the past and took this opportunity to frame us. He still wanted to fight for it, but was mercilessly interrupted by the leading police officer. Our police station handles cases, and you don't have to tell us what to do. Just follow us and help with the investigation. When the 4 brothers from the Brotherhood saw Chen Mo's performance, they couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. With this acting skill, it would be really unfair not to join the entertainment industry. Looking at the expressions, movements, expressions, and behavior, it seems as if the person was really not killed by him. He looked like he had been wronged. Several people have already identified in their hearts that it was the Liu family and his son who were killed by Chen Mo. Since you said you were unjust, let me ask you, where were you between 9:30 and 10 o'clock? Do you have an alibi? The leading police officer spoke again. This guy resisted so fiercely that he was a little suspicious. When I arrested these core members just now, I only said a few words and then I was willing to go with them. And this guy was very resistant to going to the police station. The police station is a place of justice. Why didn't Chen Mo dare? Unless there was something wrong in his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Just as Chen Mo was about to answer, he was suddenly stunned. From 9:30 to 10 o'clock, he was secretly following Shu Hao and Sha Qingge as they went shopping. He has been hiding in the dark. He even avoided the camera intentionally or unintentionally. There was no way to produce an alibi. What the? Chen Mo was numb. The one who stepped on the horse, is he going to take the blame? If the police cannot find the murderer, and he is the most likely suspect and has no alibi. Chen Mo suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Seeing Chen Mo speechless for a long time, the leading police officer's eyes turned cold. Why? Don't talk. Could it be that you are taking advantage of this time to do something shady? Chen Mo remained silent. He did do something shady, but it was to follow Shu Hao, not to kill the Liu family and his son. Ha, no wonder you don't want to go to the police station with me. Are you afraid of showing your feet? The leading police officer snorted coldly and waved his hand. Be the first to go ahead. He was just asking casually, but it seemed that Chen Momo didn't really have a problem. I have to go back and interrogate him carefully. 4 members of the brothers' gang were taken away. The second brother approached Chen Mo without leaving a trace and said in a low voice. Xiao Mo, what's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you not to do anything during this period? The Liu family and his son will be investigated soon. They said that when they get to the prison, you can do whatever you want with them. How come you? The second child was filled with resentment, and sounded like he hated iron. At the end of the day, he wanted to give this guy a slap in the face. Second uncle, I really didn't kill him. Seeing the suspicious eyes of the uncles, and the tone of determination of the second uncle, Chen Mo felt that he was more unjust than Doi. I couldn't help but defend myself. This time, Chen Mo's voice was so loud that everyone around him heard it. There was also a police officer walking in front, with a sneer on his lips. This Chen Mo really has a big problem. Chen Mo realized something was wrong and quickly shut up. These people are the master's good brothers and also his master uncles. Chen Mo no longer hides it. Didn't I want to deal with Shu Hao? I just went to follow him this afternoon. The second child's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered, staring at Chen Mo for a while. According to Chen Mo's character, there was no need to lie to him about this matter. In other words, is there really someone else who killed the Lu family and his son? They were in trouble. Shaking his head, he didn't want to think about who killed the Lu family and his son for the moment. The top priority is how to solve the current crisis. The second child's expression was very serious. You didn't lie to me. Chen Mo looked directly into his eyes with affirmation. You must not tell anyone about following Shu Hao. Taking a deep breath, the second child warned. Chen Mo is a social person, why should he follow Nian Hao? It must be to harm him. If the police find out about this and want to harm a big entrepreneur in Shanghai, the crime will be increased. Or passed to Shu Hao's ears, relying on his identity and influence. Chen Mo will definitely die without a burial place. On the contrary, if you don't talk about it, even if you were wronged, the truth will be revealed one day. Won't get killed. If it works properly, you can get out of jail in no time. Chen Mo also knew what the second child meant, and felt very unhappy and furious. Sure enough, the gap is still caused by status. Even when he was wronged, he didn't even dare to tell the truth. When I think of my beloved Bai Yugong being picked off by that hateful guy. Sha Qingge looked happy in front of a 50-year-old man. Chen Mo was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Ding! Chen Mo is so angry and furious, his emotional value is plus 798. Ding! Chen Mo is full of resentment, his mood value is plus 96. It was the night when many senior members of the Brotherhood were taken away. A dormant force quickly swept through the entire Nanchang. With lightning speed, he annexed small forces one after another, and finally took the opportunity to attack the Brotherhood headquarters. Because there was no senior leader in charge, the Brotherhood was beaten back and forth and lost its territory. This night is a night belonging to the Blood Massacre. Each and every member of the Blood Slaughter Society, under the leadership of Lao Mo, finally killed each other happily. There is a feeling of elation. Before, the Blood Massacre Society, had been dormant in the dark. While the Brotherhood and the Alliance forces are fighting fiercely, the Blood Massacre Society is developing. When the Brotherhood broke up the Alliance forces and Quanli investigated the Lu family, the Blood Slaughter Society has quietly absorbed those members of the disbanded Alliance forces to strengthen itself. Now, they are going to change the underground world of Nanchang and completely wipe out the Brotherhood. Shu Hao killed two birds with one stone, suppressed the Protagonist and took over the Lu family's new energy company. The Blood Slaughter Society under him is also a snipe and clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. In this wave, brothers asked, the Protagonist Chen Mo, other Alliance forces, the Lu family, are all chess workers. Shu Hao is the biggest winner. The Brotherhood was caught off guard and encountered a sudden attack from the Blood Slaughter Society, and quickly responded and resisted. But they don't have high-end combat power. You can only retreat to your territory and cannot go out to attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Disciples will expand aggressively and conquer territories other than the Brotherhood. Until the next day, the territory of the Blood Slaughter Society can already compete with the Brotherhood, occupying half of the underground world in Nanchang. On the third day, the Blood Massacre Society took the lead in attacking, and the brother gangs were retreating. Not to mention the treacherous nature of the underground world. In the past few days, a big event also happened in the Shu family. To be precise, this happened to Shu Hongwang. After Shu Hao's step-by-step teaching, Chen Hongwang's piano has greatly improved. Finally responded to the fans' request and came out to perform. The performance location is at the Magic City Concert Hall. Many fans came to see this youngest international piano master. Because she is a beautiful woman, her influence is greater than that of the previous piano master Edward. Shu Hongwang did not disappoint her fans. He played his best song. The effect is sensational. Her piano skills are no less than that of Edward. Someone asked, her piano is very good, but why is it so much worse than the divine song spread on the internet? Regarding this, Shu Hongwang, who never liked lying, still lied. Follow Shu how to find a good reason for her. She said that she played it out of inspiration, but now she can no longer find that feeling. This statement is barely justified. Because playing the piano, intellectual talent is really important. Shu Hongwang also said that she has found inspiration and her piano is constantly improving. Yes. One day you will reach the point where inspiration bursts out. Won the admiration and love of countless fans at the scene. Just when Shu Hongwang finished her performance and was about to leave, a young man called her. His name is Zhao Lei, the son of the chairman of Zhao Media. Zhao Media is the company where Shu Hongwang works now. After Shu Hongwang became famous overnight, the playboy Zhao Lei noticed her. I heard that she was playing at the Magic City Concert Hall, so I came here from the Imperial City. The purpose of finding Shu Hongwang is to express his love to her. There is no doubt about the result. Shu Hongwang rejected her on the spot. Zhao Lei was unhappy. He grew up with a spoon in his mouth, and everything has been going smoothly, and no one has ever rejected him. No one dared to refuse him. Shu Hongwang's refusal aroused his interest even more. So Zhao Lei started his crazy pursuit of Shu Hongwang. But after being rejected for the third time, he knew Shu Hongwang's determination. No matter how you pursue him, you will never accept him. If the soft one doesn't work, then try the hard one. He threatened Shu Hongwang. If she doesn't agree to be his girlfriend, she will be banned from the entertainment industry. Zhao Media is also a large group with a market value of tens of billions and is not afraid of Shu Group at all. He dared to say such harsh words. The 7 sisters of the Shu family all have a character that refuses to admit defeat, so naturally they will not accept his threat. Just like that, Shu Hongwang was banned by Zhao Media. Zhao Lei threatened to hide her permanently. At this time, as Shu Hongwang's father, Shu Hao, of course he could not see his daughter being bullied. Stand up and support. In fact, Chen Hao has a better solution to his daughter's ban. Break the game easily, but he didn't take it out right away. Now is not the time to let the bullets fly for a while longer. He keenly realized that this was the opportunity to conquer his third daughter. Zhao Media's ban on Shu Hongwang not only blocked her works, but also maliciously slandered and smeared her. Because Shu Hongwang kept herself clean and had never had contact with anyone of the opposite gender. The only way Zhao Media can smear it is. It is said that Shu Hongwang's previous lack of popularity was due to poor grades in college and cheating. The reason why she is famous in the entertainment industry is also because of her father Shu Hao. She also described her self-sufficiency as being arbitrary, disdainful of being with other people, and discriminatory behavior. It was also said that Shu Hongwang was the result of plastic surgery. Zhao Media did not take issue with Shu Hongwang's piano. Shu Hongwang's more than 10 million fans are all obtained through piano. But the time he became famous was too short, and he didn't have any die-hard fans. Therefore, when Shu Hongwang was blocked and smeared, not many people spoke out. But once Zhao Media discredited Shu Hongwang's poor piano playing, some other people couldn't sit still. I have to say that Zhao Media is very good at this, and it must have been done many times before. Seeing these slanderous news, Shu Hongwang laughed angrily. She was very angry, but she was even more moved. When Zhao Media blocked and smeared her, Shu Hao stood up to support her. I also bought a lot of hot searches. Zhao's media master failed to pursue Shu Hongwang and threatened to block him. The photos of Shu Hongwang from childhood to adulthood prove that the rumors on the internet are all nonsense. Of course Shu Hao didn't have any photos of his daughter, he took them all from Su Wancho. I was so beautiful when I was a child. I guarantee as the chairman of the Shu Group that Shu Hongwang has worked hard in the entertainment industry based on her own abilities. Nothing wrong. He didn't say that Shu Hongwang's current achievements were related to him. As for Shu Hong's 097 makeup, when she was famous, it really had nothing to do with him. Two unrelated episodes have since become confrontational. Shu Hao has no burden at all for offending a group of the same level. Shu Hao never thought that his net worth would stop at tens of billions. With the system in place, hundreds of billions or trillions are not impossible. He wants to build a top family in the world, one of a kind. After subduing his third daughter, he can harvest emotional points every day. So what if we are enemies? Shu Hao's unswerving attitude of supporting her really moved Shu Hongwang. Shu Hao actually went to the extent of becoming an enemy of Zhao Media for her sake. She finally realized the feeling of being protected that her two sisters mentioned. It feels so good. If it weren't for that sisters organization, Shu Hongwang might have called her dad. It doesn't matter if you haven't shouted yet. This is not Shu Hao's last resort. Let the bullet fly for a while first. Zhao Media is the overlord of the entertainment industry. If he is determined to block a person, then he will never get ahead. Even with Shu Hao's support, it is not from the same industry and is not convincing. Although nothing will happen to Shu Hongwang in the end, her dream of becoming a star will probably be shattered. Shu Hao was just waiting for her to step forward and turn the tide when she felt that she had no hope of becoming a big star and was in despair. The touching effect caused will definitely increase exponentially. If at that time, Shu Hongwang still didn't call her dad, that only proves that the daughter has no conscience. It's okay not to. After dinner in the afternoon, Shu Hongwang did not go to the study to learn piano as usual, but came to the door of the villa. Check the time on your wrist from time to time and look left and right. Waiting for her best friend Xiao Wanling to come to the door. When Xiao Wanling learned that she was banned, she immediately expressed that she would come over to comfort her best friend. Not long after, a silver BMW drove up. Xiao Wanling got out of the car and saw her best friend who didn't look very pretty, so she couldn't help but step forward and hug her. Hongwang, you have to be strong, you and I will always stand behind you to support you. Shu Hongwang felt warm. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In the past, when he was at Zhao Media, countless people fawned over him. Now that they see her being banned, everyone wants to hide away. It is in sharp contrast to Shu Hao's support and the support of my best friends. Although Shu Hongwang was depressed because of being banned, she didn't show it on her face. He pushed his best friend away and rolled his eyes. How about you comfort a 3-year-old? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. You really have nothing. Xiao Wanling looked a little suspicious. Then he showed a look of surprise. That's right, you have a good father who will spare no effort to support you. You will definitely win. When talking about Shu Hao, Xiao Wanling's eyes were full of curiosity. It was strange that Uncle Shu was so kind and not as unkind as Shu Hongwang told her. Shu Hongwang also showed a hint of warmth on her face. Let's go. Take Xiao Wanling into the villa. The Shu family villa is very large, with pavilions, rockery, ponds, and a garden. Xiao Wanling was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, constantly looking around and feasting her eyes. Seeing her best friend's appearance, Shu Hongwang took her on a tour of the villa. Although it was already the second time they addressed each other, Xiao Wanling didn't feel awkward. In her opinion, Shu Hao, who is only 30 years old, is not much older than her. It would be too shameful to call him uncle. It's okay to call me brother. Such an idea suddenly appeared, and Xiao Wanling's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Shu Hao is my best friend's father. If I call him brother, wouldn't I be just one generation ahead of my best friend? It's very interesting to think about it. Shu Hongwang next to her could not help but yawn. Who is plotting against her? Wanling, you're here. Hongwang is in a bad mood recently. Please spend more time with her. A friendly smile appeared on Shu Hao's face. Well done. He was thinking about how to get in touch with the new leak. It was delivered to your door. Aha, Xiao Wanling nodded. Uncle Shu, don't worry. I'm here to ensure that Hongwang is as happy as a child weighing more than 100 pounds every day. Shu Hongwang stretched out her hand behind her back and pinched her quietly. How to speak? Don't worry about me. I'm doing very well now. At worst, I will quit the entertainment industry. Shu Hongwang said it very casually. Only she knows the true situation. She has had a star dream since she was a child, hoping to stand on the big stage that attracts everyone's attention. To this end, she put in a lot of effort and sweat. Of course Shu Hao heard what she meant and waved her hand. Okay, my Hongzhuang is the strongest. Shu Hao reached out and touched her head. Shu Hongzhuang didn't resist. She didn't rule out Shu Hao's intimate actions. After all, there have been more intimate ones. But the phrase, my family's red makeup, still made her heart ripple. Hongzhuang, don't worry, if that Zhao media dares to ban you, I will definitely seek justice for you. No one can bully my Hongzhuang. Shu seems to say some things that can gain a good impression without paying for it. Shu Hao also spoke from his heart. He didn't even have time to bully his own daughter. His daughter, only he can bully. If someone bullies you, you are seeking death. Zhao media already has a way to kill it. Ding, Shu Hongzhuang was deeply moved, her emotional value plus 638. Shu Hongzhuang lowered her head and responded in a low voice. Xiao Wanling looked on with envy. Look, what a domineering declaration. If anyone is bullied, seek justice. No one can bully my family. So warm and safe. Love it, love it. Gradually, Xiao Wanling looked a little depressed. I thought of my parents who died in a car accident. It would be great if she also had a father who was so good to her. After walking around the villa again, Chen Hongzhuang finally brought her best friend to the study. Hongzhuang, you said this was given to you by your father. Xiao Wanling looked at a brand new piano in front of her, her pretty face full of shock. A piano worth more than 9 million was given to his daughter without hesitation. It's really annoying to have such a daughter controlling her father. She couldn't help but think of Shu Hongzhuang's performance in front of Shu Hao just now. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but frown slightly. Hongzhuang, your father is so kind to you, why didn't I hear you call me daddy? This. Shu Hongzhuang was a little embarrassed. How to say this? Do you want to tell your best friends that the sisters have united to boycott Shu Hao and vowed to fight Shu Hao to the end? If she calls daddy, he will definitely be ridiculed and looked down upon by several sisters. Shu Hongzhuang was no longer reluctant to call her daddy. The reason why I couldn't scream was because of the alliance of the 5 sisters. In addition to the group, 7 fairies with beautiful faces and moon appearances, the sisters formed another group. There are only 5 people in the group, excluding 2 younger sisters. They are organized by an alliance. Hongzhuang, this is your fault. Xiao Wanling looked solemn and felt that it was necessary to educate her best friend. Where can she find a father who is so handsome, has such a good personality, and takes great care of her? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Xiao Wanling heard Shu Hongzhuang say something about her father. How ruthless, indifferent, moody, and not treating them as daughters at all. Xiao Wanling was very angry when she heard it before. Is there such an irresponsible father in the world? But when she saw Shu Hao with her own eyes today, she found that it was not what Shu Hongzhuang said. Are you sure you didn't say something sarcastic? Uncle Shu made her feel very good. How could he be the kind of person Shu Hongzhuang said? Okay, you don't believe me even if I tell you. Do you still want to listen to me playing the piano? The changes in Shu Hao were so great. Shu Hongzhuang looked at her best friend's expression and knew that she wouldn't believe it even if she told her the reason. Just made an excuse. Xiao Wanling shut up obediently. You are the victim now, you have the final say, let's do what you want, right? Persuade your bestie to be filial. My father swallowed his words. There was an expectant expression on his face. Of course I have to. Listening to the youngest pianist playing alone is an opportunity that no one can ask for. Shu Hongzhuang ignored her trick and stretched out her slender hand, her fingertips dancing. The song ends. Xiao Wanling was still in the lingering aftertaste brought by the music. It took her a long time to react, with shock written all over her face. Hongzhuang, how come your piano has improved so much? She was also present when Shu Hongzhuang performed at the Shanghai Music Hall. I originally went to ask, but I had to leave temporarily because of something, so I couldn't ask. The 2 besties often chat together, and Shu Hongzhuang often shares the songs she composed. Therefore, he knows this best friend's piano very well. Definitely not as powerful as it is now. They have reached Edward's level. He taught me. Shu Hongzhuang did not hide it, but admitted it openly. Anyway, my best friend knows everything. Who? Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment and came to her senses. I couldn't help but feel speechless for this best friend who didn't know her father. Quote. Quote. On the day of Edward's concert, she knew that the divine song was played by Shu Hao. It's no surprise that Shu Hongwang has improved so much under Shu Hao's guidance. Shu Hongwang was practicing the piano while chatting with her best friend. Time passes little by little. Bang bang. There was a knock on the study door. Shu Hao walked in from the door. This time was when he was practicing piano with his daughter. First, Shu Hongwang was asked to play a song, and Shu Hao commented on it and pointed out its shortcomings. Then, Xiao Wanling was stunned. Shu Hao began to teach Shu Hongwang step by step. Shu Hongwang didn't resist at all, everything was so natural. What the hell is going on? Shu Hongwang's personality is the same as hers, or even worse. She has never spoken to the opposite gender in school. Not to mention such close contact. Doesn't Shu Hongwang dislike her father? If you don't even want to call me daddy, why would you want to be hugged by Shu Hao? And when Xiao Wanling heard Shu Hongwang's piano music as Shu Hao played it hand in hand, she realized. The Divine Comedy reappears. Not only the Symphony of Destiny, Shu Hao plays other songs, which are also so beautiful. It feels like my ears are getting pregnant. Ding. Shu Hongwang's heartbeat quickened, her emotional value plus 666. Ding. Xiao Wanling is worshipped in her heart, her emotional value is plus 888. Shu Hongwang is not as calm as he seems on the surface. She was used to playing the piano with Shu Hao in the study. Now being seen by my best friend, I feel so ashamed. Xiao Wanling was listening intoxicated. 3.3. His ears twitched slightly, and the study door was opened. Turning around, I saw that the two poetic and picturesque sisters were back from school. Dad, it's our turn today. Dad is partial, he has been teaching the third sister instead of us these days. After a piano piece ended, Shu Wei stepped forward and took his arm and pulled him out. Shu Hao let go of Shu Hongwang. Okay, I agreed to teach you today, but are you afraid that I will let you go? Of course I don't blame Dad. I'm worried that some people will pester Dad. When Shu Wei said this, his eyes were fixed on Shu Hongwang. Shu Hongwang's face turned red. This is indeed the case. Before, she was eager to improve the piano and greedily acquired piano knowledge. It was Shu Hao's time to teach his two younger sisters, but Nen was entangled by her and refused to let him go. Let's go, Daddy is ours today, don't try to snatch it from us. Shu Wei took Shu Hao and walked out. Shu Shiqing followed helplessly. It's true for my sister, I wonder if the third sister is in a bad mood recently. But she thought that her father was about to teach her how to draw. That little bit of guilt was instantly forgotten by her. Feel good. What's the situation? Seeing Shu Wei competing with her best friend for Shu Hao, Xiao Wanling was a little confused. She looked at Shu Hongwang doubtfully. Shu Hongwang told how Shu Hao taught her two younger sisters painting and calligraphy respectively. What? Xiao Wanling was shocked. Not only does Shu Hao play the piano so well, but he can also calligraphy and painting. Are all 50-year-old men so versatile now? I wonder how Shu Hao is good at painting and calligraphy. Judging from the two sisters asking him to teach, it should be good. Xiao Wanling suddenly became interested and walked out with her best friend. Let's go see how Dad teaches. Let's go see how Dad teaches. Xiao Wanling took her best friend and walked out. After hearing this, Shu Hongwang felt something was wrong and rolled her eyes at her best friend. What do you mean our dad? That's my dad. After she finished speaking, she found Xiao Wanling looking at her teasingly. Shu Hongwang realized that she had been fooled. Calling Shu Hao daddy, or even calling out the word, dad, Shu Hongwang had never thought about before. Now she was easily called out. It's natural and there's nothing wrong with it. This is why he recognized Shu Hao in his heart. Well, you Xiao Wanling, if you dare to trick me, you're going to get beaten, right? Shu Hongwang bared her teeth and pounced on her, intending to teach her best friend a profound lesson. How could Xiao Wanling let her succeed? He stretched out his long legs and ran outside. Following the footsteps of Shu Hao and the others, they arrived at the courtyard. Xiao Wanling suddenly stopped. Shu Hongwang was chasing after her. He didn't expect that she would stop suddenly. It hit him directly. Fortunately, it comes with its own buffer and it didn't hurt. Why did you stop suddenly? Shu Hongwang rubbed it and looked at her best friend dissatisfied. A pair of beautiful eyes looked straight ahead. That was a calligraphy written by Shu Wei. God rewards those who work hard. Each stroke is vigorous and powerful, completely natural, and there is a thread of artistic conception flowing on it. Seeing the words gives people a sense of wanting to work hard and strive for excellence. What shocked her was that this word was actually written by Shu Wei. A college student can write such good handwriting that even calligraphy cannot compare with others. The most important is, Shu Wei also asked Shu Hao to teach her. How good is Chen Hao's calligraphy? There is also the painting Shu Xiqing is holding next to her. It was also taught by Uncle Shu. Is she crazy, or is the world crazy? What is there that this man can't do? Is the technology tree full? How did Uncle Shu do it? Dad, today is the day for me and my sister to make a bet. Please help us see who improves the most. Although Shu Wei was talking to Shu Hao, her eyes were fixed on her sister Shu Xiqing without blinking. There is no other reason, no need for Shu Hao to comment. The two people's works are clearly visible at a glance. Although Shu Xiqing's paintings have improved a lot, they still can't keep up with her sister's improvement. Right, a hint of artistic conception. Shu Xiqing knew she had lost. But she refused. Why is her sister so much better than her? During the bet, in order to prevent her sister from getting involved secretly, she kept watching. As a result, my sister still needed to eat and drink, but she never got up from bed. On the contrary, she, after her sister went to bed, picked up the paintbrush and secretly curled it up. In the end she lost. Is her talent really so inferior to Zhu Wei? It's not her talent that's different, it's the gap between the Grandmaster level and the God level, like a chasm. Shu Hao commented as usual and started teaching step by step. And when Xiao Wanling saw Shu Hao's calligraphy and paintings, her suspicion was confirmed. In sight, Shu Hao's figure began to blur, full of mystery. Make her want to explore and discover Shu Hao's secrets. As everyone knows, when she had this idea, she could no longer escape Shu Hao's grasp. Xiao Wanling ate with the Shu family at the Shu family. While eating, she would always look at Shu Hao from time to time, wanting to explore Shu Hao's secrets. Shu Hao remained calm on the face, but he was happy in his heart. He had a feeling, this heroine should be the one with the best strategy. Even before he started attacking her, she already had a tendency to give for free. After eating, Xiao Wanqiu drove back after chatting with Shu Hongwang for a while. It was already dark. Shu Hao offered to send her back, and Xiao Wanling became nervous for no reason. The primary school student, who was afraid that his teacher would find out he had done something bad, quickly waved his hand and refused. Just as she drove the car to the door of her house, Xiao Wanling suddenly saw a ghostly figure, which startled her. Through the light, only then did she clearly see Zheng Fifan, who was wearing somewhat washed and tattered clothes, standing there motionless, looking like a ghost against the backdrop of the night. Xiao Wanling frowned. Why did that guy come to my house? Her parents passed away early and left her tens of millions of assets and 10 houses in the community. The house rented to Zheng Fifan is the one farthest from her home. Ever since she learned that Fei Fei was a scoundrel, she rarely interacted with him. I get annoyed when I see this guy. Xiao Wanling didn't look at Zheng Fifan in a different light because she saw Zheng Fifan's piano in the concert hall before. Instead, there was an added layer of vigilance and disgust. Although he plays the piano so well, he doesn't look like a piano master at all. At least dress appropriately, right? I wash out a lot of holes in my clothes every day, and I still look like I think I'm cool. If you pretend to be poor, just pretend to be more thorough. What does it mean when you go on stage and play the piano? Clown, Sister Wanling, you are back, where were you at night? As soon as Xiao Wanling got out of the car, Zheng Fifan came up to her. None of your business. Xiao Wanling glanced at her coldly. What do I do that I still need to report to you? I did not mean that. Zheng Fifan didn't care at all about Xiao Wanling's cold tone, with a mean smile on his face. Aren't I worried about Sister Wanling? If something happens to you, who will I give my rent to? Xiao Wanling frowned and said angrily. If something happens to you, something will happen to your whole family. Okay. Can you blame me for saying the wrong thing? Sister Wanling, I'm really worried about you. Zhang Fifan apologized repeatedly, and his tone suddenly became affectionate. "Op," Xiao Wanling sneered. "Don't just sit around and worry about nothing all day long. Are you worried about yourself? If you fail to pay the rent within 1 month, I will sue you." She already looked down upon this shameless guy. She won't charge for rent. When the rent is due, it depends on whether you come to pay the rent. If you don't pay, you'll be prosecuted and punished according to law. Zhang Fifan was confused. It suddenly dawned on me. No wonder he stopped asking him to pay the rent recently and was actually planning to sue. There seems to be something wrong with this script. It shouldn't be that the beautiful landlord kept coming to him to press for rent, but he never paid. The two of them just go back and forth like this, and then flirt with each other. Are they naturally together? What the hell is wrong with this? Sister Wanling, if you have anything to say, please speak up. We are all adults. Seeing Xiao Wanling about to walk into the house, Zhang Fifan quickly chased after her. But before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut. If Zhang Fifan hadn't been so agile and stopped right at the door, his nose would have been broken. Zhang Fifan touched his nose and raised an evil smile on his lips. What a tiger girl. He has character, he likes. The next day, Xiao Wanling washed and dressed and drove out. What she didn't know was that there was a tail following behind her. Zhang Fifan followed quietly. He didn't go to work early in the morning and was waiting in front of Xiao Wanling's house. Last night, Xiao Wanling went out during the day and came back at night. I don't know what I did. The situation must be clarified. When Xiao Wanling came out, she put on new clothes and put on delicate makeup. Obviously dressed up deliberately. There was a smile on his face from time to time. Zhang Fifan was instantly alert. You're not going to meet a man, are you? He felt that his body was faintly green. From the first moment he saw Xiao Wanling, he recognized this beautiful, kind, intellectual and generous landlady. Absolutely no one is allowed to get involved. I hope I'm overthinking. Zhang Fifan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Following Xiao Wanling's car all the way to the Shu family villa. He breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Fifan knew what Xiao Wanling was doing here. Xiao Wanling Shu Hao's daughter Shu Hongwang is her best friend. He also saw the recent news that Shu Hongwang was banned more than once. People on the internet were talking about how Shu Hongwang was doing, but Zhang Fifan scoffed. A bunch of fools. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could guess it. It must be the young man from Zhao Media. Seeing that he failed to pursue the beauty, he became angry and threatened to block her. He shouldn't see too clearly the tricks of the rich second generation. While looking down on the rich second generation, Zhang Fifan couldn't help but take a high look at Shu Hongwang. Not afraid of power and dare to fight. Isn't this the moral character shown in Symphony of Destiny? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but feel sorry for Shu Hongwang. With Shu Hongwang's talent, she will surely shine in the future. It's such a shame to be blocked like this. Of course, he was just sighing. I won't go out of my way to help people solve their problems. There are so many miserable people in the world, why should he save them one by one? Obviously impossible. Since Xiao Wanling was not here to meet a man, Zhang Fifan was relieved and prepared to go back to work. If my brother's fiancé finds out about absenteeism, he will be scolded again. Extraordinary. Zhang Fifan was about to leave when a surprised voice came. Turn around. I saw a car parked in front of me. The rear window opened, and Shu Hao's figure came into view. Shu Hao just came back from the company and saw Zhang Fifan wandering around the door of his house. He was shocked. I thought that the protagonist would find out about him, his father-killing enemy, so quickly. Shu Hao didn't panic. He asked about the situation first. If he is discovered by the protagonist, he will have to use his connections. No way. He is not a match for the protagonist yet. You have to use explicit means. But that won't necessarily solve the problem for the protagonist, and it will also affect his reputation. It won't be used unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Shu, I sent Wanling here. Zhang Fifan said hello and explained. Xiao Wanling is my landlord. Shu Hao had already gotten out of the car and asked the secretary to return to the company by himself. He looked him over. I have already made a rough guess about what happened. Just you. Also give it to Xiao Wanling. Did she let you deliver it? He spoke seriously. If Shu Hao hadn't done some research, I would have believed him. It was probably the protagonist who followed here quietly. In the flash of lightning in his mind, Shu Hao had an idea in his mind, but the expression on his face was very bold. Wanling is my daughter Hongwang's best friend. You are his tenant, and your father is good friends with me. You are not an outsider. Come in and have a chat. Shu Hao extended the invitation. Zhang Fifan hesitated for 0.1 seconds between going back to work and visiting Shu's house before agreeing. He also wanted to see the three sisters of the Shu family. Adding Xiao Wanling, there are 4 golden flowers. A group of beauties will surely be a pleasure to watch. Fei Fei, have your father's funeral arrangements been settled? As Shu Hao walked, he asked the protagonist about the progress of the investigation into the cause of Zheng Shuilan's death. Speaking of his father, Zhang Fifan felt sad. After his careful investigation, he has almost determined that his father was murdered. I just didn't find out who it was. If he had returned to the Magic City, he would have gone home and recognized his father immediately. With his protection, my father would not be harmed. It's all because of him. Every time he thought about this, Zhang Fifan felt painful and blamed himself. Alas, things in the world are unpredictable. The scene of me and brother Zheng drinking tea together and discussing the situation in the shopping mall is still vivid in my mind. Why did the yin and yang suddenly become separated? Shu Hao sighed, looking disappointed. Uncle Shu, I suspect there is another hidden reason behind my father's death. Seeing Shu Hao's true feelings revealed, Zhang Fifan also blurted out with enthusiasm. He already felt guilty and remorseful for mentioning his father. In addition, Shu Hao once said good things to him, and this time Shu Hongwang incident, he unswervingly supports his daughter. Not bowing to the evil forces made him feel good, so he was defenseless. And his investigation has reached a bottleneck. I said it with the intention of asking him to do a favor. After all, Shu Hao is the boss of a tens of billions group, so it will be easy to investigate. In fact, it's not a secret, and it doesn't hurt to say it. What? Shu Hao pretended to be surprised. Fei Fei, what's going on? What did you find out? Zhang Fifan told the results of his investigation. After Shu Hao listened, his frown relaxed. That's it. I thought the protagonist's investigation was progressing very quickly, but the result was that the car accident was abnormal. What? There is such a thing. Who did it? Don't let me know who killed brother Zheng, otherwise I will send him to prison. After getting furious, Shu Hao looked at Zhang Fifan and asked anxiously. Extraordinary, have you investigated who did it? Seeing the angry look on Shu Hao's face, Zhang Fifan was somewhat relieved. My father is dead, but there are still people who care about him. Thinking of the progress of the investigation, Zhang Fifan was helpless. There was no surveillance around the incident site. He only monitored the entry and exit and found that there were not many vehicles entering and exiting during that time period, including 2 cargo trucks one after another. Zhang Fifan instinctively felt that this incident was closely related to the 2 trucks. But, after investigating this point, he had no way of finding out. It would be nice if there are familiar police officers who can help investigate the location of the 2 trucks. Zhang Fifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, there's no way to find out. Immediately state the difficulties encountered in the investigation. Shu Hao assured. Don't worry, Fei Fei, I will take care of this matter. I will definitely find out the whereabouts of those 2 trucks for you. Zhang Fifan was overjoyed. Isn't it Shu Hao's words that he wants? He said in a grateful tone. Thank you, Uncle Shu. You're welcome. Based on my relationship with brother Zheng, I don't want to see the person who harmed him safe and sound. He must be punished as he deserves. Zhang Fifan was moved for a while after hearing this. With the words, Shu Hao, he felt relieved. Shu Hao seemed to suddenly think of something and asked. Fei Fei, do you know what enemies your father had offended during his lifetime? He begins to lead the protagonist in the wrong direction. Zhao's media has been having a lot of fun lately, so I'll find something for you to do. Shu Hao wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife and let the protagonist and Zhao media fight to the death. Zhang Fifan shook his head. How could he know that he just came back from abroad? I don't know anything about the situation at home. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Uncle Shu is good friends with his father, so he should know something about it. I just came back from abroad. Uncle Shu has a good relationship with my father. I wonder if Uncle Shu knows my father's interpersonal relationship. Shu Shi pretended to think seriously and said with emotion. Brother Zheng is a very good person and has a very good vision. He likes to invest everywhere. He values peace and seldom conflicts with others. After a pause, his voice changed. If it's a conflict, I know they're together, but if it's a feud, it probably won't happen. When Shu Hao said this, he shook his head again. What's up? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but asked. Once, when I was drinking tea with Brother Zhang, I accidentally heard him mention. He seemed to know some secret of the chairman of Zhao's media. I asked him what the secret was, but he didn't tell me. He said that knowing it would be dangerous. After he knew this, he sold his Zhao media shares out of fear of being exposed and causing harm to Kai Yu. But, it's been so many years, it shouldn't be their fault, right? What is the highest level of lying? That is 9 truths wearing 1 falsehood. Most of what he said is true. Zheng Shuilin did hold shares in Zhao Media and made a fortune after reselling them. The fear of retaliation after discovering the secret of the group boss is also true. But the objects are different. What Zheng Shuilin discovered was his own secret, and what he was afraid of was himself. Shu Hao placed it on the CEO of Zhao Media. Anyway, what we said over tea with Zheng Shuilin cannot be confirmed at all. He didn't insist on Zhang Fifan believing it. It's just guidance, consciously or unconsciously. If Zhang Fifan went to find trouble with Zhao Media, he would be happy to see the dog-eat-dog drama on both sides. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go. It can lead Zhang Fifan's thinking in the wrong direction. The later the investigation reaches him. In this way, he will have more time to improve himself. Zhao Media. Zhang Fifan chewed these words. It suddenly occurred to me that Shu Hao is currently fighting fiercely with Zhao Media for the sake of his daughter. Zhang Fifan has many years of experience in the dark world, so of course he will not listen to one side or the other. He will investigate and confirm whether it is true or not. Next, the two of them walked and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Walk through the door. Zhang Fifan couldn't help but marvel at the layout and structure of Shu's villa. The homes of billionaires are really too luxurious. He would try to get a villa like this another day. A pleasant sound of piano came from the study. Shu Hao took advantage of the situation and said, "It seems that their 2 best friends are studying the piano, so we 2 gentlemen won't go asking for trouble." Shu Hao had no intention of bringing Zhang Fifan into his home. Just wandering around the yard. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you for sending Wan Ling here. My daughter Hongwang is in a slightly better mood with this good bestie accompanying her. Shu Hao sighed intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Fifan frowned and asked. I also know that Shu Hongwang was banned by Zhao Media. Did it have a great impact on Shu Hongwang? More than just influence, Hongwang wanted to be a big star since she was a child, and she put in countless efforts and sweat for this. Hearing this, Fan nodded. Shu Hongwang plays the piano so well, she must have put in a lot of hard work. Inspiration broke out in the concert hall. After playing a song, it became popular overnight. Her wish to become a big star finally came true, and at this juncture, Zhao Media ordered her to be banned. The dream was shattered just as soon as it was achieved. Hearing this, Zhang Fifan nodded in understanding. Anyone who has worked hard for more than 10 years and suddenly succeeds will be thrown into the abyss. That feeling is self-explanatory. In the past few days, Hongwang has not thought about food and tea. I have locked myself in the room alone every day, and I have lost weight. When I saw her, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes, a haggard look, and she had lost all her energy. From that moment on, I vowed to seek justice for her. Of course these are all made up by Shu Hao. But he said it as if it were true, with a sad look on his face. Zhang Fifan was drawn into it. I couldn't help but feel disgusted with the rich second generation who blocked Shu Hongwang. If the opponent stands in front of you now, he will be beaten into a pig's head. This kind of scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Why didn't Uncle Shu start at the source? He was threatening Shu Hongwang, the rich second generation, to withdraw the ban and apologize for the ban. Zhang Fifan asked with some confusion. I thought about this issue and also went to him and talked about it, but I was ruthlessly rejected. Don't he want to fight? Then fight to the end. Our Shu group is not afraid of him. If you want to take advantage of my daughter, you have to step over my body. Shu Hao clenched his fists and spoke in an impassioned and righteous tone. Actually, he had no intention of shaking hands and making peace. When I sent Secretary Li Kun to make peace, I deliberately provoked him and completely turned him into an enemy. Seeing Shu Hao's appearance of fighting to the end for his daughter, Zheng Fifan felt admiration and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have a way. What? Shu Hao seemed to have suddenly caught his savior, turning his head sharply and staring at him. Fifan, do you have a way to restore Hongzhuang's previous confidence? If you can really help Hongzhuang get out of her current situation, I will give you 10 million. In less than a month, I am willing to give you 100 million as a reward. You can also make other requests. No matter what, I will agree to it. Shu Hao's face was full of excitement. The eyes looking at Zheng Fifan were full of hope. Zheng Fifan was confused. He just wanted to make a suggestion. Why did he suddenly become willing to help? But when he heard Shu Hao's remuneration, his heart skipped a beat. 100 million is a small goal. For his daughter, he was willing to spend 100 million, and Chen Hao also loved to ejaculate this girl. Zheng Fifan thought again of the noble and elegant Shu Hongwang he saw that night, and her unparalleled beauty. Thinking that such a beautiful woman might fall because of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The feeling of pity and cherishment began to overflow. If she helped Shu Hongwang solve this problem, wouldn't she be grateful to herself? He also thought of Shu Hao's promise to him, that he was willing to give him whatever he wanted. Zheng Fifan's heart began to beat faster. Not only can you win the beauty, but you can also get a reward of 100 million, which is not a good deal. He will not be kind enough to help others for no reason. But being paid is different. He was originally a mercenary, and now that he is in his old profession, he is a mercenary. Finally, Zheng Fifan nodded and said, "It doesn't matter whether you are paid or not. Uncle Shu, you're welcome. Please help me find out the cause of my father's death. Shu Hongzhuang is Uncle Shu's daughter. I should help." Zheng Fifan agreed, but he still said politely, "If things were really done, would Shu Hao be stingy and refuse to pay?" The answer is yes. Give the protagonist 100 million. Let him deal with you again. What are you thinking about? This is just a pie painted by Shu Hao. With the character of the protagonist, Shu Hao knew what he was going to do without even thinking about it. It was nothing more than threatening Zhao Lei into withdrawing the ban. Shu Hao knew Zhao Lei, who had a flamboyant personality and never lowered his head. Shu Hongzhuang just rejected his confession, which made him feel depressed. He dares to be an enemy of the Shu group, which has a market value of tens of billions. One can imagine how arrogant he is. If the protagonist forces him to bow his head, there will be a good show to watch. Then I'm sorry for you, Fei Fei. If you encounter any trouble, just come to me and I will give you my full support. Shu Liang showed gratitude, patted him on the shoulder, and talked nonsense. In this case, Uncle Shu, I will leave first, and I have to go back to work. Zheng Fifan glanced at the study room where the music was coming from. It's a pity that I didn't see many beauties. There's no point in chatting with an old man here, so it's better to just leave. If you get things done early, you can also get your beauty back early. Zheng Fifan left. Shu Hao stared at his retreating back with deep eyes. We still need to improve our strength as soon as possible, otherwise it won't be so troublesome to deal with a protagonist. They are killing with a borrowed knife, concealing the truth from the truth, hiding a knife in a smile, and scheming with bitter flesh. The 36 strategies of riding a horse are almost exhausted. In the study, come down, what are you talking about? Didn't I just teach you? It should be like this, where are you leaning? It turned out that Xiao Wanling wanted to try it after seeing Shu Hongzhuang playing so well. If you don't know how to do it yourself, let your best friend teach you. Her best friend taught her once, but she didn't remember it. The sound that pops up is simply ear-splitting. Shu Hongzhuang really couldn't bear to listen and wanted to pull her best friend down. Playing the piano costs money for others, but playing the piano for your best friend costs your life. Xiao Wanling hugged the piano with both hands. Obviously she hadn't played enough yet, and she was dissatisfied. Why didn't I learn it? Or maybe you didn't teach carefully. I haven't paid attention yet. Shu Hongzhuang was happy when she heard this. I told you the pronunciation of each key, okay. I'm a novice. How can I understand you when you talk about so much professional knowledge? Xiao Wanling shook her head, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. You should learn from your father. When he teaches you, he is afraid that you won't understand. He will teach you step by step. The strength in Shu Hongwang's hands became weaker. Thinking of the scene where Shu Hao held her hands from behind, she couldn't help but blush. She was usually used to it, and it was okay not to mention it, but her best friend couldn't help but feel shy when she mentioned it. After all, that does seem a bit ambiguous. But when I think about their identities, it doesn't matter. That's my father, the person I'm closest to, what does it matter? It is those people who have a dirty heart and see everything as dirty. Just like this best friend in front of me. Who knows what is going on in her head? With this thought, Shu Hongwang increased the strength on her hands. I want to pull my bestie off the piano. Hongwang, please teach me step by step. I want to try what it feels like. Xiao Wanling winked playfully. Shu Hongwang ignored her. If you want to know what it feels like, go find him and teach you. This is what you said. I really want to ask Uncle Shu to teach me. Don't be jealous later. Xiao Wanling's eyes lit up, her eyes eager to try. Why am I jealous? I'm afraid that your little arms and legs won't be able to withstand his strength. Shu Hongwang rolled her eyes angrily. After she finished speaking, she realized something and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Wanling's face was confused. Then it seemed like I had discovered a new world, and I looked at my best friend in disbelief. Thinking of that possibility, she was so shocked that she was incoherent and speechless. Seeing her best friend's appearance, Shu Hongwang still didn't know that she had misunderstood. She felt the need to explain. Otherwise, I don't know what my best friend will think of me. It's not what you think, it's actually him and my stepmother. After listening to her best friend's explanation, Xiao Wanling patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's just not what she thought. Then, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she nodded frequently. I was shocked. Shu Hao became more and more mysterious in her eyes. Not only can he play the piano, but he can also draw and calligraphy. She looks so young, but her body is really that young. Incredible. A 50-year-old man is actually braver than a teenage boy. She has met Shu Hongwang's stepmother, who is in her 30s and full of charm. 587. Such a mature woman. How powerful is it that makes her unable to help but make a sound? When you say that, I want to try it even more. Of course Xiao Wanling was joking. Even though she was so bold that she dared to ask anything in front of her best friends. In fact, she is still a young girl, commonly known as oral pleasure. If you really go to the battlefield, you will get scared faster than anyone else. Shu Hongwang also knew the virtues of her best friend and said jokingly. Go ahead, I want to hear how loud your voice is. Ah, Hongwang, you have changed. When did you become a filthy woman? Let me check to see if you have changed. After saying that, he rushed forward and the two women started fighting. They fought for a while and didn't stop until they were tired. Shu Hongwang was not in the mood to play the piano anymore. The two went downstairs to find some water. As soon as I came down the stairs, I saw Shu Hao sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a tea set in front of him. This is ready to make tea. Shu Hao also saw them and waved to the two women. You came down just in time, come and try the tea I made. The two women walked over curiously. Seeing two teacups on the coffee table, each person picked up one. Shu Hongwang picked it up and drank it down in one gulp. It felt mellow and delicious, and she still had more to say. Very tasty. Xiao Wanling is different. She has liked tea since she was a child and has some experience in making tea. If Shu Hongwang's hobby is piano, then her hobby is tea art. How pleasant it is to make a cup of tea alone when you are alone. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, his pupils widened and his eyes were full of disbelief. She actually tasted the artistic conception in a cup of tea. I feel a little thirsty and want to drink water. After taking a sip of tea, I felt like I was in an oasis in the middle of the desert, and I felt particularly happy. When Xiao Wanling came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with shock. Her tea art has been cultivated since she was a child, and she considers herself to be no worse than those masters. But compared to the tea in front of me, forget it, there is no comparison at all. Comparing it to the tea you brewed by yourself is an insult to the tea. Tea. Tay. Uncle Shu can also make tea. And his skills are so good. Xiao Wanling suddenly noticed Shu Hao's movements. Pick up the teacup and tea leaves and officially start making tea. She watched curiously, and staying next to Shu Hao gave her a sense of intimacy. Her elegant and easygoing temperament fascinated her. Maybe even in the process of making tea, there is no difference in temperament. On the contrary, it looks even more dusty. The boiling water tumbles in the teapot, fully awakening the aroma of the tea leaves. Immediately afterwards, the water flowed through the tea set like silk, falling gently on the bottom of the cup, causing ripples. In an instant, the fragrance of tea hits your nostrils. Just like the feeling Shu Hao gave her at this time, it was intoxicating and fascinating. Elegant, so elegant. Watching Shu Hao make tea is like appreciating art. After the tea is brewed, wisps of fragrance come out, which makes people feel different. Take a whiff and feel all fatigue disappear and feel refreshed. Xiao Wanling knows tea art. It is because of understanding that I understand the essence of Shu Hao's tea art. The water temperature, brewing time, and timing of adding tea are very precise. Even if you practice for decades, you may not be able to achieve it. Uncle Shu actually did it. Beside, Shu Hongwang doesn't understand tea art. But we can also discover the extraordinary nature of Shu Hao's tea art from Shu Hao's art-like technique. A question arose in my mind. How did he combine these skills? For any of these skills, if an ordinary person spends a lifetime studying it, he may not be able to reach a state of perfection. Shu Hao is a combination of several. How much more is he hiding? In Shu Hongwang's eyes, Shu Hao became more and more mysterious. Uncle, how many years of practice did it take to reach your level of tea art? Xiao Wanling came back to her senses, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but approached Shu Hao and asked. Oh, Shu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards her. You also know tea art? Aha, Xiao Wanling nodded like a chicken. I have loved drinking tea since I was a child. I have been learning how to make tea for a while, and I have been making tea myself for more than 10 years. At this point, she lowered her head, a little embarrassed. My tea skills are so mediocre that I can't compare with my uncle. Fortunately, she was once proud of her tea art. Do you think those master-level talents are nothing more than this? At this moment, after seeing Shu Hao's tea art again, she couldn't wait to find a place to get into the hospital. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Xiao Wanling raised her head, and Shu Hao was looking at her with a smile as bright as spring breeze. At this moment, Xiao Wanling felt her heartbeat slow down by half a beat. After coming back to her senses, she became excited instantly and her eyes were bright. Uncle, is it really possible? I can also reach your level of tea art. Of course, I'm just saying practice makes perfect. After getting the divine tea skill, Shu Hao thought he could only use it when drinking tea. Unexpectedly, this little heroine also likes tea art. There is one more use in an instant. If you want to learn tea art better, why not do it step by step? When dealing with this little heroine, Shu Hao doesn't need to worry about being a daughter. Real flirting skills can also be shown. Xiao Wanling was so excited that she almost peed. I told Shu Hao to come back immediately, turned around and ran to the bathroom. Seeing this, Shu Hongwang quickly followed her. She asked doubtfully as she kept up the pace. Wanling, is his tea art very good? Not only are they awesome, they are simply awesome. You know those tea masters on TV, right? Those so-called masters are not as proficient as me, and my tea art is nothing in front of Uncle Shu. I have never seen tea art that contains artistic conception. When talking about her professional field, Xiao Wanling immediately started talking about it with excitement. Shu Hongwang was shocked. Just now she just guessed that Shu Hao was very good at tea, but now she has confirmed it. By the way, Hongwang, would you mind if I asked your father to teach me tea art? Xiao Wanling thought of something and blinked at her best friend. He agreed to it himself. What do I mind? Shu Hongwang rolled her eyes. Really, I remember who it is, even my sister's time is taken up. Xiao Wanling still remembers the scene of Shu Wei snatching Shu Hao away. Shu Hongwang blushed and glared at her best friend. That's what she said. Do you believe it? Xiao Wanling left and returned soon. Shu Shi used the knowledge in his mind to teach her about the tea ceremony. Explained the precautions when making tea and the mentality of tea tasting. Unknowingly, Xiao Wanling was entranced. In order to listen better, the body gradually moved closer to Shu Hao. Time passes slowly. Shu Hao began to teach her how to make tea, and he deliberately explained more profoundly. Even if Xiao Wanling knew tea art, she still couldn't understand it. After the explanation, Shu Hao demonstrated it himself. Okay, that's it, try it. Xiao Wanling sat in front of the coffee table in a daze. She just listened half-comprehensively. Being pushed up by Shu Hao, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. Fortunately, her tea skills are not bad and she made the tea smoothly. Xiao Wanling just made it according to her own method. As for the tea time and water temperature explained by Shu Hao, she didn't grasp it at all. Xiao Wanling looked longingly at Shu Hao, who was drinking tea. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you again. Shu Hao put down the teacup. Xiao Wanling was a little embarrassed and reviewed Shu Hao's explanation just now. She felt that even if Shui demonstrated it to her again, she still wouldn't understand. In this way, not only did I learn nothing, but I also wasted Uncle Shu's time. Brush. An idea flashed through her, and she thought of the time when Shu Hao taught her best friend. If Shu Hao also taught her step by step, she can clearly understand the details of the tea-making process. After some tangle, Xiao Wanling raised her head and asked nervously. Uncle Shu, I may be too stupid. I feel like I won't understand even if you teach me a few times. I don't know, can you teach me step by step like you taught Hongwang? At the end of her speech, her voice became softer and softer, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Shu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. He was deliberately speaking in a profound way so that this little girl could not understand. Then he offered step-by-step instruction. Unexpectedly, the heroine took the initiative at this time and brought it up herself. Saved him a lot of time. Okay, come on. Shu Hao stepped forward and grabbed her hands. You want to be like this, like this, like this, Abba Abba. As he spoke, Shu Hao's breath hit his ears. The moment she was hugged by Shu Hao, Xiao Wanling's body froze. Since childhood, this is the first time for her to have such close contact with a man. Feeling the heat next to her ears, her whole body went limp. What Shu Hao said and did, she couldn't listen at all. When she watched Shu Hongwang teach step by step before, her behavior was very natural and nothing strange at all. But when she tried it herself, she discovered that things were not that simple. Ding! Xiao Wanling's heartbeat speeds up, her emotional value plus 654. Ding! Xiao Wanling is uneasy, her mood value is plus 75. Were you not ready for the first time? It doesn't matter, there will be next time. Shu Hao is also trying step by step to test Xiao Wanling's bottom line. The protagonist Zheng Fifan doesn't know that Shu, who values love and righteousness in his eyes, is Uncle Shu, and the team has assigned him a task. He turned around and taught the beautiful landlady he liked step by step. Axe, Sunny Electronics Company, Limited. Zheng Fifan was standing in front of the company wearing a security uniform when he suddenly yawned. He touched his nose and smiled. Which beautiful woman is thinking of me again? After leaving the Shu family villa, he arrived at the company. After getting off work, I went to find the young man from Zhao Media to resolve Shu Hongwang's matter. The reason why he agreed to Shu Hao was not just for that small goal and various promises. After getting banned, Shu Hongwang can still gain favor and win the beauty back. There are also clues about his dead father learned from Shu Hao. It may have something to do with the boss of Zhao Media. He doesn't know whether it's true or not, so he has to investigate. Since we have to find Zhao Media anyway, then why not just solve the task assigned by Shu Hao? The day goes by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Based on the gossip he got, Zheng Fifan came to the brilliant bar. Zhao Lei acted in a high-profile manner and did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. At this time, in the bar, the lights are colorful and the rock music goes on. Men and women looking for excitement are so excited. Zhao Lei was chatting with his new friends in Shanghai, a few wealthy second-generation people from the same circle. Suddenly, Zhao Lei stood up and roared, "Get me high on horseback. Take whatever you want to drink. Mr. Zhao will buy all the purchases today." Brush. The whole hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a burst of enthusiastic noise broke out. Mr. Zhao is awesome, you are my idol, I love you. Mr. Zhao, do you want to put a pendant on your leg? Please hold your thigh. Master Zhao YYDS. Listening to the compliments around him, Zhao Lei smiled and felt very happy. He just likes the feeling of being worshipped by everyone. Good guy, after one day, it's worth tens of millions, right? Brother Zhao is really good. Just 10 million casually, this is the real arrogance. Mr. Zhao, let me toast you. The few rich second-generation people next to him also greatly admired and flattered him. Zhao Lei felt very happy. But he didn't show it on his face, and waved his hand casually. Suddenly, from his sight, the beautiful woman dancing passionately on the stage disappeared. Obscured by a person appearing. Go away, you're blocking me. Zhao Lei frowned and shouted coldly. However, the figure did not leave, but walked towards him. The expression on his face was disdain. Master Zhao, right. If this person is not Zhang Fifan, who else? Seeing someone looking for trouble, the rich second-generation scoundrels around him suddenly became energetic. Seeing him wearing a security uniform, they all spoke disdainfully. What kind of fool are you? Mr. Zhao's name is also yours. Call your boss here. You have no education at all, how did you get recruited? Apologize to Brother Zhao quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. What a surprise, a little security guard can be so arrogant. Because Zhang Fifan rushed over after get off work and hadn't changed his clothes yet. These second-generation rich people thought they were bar security guards. Zhao Lei took the goblet, put it gently to his mouth, and took a sip. Sit tight on the Daoyutai. A clown, he is too lazy to do anything. Just leave it to these losers. Hearing the ridicule and disdain from a group of people, Fan didn't care at all. He came here today to warn Zhao Lei. Let him revoke the ban on Shu Hongwang. Seeing how arrogant he looked, Zhang Fifan felt unhappy. He glanced at the few scoundrels who were yelling at him. Your master didn't say anything, why are you dogs barking here? You dare to call us dogs? You are seeking death. Although the family background of these rich second generations is not as good as that of Zhao Lei, they have been pampered since childhood. Where can I accept the insult of a small security guard? Zhang Fifan's unkind words made several people angry. They all picked up the wine bottles found nearby. He rushed forward and planned to open the gourd for Zhang Fifan. But, how can these rich second generations who have been hollowed out by drinking become Zhu Fan's opponents? He grabbed the bottle with his backhand and smashed it on their heads. Several rich second generations fell to the ground, covering their heads and screaming in pain. Ignoring their howls, Fan walked towards Zhao Fan step by step. Seeing Zhang Fifan, he eliminated several of his henchmen with 3 strikes, 5 strikes, and 2 additions. Zhao Lei was a little surprised, but not panicked. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He is his personal bodyguard, and he is also a warrior. The body exudes the aura of the middle stage of Ming Jin. This is why Shu Hao didn't send anyone to cause trouble for the other party. Today Shu Group and Zhao Media are business competitors. If he attacks Zhao Lei, Zhao Fu will be protected by experts. If you can't kill with one hit, your identity will be found out. When the time comes, you will receive crazy revenge from the Zhao family, which is unnecessary. So, after seeing Zhang Fifan, he decided to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Destroy him and teach him a lesson, as long as he doesn't die. Zhao Lei coldly ordered the bodyguard. Knowing that the other party is here to cause trouble, he will not be polite. When the bodyguard heard this, his Ming dynasty energy burst out, and he clenched a fistful of power. He rushed towards Zhang Fifan quickly. However, soon, he flew back at an even faster speed. It turned out that just now he was approaching Zhang Fifan and was about to punch him in the face. Zhang Fifan struck first and hit the chest with a punch. He fell to the ground helplessly and couldn't even get up. His sternum was collapsed, he couldn't move, and he was obviously seriously injured. In addition, he also felt a dark energy swimming in his body. Pupil tremor. He looked at the ordinary young man in security uniform in front of him in fear. And master of dark strength. In fact, this was the result of Zhang Fifan's efforts. Good Li Jiao. Otherwise, he could kill this guy with one punch. Everything happened so fast. Before Zhao Lei could react, the ferocious smile froze on his face. Ever since he was a child, he had never met a stupid young man, and wanted to fight against him or something. But they were all easily solved by his men. It was not the first time that he encountered the situation where the bodyguard was instantly knocked away today. But Zhao Lei is also a person who has seen the big world. After a moment of shock, he recovered and asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "I'm not doing anything, I just want to chat with my father-in-law." Zhang Fifan walked over slowly and sat in the booth opposite Zhao Lei. Mr. Zhao is a bit unreasonable. If he fails to pursue a girl, he threatens to block her. Isn't that justifiable? "Are you the person sent by Shu Hao?" Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with curiosity and he sneered. "What, you can't help but find someone to deal with me because of my ban?" Shu Hao, who is known as a conscientious entrepreneur, seems to be nothing more than that. Do not misunderstand. Zhang Fifan waved his hand. Shu Hao left a good impression on him. He didn't want to cause trouble to the other party and planned to end the relationship. "I just can't stand what you're doing. It's such a pity that a young and talented girl was destroyed in your hands." Zhao Lei was a little surprised and said disdainfully, "It turned out to be a licking dog. Boy, don't you know that you can't die if you lick it?" "So, you don't agree to revoke Shu Hongwang's ban?" "Haha, what I say is just like water thrown out. There is no reason to take it back. Zhao Lei has had a smooth life since childhood. I won't be intimidated by his few words. It's true that I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. You have to force me to do it. Why bother?" Zhang Fifan stood up suddenly. He tilted his head, moved his muscles, and made a click-click sound. What are you going to do?" A set of fists and kicks greeted him. Zhao Lei has been pampered since he was a child. How has he ever experienced such physical pain? Let out bursts of screams. After a beating, he felt that the lesson was enough, so Zhang Fifan stopped. Asked coldly, "Give you a chance to reorganize your language. Will the government withdraw its ban on Shu Hongwang? You are dead. No one has hit me since I was a child. I will definitely kill you." Zhao Lei's resentful voice sounded. "Haha, it seems that I haven't learned enough lessons." Zhang Fifan sneered. Continue to greet Zhao Lei. "Not convinced? If not convinced, I will beat you until you are convinced." This was his solution to Shu Hongwang's ban. Simple and crude, but incredibly useful. These second-generation rich people can't stand the slightest physical pain and will succumb obediently after a beating. Although the other party's revenge will definitely be inevitable afterwards. But he was not afraid at all. "Are you convinced? Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Your family will also suffer." Crackling. I'm done with it, you say goodbye." Zhang Fifan specifically targeted his weaknesses. Zhao Lei finally couldn't bear it anymore and gave in. But it was only a verbal surrender. He has never suffered such a great crime in his life. "I must kill this guy when I turn around." Hearing his words of surrender, Zhang Fifan stopped and shrugged helplessly. "Wouldn't it be over if I said this earlier? If you don't force me to do it, why bother? Shu Hongwang's matter was solved so easily. Zhang Fifan is going home for dinner. Before leaving, be sure to prevent this guy from going back on his word and not doing anything after he returns." He warned, "If I don't receive the news tomorrow that the ban on Shu Hongwang has been withdrawn, I will come to you again. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as a beating." After coldly leaving a word, Zhang Fifan turned around and left coolly. He noticed the resentment in Zhao Lei's eyes. But he didn't take it to heart. He is just a second-generation dandy and a scumbag. If you want revenge, go ahead and bear the consequences. "Master, are you okay?" The bodyguard endured the severe pain in his chest and got up to help Zhao Lei up. At this time, Zhao Lei had a bruised nose and a swollen face. His eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent, and he roared. "Check for me, I want him to die, I want to kill his whole family." Shu family villa. Xiao Wanling still ate at Shu's house in 933. But today she was much quieter than before, and she didn't go to her best friend Shu Hongwang to make trouble. This actually made Shu Hongwang a little surprised. Her lively best friend suddenly became quiet, which made her feel uncomfortable for a while. How did she know? After Shu Hao's step-by-step teaching, her heartbeat accelerated and she couldn't stop. When facing Su Wancho, the hostess, Xiao Wanling always dodges her eyes. Don't dare to look into each other's eyes. It feels like a mistress facing her first wife. After eating, Xiao Wanling found an excuse and left the Shu family in a hurry. Shu Hao came to the study room. He read the message sent to him by his secretary Li Kun. There is information and videos. Judging from the angle, it was captured by surveillance. It turns out that the Splendid Bar is one of the industries managed by the Blood Massacre Society. Everything that happened in the bar that afternoon was recorded. Shu Hao watched with interest. He knew that most of the protagonists in The Return of the Urban Dragon King were fighting and killing characters. Hardly any brain use. These villains also seemed to have lost their wits. Even if he was beaten, he would not call the police. You must come back in person to take revenge. The result is that he keeps delivering food to the protagonist. Somewhat beyond Shu Hao's expectation. He originally thought that the protagonist would at most find Zhao Lei and give him a verbal warning, but Zhao Lei would punish him if he didn't listen to the warning. They actually started fighting directly. It seems that he still underestimated the character of the protagonist who will do whatever he wants. But this is exactly what he wants. The implementation of that plan would be much more logical. He took out his mobile phone, found an unknown number, and sent a message. He is the strongest soldier under his command now. Time to put it to use. The day flies by. In a high-end ward of a hospital. Zhao Lei was lying on the hospital bed with bandages on his body and ointment on his face. At this time, he was looking through the information about Zhu Fan. The security guard of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited was trafficked since childhood and returned from abroad more than 10 days ago. The only father died in a car accident, and now he is the only one in the family. Quickly extract keywords. His father had a good relationship with Shu Hao during his lifetime and was once one of the shareholders of Shu Group. After his death, Shu Hao went to express his condolences. Zhao Lei almost figured out what was going on. This guy named Zheng Fifan does not seem to be sent by Shu Hao. Maybe he had a good relationship with the Shu family, so when he saw Shu Hongwang being banned, he came to settle the score with him. It doesn't matter even if it's sent by Shu Hao. BGEG, if you dare to beat him so badly, you already have a way to kill him. If this person is not killed, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Zhao Lei's face was filled with resentment. Evil plans emerged in his mind. While he was deep in thought, there was a knock on the ward door. His thoughts were interrupted. Zhao Jing said impatiently. Come in. Quote. With a click, the ward door was opened. A female nurse wearing a medical mask walked in pushing a trolley. Came to the hospital bed and started dispensing medicine. Picked up the syringe and gave Zhao Lei an injection. After the injection, Zhao Lei suddenly realized something was wrong and his body seemed to be on fire. The severe pain made his face distort and his pupils dilated to the limit. Suddenly, the female nurse bowed and whispered in her ear. My boss asked me to give you a message. He said that if you haven't seen you revoke the ban on Shu Hongwang, it won't be as simple as giving you a beating. This is what will happen if you don't keep your promise. Zhao Lei's eyes were full of horror. Zheng Fifan wants to kill him. He didn't take Zheng Fifan's threat to heart yesterday. There is no intention to revoke the ban on Shu Hongwang. Growing up, he had everything going smoothly, and the word, submission, was not in the dictionary. And he was ready to kill each other. Who cares about the threat of a dying man? However, before he could take revenge, the other party came to his door first. Feeling the heartbreaking pain in my body, my life is slowly passing by. He wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but no sound came out. His pleading eyes fell on the nurse, hoping that he would let her go. However, the nurse looked cold and there was no emotion in her eyes. Zhao Lei was desperate. Upon seeing this, the nurse packed up her things, turned around and walked out. About to die, Zhao Lei was very unwilling. He is the eldest son of Zhao Media, and there are still many things he has not had time to enjoy. If I had known earlier, I would have placed a few more experts around me. In the past, his father arranged for him 4 personal masters. He thought it was inconvenient when doing things, so he only kept one by his side. Now, the bodyguard who has been following him was seriously injured by Zhu Fan yesterday. If there were more expert bodyguards, he wouldn't be killed by a nurse. When he was dying, he didn't regret banning Shu Hongwang. I just regret not bringing more bodyguards with me. It feels like my eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and my whole person is about to fall into darkness. At the last moment, Zhao Lei's blurred vision saw a piece of investigation information about Zheng Fifan in front of him. There was a sudden surge of power in his body. No, even if it means death. He wouldn't make it easy for Zheng Fifan either. He is the only son like him, and after his death, he will definitely avenge him crazily. Zhao Lei desperately raised his hand. His fingertips landed on Zheng Fifan's name. Gently raising his hand was the limit of what he could do, and finally Tuyan's consciousness dissipated. At this time, the nurse who had already pushed the cart to the door suddenly turned around and came back. Seeing Zhao Lei's posture, the corners of his mouth under the mask twitched. Happy to have accomplished the mission of the Lord. Yes, she is the strongest Death King under Bing Hao. This frame-up was also taught to her by Xu Hao. The purpose is to strengthen Zheng Fifan's suspicion. Otherwise, it would be more direct to increase the dosage of the medicine and make him die instantly. Can't control the time just right. After checking, it was found that Zhao Lei was extremely dead and did not leave any evidence. The nurse immediately came to the door, pushed the trolley out of the ward, and quietly closed the door. The few bodyguards outside found nothing wrong. It wasn't until a doctor came to the ward to check that he discovered that the person had already become cold. Suddenly the hospital was in a state of panic. It didn't take long for Zhao Lei's death to reach the ears of Zhao's father in Zhao's media in the imperial capital. I thought today was April Fool's Day. His face was filled with disbelief and he was furious. Immediately asked the secretary to arrange the flight. Arriving in the magical capital, Zhao's father rushed to the hospital. The bodyguards were silent and bowed their heads, like primary school students preparing to accept punishment. Father Zhao couldn't help but feel sad. How did he die? Zhao Lei's personal bodyguard is the strongest and stands at the front. After an autopsy, it was confirmed that the young master was killed. He felt very uneasy. That day he took Zhao Lei out of the bar and sent him to the hospital. He couldn't bear the serious injury and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he learned the news that Zhao Lei had been killed. When he learned that Zhao's father was coming to the capital, he dragged his seriously injured body and stood up. Report the situation to Father Zhao. Who killed him? What happened? Father Zhao's face was frighteningly gloomy. Anger was about to make his whole body boil. On the verge of breaking out. The bodyguard immediately told Zhao Lei exactly what happened in the bar yesterday. I was seriously injured by Zheng Fifan, and then I found out that he was an Anjin master. After that, he beat the young master. Quote. Before leaving, he said harshly that if Shu Hongwang's ban is not revoked tomorrow, it would not be as good as a beating. Simple. Quote. After saying that, the bodyguard also took out a document. Officially, Zhao Lei had read Zheng Fifan's information before. On the document, the words, Zheng Fifan, were pressed with a bloody fingerprint. This is the information about Zheng Fifan that the young master asked his men to investigate. According to the autopsy report, the young master did not die immediately after being poisoned and suffered great pain. We suspect that this fingerprint is a pre-death message left by the young master. Okay, Zheng Fifan, if you kill my son, I will make your life worse than death. Father Zhao's eyes were red, extremely angry, and he roared hysterically. Seeing Zhao's father's grief-stricken look, the bodyguard opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. What else do you have to say? Father Zhao looked at him coldly. Although his son's death had nothing to do with him, his opponent was too strong. But he still had some grudges against this bodyguard. Master, I feel that this matter is a bit strange. It doesn't seem that simple. Father Zhao was extremely angry now, but he was not carried away by his anger. He frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" The bodyguard thought for a while and said, "We have investigated and found that during the time of the young master's accident, Zheng Fifan was working as a security guard at Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. After checking the people who came in and out of the young master's ward, there was only one nurse. The young master was also killed at that time. Then we found the nurse who gave the young master the injection. She had been knocked unconscious long ago and was replaced by someone else. Could someone else do it? The purpose is to put the blame on Zheng Fifan. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why she came to kill the young master and why she didn't kill him with one hit. Is it just to torture him and leave a message before his death? It is certain that Zhang Fifan and the killer who killed the young master are not the same person. The analysis is sound and well-founded. Are you saying that someone wants to blame Xiao Lei's death on the hands of that person named Zhang Fifan? Father Zhao frowned when he heard this. Then he shook his head. Xiao Lei only offended the Shu family. If my son dies, they will all be buried with him. Whether it is Zhang Fifan or not, he is the most suspect and he must die. Father Zhao said with murderous intent. It is precisely because Shu Hao knows this that he is not afraid of leaving this small flaw. The bodyguard shut up. He just mentioned that how to do things depends on Father Zhao himself. Take me to see Xiaofan. Later, the personal bodyguards took Father Zhao to a ward. Seeing his extremely miserable son, Zhao felt like he was being cut with a knife. He is just such a son, who has taken care of him since he was a child. Now people with white hair are asked to send people with black hair. Father Zhao's heart was beating wildly, and finally his deep sadness turned into overwhelming anger. His fists were clenched, his eyes were fierce, and the holy will was permeated. Xiao Lei, don't leave too hastily. I will drag those who harmed you down to accompany you. After Zhao's father came out of the hospital, he came to the Zhao Media branch in Shanghai. An order was immediately issued. The blockade of Shu Hongwang was intensified, and she continued to smear and spread rumors regardless of the consequences. The whole thing happened because of Shu Hongwang. If it weren't for this woman, his son wouldn't have run to the devil's capital and wouldn't have died. As for fighting to the death with the Shu family, he doesn't care anymore. His son is dead, how can he still take care of so much? They all have to go down and be buried with them. In addition, he dialed a long-lost number. On the other side of the phone were 10 dark masters he had helped. Be kind to him and promise to help him once. Zhang Fifan has the greatest suspicion and motive. He must kill this guy. Otherwise, my son will never die in peace. After dealing with Zhang Fifan, we can clean up the house. He did not choose to call the police and arrest Zhang Fifan. It would be too cheap for him to call the police. He wants to make the other party's life worse than death. At night, Zhang Fifan finished dinner with several security guards in the company and went home after bragging. At this time, he was holding his mobile phone in his hand, flipping through news one after another. Zhao Media's smear campaign against Shu Hongwang continues. It seems that Xiao Lei did not do as he said and revoke the ban on Shu Hongwang. His eyes changed. It's too late to start. I'll talk to him tomorrow and I'll have to teach him a deeper lesson. Zhang Fifan was thinking about how to teach Xiao Lei a lesson, when suddenly his steps suddenly stopped. He felt an aura in front of him that was stronger than him. There was also a strong killing intent. Zhang Fifan felt a chill in his heart, thinking that an enemy from the dark world was coming to his door. Zhang Fifan's eyes flickered and he kept thinking of countermeasures. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he saw a group of people walking over. Among the group of people, the leader was a middle-aged man with a majestic face and a Chinese character. As soon as he saw Zhang Fifan, Zhao's father couldn't help but think of his son Xiao Lei, and his anger suddenly emerged. Take a deep breath to calm down your chaotic mood. He gave a slight salute to the old man in tang suit beside him. Mr. Wei, please take action and capture this guy. He did not intend to kill Zhang Fifan directly. We must capture him alive and make him realize that life is worse than death. The old man known as Old Wei nodded slightly. He had been helped by Zhao's father in his early years, and he once promised to help him once. Finish this cause and effect. Mr. Wei took a step forward, and a powerful aura emanated from him. It is also the early stage of Anjin, but it is about to break through to the middle stage, and the aura is vigorous. Looking at the young man opposite, the aura on his body is not much weaker than his own. He was shocked. He broke through to Anjin at a young age, and his aptitude and talent are astonishing. If he continues to grow, it is not impossible to break through to become a powerful person. It's a pity that I met him today and formed a deadly feud with Father Zhao again. This genius is probably going to die. With a sound of regret in his heart, Mr. Wei looked at Zhang Fifan and spoke calmly. Little brother, you are no match for me, just go ahead and capture me. Zhang Fifan only felt baffled. He didn't know these guys at all, and every district was full of murderous intent towards him. Observation is not the enemy of the dark world either. This is really weird. And the old guy opposite, when he came up, he said that he was no match and told him to be captured. If you really want to step on a horse, you just open your mouth. Do you really think that if your strength is just a little bit higher than your own, you will be afraid? When all these years in the dark world were in vain? Who are you? Are you worthy of being captured by me? Since the other party was coming to kill him, Zhang Fan responded rudely. Mr. Wei's expression froze. How long? Since he became a master of Anjin, he has been regarded as a guest of honor by all major families. No one dared to look down on him. His face darkened and his tone was cold. Young man, don't be too arrogant. If a young man is not vigorous, how can he still be called a young man? Are you the same as you, an old man who is about to die? Zhang Fifan sneered disdainfully. You don't know how to respect the old and care for the young at all. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on your behalf. Relying on the old and selling the old, do you really think of yourself as a thing? Mr. Wei was completely angry. The figure flashed, and Zhang Fan rushed to the doctor at extremely fast speed. When he came closer, he slapped Zhang Fifan on the face and greeted. A strong gust of wind hit him, his cheeks hurt, and he instinctively leaned back. He dodged the old man's blow. Mr. Wei was a little surprised. Another one swept through thousands of troops and went straight to Zhang Fifan's ribs. Zhang Fifan's combat experience accumulated through many years of fighting in the dark world finally came into play at this moment. Although Mr. Wei is stronger than him, but he is not as experienced in fighting. The two fought back and forth. You attack and I defend, you defend and I attack. Sounds easy. In fact, it is extremely fast and therefore thrilling. In the eyes of Father Zhao and the men he brought with him, their speed reached the extreme. It was impossible to see clearly what they were doing. As a result, Zhao's father took out a gun and prepared for a sneak attack, but in the end he was not given the chance. Zhang Fifan and Mr. Wei were going back and forth, and they were evenly matched. But gradually, old Wei is actually old and his physical strength can no longer support him. The offensive slowed down. Zhang Fifan is young and energetic, and has worked hard in the dark world for many years, and has developed a good physique and endurance. After adapting to Mr. Wei's attack, he was able to withstand it with ease. As one goes down and the other goes up, the gap gradually widens. Whoosh! Zhang Fifan caught Wei Wei's flaw and hit him with a sweeping kick. The old man in Tang's suit flew out. When he landed on the ground, he was pinned by his toes to remove his strength, so that he would not fall down in embarrassment. Mr. Wei was shocked. How strong is this young man's fighting consciousness? Feeling that my physical strength is about to be exhausted, I can't help but give up. How could Zhang Fifan make him realize his wish? If you dare to kill him, you must be prepared to pay the price. He also found that the old man was afraid and his will to fight had faded. That's it. Zhang Fifan seized the opportunity and stepped forward. A set of combos is played. In this way, Mr. Wei, who had the upper hand at first, could only fight and retreat at the same time. Click. Zhang Fifan punched Mr. Wei on the shoulder blade. There was a slight sound of bone cracking. A look of pain appeared on Mr. Wei's face. This is just the beginning. Zhang Fifan's speed suddenly increased. The whole person suddenly appeared behind Mr. Wei. A kick hit his back, and there was another sound of bone cracking. This time it was louder. Mr. Wei fell to the ground and was seriously injured. It was impossible to stand up. A gunshot rang out. In the silent night, it looked very clear. A sense of danger enveloped Zhang Fifan's heart. His head instinctively turned to the side, narrowly dodging one shot after another. His physique is astonishing. Where there are muscles, bullets cannot break through the defense. But hitting the head is still very dangerous. Zhang Fifan turned his head sharply and found his father-in-law Zhao with a look of astonishment on his face and a gun in his hand. Father Zhao was shocked. He had just shot a sneak attack, thinking it was going to hit his head, but he dodged it in the end. The Dark Power Master is so terrifying. He was just about to pull the trigger again when suddenly his vision blurred and a sharp pain came from his wrist. It was actually broken, losing strength, drooping without experience. As soon as he screamed, his mouth was blocked by a gun, making him unable to make any sound. The bodyguards behind him came to their senses. They all took out their weapons. Let go of our boss. Boy, do you know who our boss is? Put down the gun quickly. Zhang Fifan picked his ears impatiently. Shut up, if you say one more thing, I will buy him with one shot. The bodyguard suddenly didn't dare to say anything. Just stared at him with angry eyes. Tell me, what is going on? Why do so many of you come to kill me? When Zhang Fifan asked about the reason, Zhao's father thought of his son's death and his pain shifted. My twisted wrist doesn't feel so painful anymore. His eyes were filled with resentment. Speak, don't you dare to shoot me. Why don't you even dare to say a word? Oh, I almost forgot that you can't speak. Zhang Fifan slapped his head. Then I remembered that my gun was stuck in the other person's mouth, how could he speak? After removing the gun that was stuck in his mouth, Zhao's father still did not speak. Weren't you very arrogant just now when you stepped on the horse? You want to kill me. Why are you mute now? Zhang Fifan felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at him with hateful eyes. He hit him on the head several times with the butt of the gun. Father Zhao remained silent. You won't say it, right? Zhang Fifan's eyes flashed and he looked at one of the bodyguards. Tell me what's going on and why you want to kill me. If you don't tell me, I'll beat him to death. As he spoke, he raised his gun and pointed the muzzle at Father Zhao's head intentionally or unintentionally. The bodyguard's face was full of grief and anger. You killed our young master, aren't we allowed to take revenge? What the hell? Zhang Fifan was confused. Since he returned to China, he has always been a good young man. When did he kill someone? He asked with a frown. Speak clearly, who is your young master? Our young master is Zhao Lei. Zhang Fifan remembered. The young master he taught a lesson yesterday was the same guy who banned Shu Hongwang. I am also planning to find him to clean up a meal tomorrow. Why did he die? He admitted that the beating he received yesterday was indeed a bit serious, but it was not fatal at all. What happened? Zhang Fifan's tone became colder, feeling that things were not simple. The bodyguard was extremely sad and angry when he heard this. This guy not only killed the young master, but also asked them to explain the specific process. Don't be such a bully. But the master was pointed at gunpoint, and he had to say it. After our young master was beaten by you yesterday, he has been recovering in the hospital. In the afternoon, someone pretended to be a nurse and poisoned the young master. Before the young master died, he left a message before his death, pointing to your name. Wasn't it you who did it? Zhang Fifan became even more stupid. He definitely didn't kill the person. In the afternoon, he has been working at the company looking at beautiful women. And even if he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't do it so openly. Kyushu is a society governed by the rule of law. Here the emphasis is on killing for life. He just beat someone up and then went to kill them in the blink of an eye. He was not stupid enough to do that. So here comes the question, Mr. Zhao, why did the message before his death point to him? This was what puzzled him. He felt like he was in a fog and couldn't see clearly. There was an invisible big hand behind the scenes, fiddling with everything. Thinking that someone behind the scenes was trying to deal with him, Zhang Fifan was in a bad mood and said coldly. I didn't kill the person. This is obviously a frame-up. Can't you see it? You are still arguing that you beat my young master yesterday and said that if Shu Hongwang's ban is not revoked today, you will come to your door again, and it won't be as simple as a beating. Zhang Fifan was unable to refute for a while. He did say that. But he was just a threat, and anyone with a discerning eye could hear it. At most, I'll give him another beating. There's no way he's going to kill someone. Are you so stupid? I was threatening you, don't you understand? I just threatened and then went to kill someone the next day. Am I that stupid? Unable to stand these idiots, Zhang Fifan yelled. And, I have an alibi this afternoon and have been working in the company. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Who knows if those are your men? Pick this time. Killing our young master was just to predict our prediction. Zhang Fifan found it difficult to explain to this group of people. Too lazy to explain, he stared at Father Zhao coldly. They are stupid, are you too? Or are you the CEO of a 10 billion group, just a little IQ? Father Zhao remained silent. Of course he also discovered the problem. Just because Zhang Fifan was the biggest suspect, we decided to deal with him first. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The engine masters he found were no match. Zhang Fifan got the answer from his eyes, and his heart trembled. Regardless of whether he is the real murderer or not, he must be killed. Zhang Fifan simply didn't care anymore. Whatever you think it is, then it is what it is. Am I still afraid of you? Seeing Father Zhao with eyes full of resentment, he remembered what Uncle Shu Hao said. It seems that my father has discovered some secret about the CEO of Zhao Media. There is a possibility of murder in silence. I happen to be here, so I can ask. Don't pretend to be dead for me. Let me ask you a question. Do you know my father, Zhang Shuilin? Father Zhao was a little surprised. He carefully recalled Zhang Fifan's information and found that his father's name was indeed Zhang Shuibiao. Died just a few days ago. Of course he knew that Zhang Shuilin was one of the former shareholders. After his Zhao's media got off the ground, he decisively sold his shares and made a lot of money. So what if we know each other? So what if we don't know each other? Father Zhao said coldly. Zhang Fifan had been paying attention to the changes in his eyes and was shocked. This guy did know his father. Did you do my father's death? After speaking, he stared at Father Zhao closely, observing the changes in his expression. A trace of surprise flashed in Father Zhao's eyes, and then he sneered. Yes, it was me who did it. That old guy should have died long ago. According to Zhang Fifan, there was another reason for his father's death. Maybe he was killed. Although he didn't know why it was connected to him, he immediately stopped. Father Zhao also wants this guy to experience the feeling of having a relative killed. Zhang Fifan was a little confused. From Father Zhao's eyes, he saw shock. I don't know if I was shocked that I found out, or if I was shocked that my father's death was related to someone else. It is not certain that he is the real murderer. It seems that, still needs some careful investigation. But when he heard what Father Zhao said later, he became angry. Regardless of whether he was deliberately angry with himself or trying to hide something. Dare to say that his father is looking for death. Zhang Fifan felt very guilty about his father and felt that his father's death was closely related to him. If I had gone home earlier, I would not have let such a tragedy happen. Zhang Fifan's eyes were cold and he kicked Father Zhao hard in the stomach. The next moment, Zhao's father's eyes suddenly bulged, and he flew backwards with his body arched. Hit the ground hard. Get out of here. If you come to trouble me again next time, I will make you die ugly. This Father Zhao is not a good person either. He really wanted to get rid of it with one kick. But this is a society governed by the rule of law. If Zhang Fifan wants to live quietly here, he cannot commit crimes. At least that's how it appears. It doesn't matter what you do in secret. As long as there is no trace on his head, then he is not considered a murderer. It has not been ruled out that Zhao's father has nothing to do with his father's affairs. It needs to be investigated carefully. But if I ask today, I will definitely not be able to get anything out of it. He plans to check it out in person later. A group of bodyguards supported the seriously injured and Jin Master and Father Zhao and left. Zhang Fifan was left on the spot with his eyes twinkling. There is an enemy targeting him behind his back. He didn't like the feeling of being calculated. Who could it be? After returning, Zhao's father did not give up revenge on Zhang Fifan because of his strength. He constantly posted bounties online and recruited troops to prepare against Zhang Fifan. No matter whether his son was killed by Zhang Fifan or not. He is one of the culprits. If he hadn't seriously injured his son and the bodyguard beside him, how could anyone else get close to my son? Zhang Fifan must die and be buried with his son. While Father Zhao was busy dealing with Zhang Fifan, he also did not forget to suppress and block Shu Hongwang. The son's death is also related to this woman and cannot be let go. Just when Zhao's father was preparing to deal with Zhang Fifan also launched an investigation into him. And in the Shu family. As the culprit of everything, Shu Hao is also working on his daughter to break through the ban and help her become a big star. Police station entrance. 4 big and thick men came out looking slightly embarrassed. It's the brothers' gang. They formed a gang of 6 brothers. The eldest brother was framed and imprisoned, and the 6th brother was killed by a killer. There were only 4 of them. The deaths of Lu's father and son made the Brotherhood the first suspect. Catch them in for questioning. It's not just a question, it also means beating. The Brotherhood has been too arrogant during this time. After beating them for a while, it was proved that they were not the ones who killed the Liu family and his son, so they were released. It's just that the brothers' gang is a little confused. When letting them go, the police officers looked at them strangely. Aren't they the leaders of several brother gangs who were arrested? How big a deal is it? Their eldest brother is still in prison. Who dares to look down on them? They have come out, but the suspect Chen Mo is still detained at the police station. From time to time he was taken out for interrogation. In the interrogation room, Chen Mo was handcuffed and sitting on the interrogation chair, his head lowered and silent. Chen Mo, be lenient if you confess and be strict if you resist. Did you kill the Liu family and his son? How many times have I said it? It's not me, I didn't kill anyone. Chen Mo's ears were almost filled with cocoons. He replied impatiently. You didn't kill anyone. How many people did you kill among the alliance forces supported by the Liu family? You have to pretend to be deaf to me, right? With a pop sound, the interrogating police officer slapped the table hard, trying to scare Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo was used to his tricks and said speechlessly. Can you please don't distort the facts? You also agree with the rules of the underground world. What I said is that I did not harm the Liu family, his son, or the driver. Then tell me, what on earth were you doing from 9:30 to 10 o'clock that night? Where were you? We can go investigate and be innocent, right? The interrogating police officer spoke sincerely, trying to get some new information from Chen Mo. In the past, Chen Mo would remain silent until the interrogation ended here. The same is true this time. No matter how the police asked, Chen Mo never said a word again. Chen Mo's heart must not be rushed by. At that time, he was following Shu Hao and Sha Qingge as they went shopping. People also avoid cameras intentionally or unintentionally. Tell him, even if the police go to check, they can't find him. On the contrary, it will bring the enemy Shu Hao to the bright side. The gain outweighs the loss, so let's just not talk about it. Inexplicably, I have a scapegoat on my back, and I can't take it off even if I want to. Chen Mo held back 050 until he died. But he said that the four brothers had just left the police station. A sneaky figure was walking at the door, and his eyes lit up when he saw them. He hurriedly ran forward and said with a cry, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, we brothers are gone." What the hell? What does it mean that the brotherhood is gone? The brothers looked confused. After wiping out the alliance forces, the brotherhood has become the #1 force in South City. How could it be possible to just say no and then it's gone? Even if several of their leaders were locked up in the bureau for a few days. Are the hundreds of people in the brotherhood just living for a living? Xiao Shunzi, tell me clearly, what is going on? The second child frowned and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, on the night you were arrested, a force called the Blood Slaughter Society emerged and attacked our brother gang. The younger brother named Xiao Shunzi told what happened after several people were arrested. The Blood Slaughter Society rose rapidly and competed with the Brotherhood the next day. In the ensuing struggle, the brothers' gang's territory was compressed smaller and smaller because there were no masters in charge. Until yesterday, the Blood 2 Guild had wiped out all the brothers and accomplished a feat that changed the world. Become the new overlord of the underground world in South City. What? The Blood Slaughter Society. It was a little-known force before, how did it rise so quickly? Dare to destroy our brotherhood, I will kill them now. Assholes, no martial ethics, actually attacked us when we were not here. The core members of the brotherhood were furious after hearing this. They were only detained for a few days, and their home was robbed. They finally understood the strange expressions on the faces of the police officers who let them go. That was the expression of looking at a clown. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Don't worry. The second brother stopped the brothers. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and he said, "Why did the Blood Slaughter Society appear so coincidentally? As soon as we were arrested, they stopped hiding and expanded rapidly." Second brother, what do you mean? The third brother frowned and thought of a possibility. Are you saying that the death of the Liu family father and son is related to them? After the second brother's explanation, they also knew that the Liu family father and son were not killed by Chen Mo. Chen Mo just had to take the blame. Hearing what the third brother said, the fourth and fifth brothers were furious. It turned out to be premeditated. This is a premeditated frame-up, and our brothers have become scapegoats. Looking for death, I will make them die a miserable death. The second brother was also burning with anger, and said in a deep voice. Xiao Shunzi, where is the boss of the Apprentice Association? Take us there. Xiao Shunzi opened his mouth and hesitated. If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have something to say it quickly, don't be shy like a woman. Xiao Shunzi gritted his teeth and said with a stiff upper lip. The people of the Blood Slaughter Society are at the headquarters of our brotherhood. It is said that they are going to hold a celebration ceremony. Holding a celebration banquet at their original headquarters. The output is intolerable. This is intolerable. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Okay, celebration banquet, right. I want to turn today into their funeral banquet. Such a huge humiliation, the second brother can no longer remain calm. Gritting his teeth, he said in a gruff voice. Xiao Shunzi hesitated, and considering the strength of the elder brothers, he nodded. Take the 4 people to the front to the headquarters of the Brotherhood. After arriving, several people drew a knife and walked in aggressively. The strange thing is that the road was very peaceful, and no Shui Tuhui brothers came out to stop them. What's going on? Xiao Shunzi was dumbfounded. When they walked into the hall, they found that there was no celebration banquet. There were only 2 people in the hall. A man and a woman. The man was burly and strong, nearly 2 meters tall, standing there like an iron tower. This person was Lao Mo. The other person was a masked woman wearing tight clothes, sent by Xu Hao to help Lao Mo deal with the brothers. The 4 brothers are only in the early stage of Mingjin. 1 in the middle stage of Mingjin and 1 in the late stage of Mingjin are enough to deal with them. It is worth mentioning that Lao Mo successfully broke through to the late stage of Mingjin after a few days of fighting. In fact, there is no need to send out the dead soldiers. Lao Mo can solve it alone. Xu Hao sent her here to prevent accidents and not let anyone escape. Lao Mo glanced at the confused Xiao Shunzi. Do you really think you ran away from under our noses? I just want you to lead these guys here. Xiao Shunzi understood what was going on and fell into the trap. He immediately apologized to the brothers. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Several people ignored him. Feeling the aura emanating from Lao Mo's body, their faces were solemn. The 4 brothers looked at each other and their eyes met, signaling to run away. They are not pedantic, they know it is a trap, but they still want to stay here to wait for death. However, just when they had the idea of escape, the hall door was slammed from the outside. This wave is called closing the door and beating the dog. Several people were in heavy hearts, and a gloomy cloud shrouded them, making them breathless. There is no escape. There is no choice but to give it a try. Kill. The few of them made eye contact, raised their knives and started to kill Lao Mo. Lao Mo smiled coldly and held up a handful of King Kong Daywan. Just when they were approaching a few people, the sword was swung violently. The second brother who was at the front was caught off guard. Just a clang sound was heard, and the 2 knives collided. The next moment, because Lao Mo was too strong, he directly chopped the knife in his hand away. The power of the Vajra sword continued unabated and struck his body. The second child immediately flew far away and hit the ground. Just one blow destroyed the strongest combat power among them. Several others were horrified. This strength, Mingjin's late stage. They have reached the level of their big brother. After getting rid of the second child BGCF, Lao Mo did not stop. He caught up with several people and swept away the 3rd, 4th, and 5th boys again with his swiftness. When he fell to the ground, he had lost all fighting strength and could not get up. Lao Mo held back. If they were killed, these people would already be dead. The people on the side, Xiao Shunzi, were all frightened. The core members of the Brotherhood are already very strong in his opinion. Unexpectedly, in front of the president of the Blood Slaughter Society, he would not be able to survive a single round. None of the brothers are opponents, so what will be waiting for them? Certain death. Xiao Shunzi is unwilling to give in, he has not lived enough. From the corner of his eye, he saw a silent woman standing aside. I never saw her take action. Could it be that he is the son of the president of the Blood Massacre Society? Xiao Shunzi's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with a knife. He was going to kidnap the woman and try to get a chance to escape. The abacus is very good. Unfortunately, as soon as he got closer, he was kicked away. It flew to the wall and I almost couldn't dig it out. In the quiet hall, a burst of footsteps sounded, like a countdown to death. If you want to kill or behead me, please do whatever you want. Several members of the Brotherhood were tough. Don't get me wrong, you are all talented people, how could I kill you? Lao Mo grinned, but his face was ferocious, and his smile was more terrifying than a ghost. Anyway, the Brotherhood is gone, why not join our Blood Massacre Society? Brother, some of the younger brothers couldn't believe their ears. Make sure they heard correctly. The guy in front of me destroyed their brother gang and beat them to the point of losing their fighting ability. You actually want to invite them to join the Blood Slaughter Club? What's going on in your mind? Are you sure there's nothing wrong? You want us to join the Laoshizi Blood Massacre Society? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not join you if I die here. A force that can only play dirty tricks, why is it worth joining? Don't be complacent. When our elder brother comes out, he will avenge us. We will wait for you on the road to hell. Several members of the Brotherhood sneered, with disdain on their faces. All he had to do was look down on the Blood Massacre Society on his face. Lao Mo didn't get angry, but took out a few photos and threw them in front of a few people. I urge you to think it over carefully. Looking intently, the bodies of several people suddenly stiffened, and their pupils suddenly stared into the sky. It was a photo of their relatives. What are you going to do? Do you understand the rules of the road? It won't bring harm to your family. After reading each photo, several people glared at Lao Mo. Didn't I move? I just quietly took a few photos. But, not moving them is based on the condition that you join the Blood Slaughter Society. If you don't know how to appreciate others, then I can't guarantee what will happen. Lao Mo's tone was faint. You are despicable. I have never seen such a shameless person like you. If you dare, come to me if you dare. What's the point of attacking some old, weak, women and children? The brothers were filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Lao Mo would have turned into ashes by now. Enough. Seeing that they still had the tendency to continue scolding, Lao Mo interrupted impatiently. Now I give you 10 seconds to tell me your choice. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. When the count was about to reach 1, several people expressed their willingness to join. There's no way around it if you don't join. They are not afraid of death, but they cannot harm their families because of them. Decided to agree on the surface, and then find an opportunity to give him a harsh sentence later. The 6 of them are brothers. How could you betray your elder brother? At this moment, a dagger was thrown in front of them. What's the meaning? Several people looked at Lao Mo in confusion. Since you have joined our Blood Slaughter Society, please show some sincerity. Several members of the Brotherhood were a little confused and did not react. Lao Mo stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao Shunzi, who was lying by the wall, vomiting blood. He's still alive. It's very painful. Each of you go and help him. The brothers' pupils shrank and their hearts trembled. So cruel. Xiao Shunzi was from their brother's gang, and even after the brothers' gang was destroyed, he had to inform them even if he escaped. It can be said that he is loyal. Lao Mo asked them to kill this loyal brother. If this news gets out, they will become the laughingstock of everyone. There is no place for them in the entire underground world. In the past, even if they died, they would not do anything to harm their brothers. But now, they can't die. When they die, their families suffer as well. Lao Wu was the first to pick up the dagger and walked towards Xiao Shunzi step by step. After being kicked away just now, Xiao Shunzi felt that all his internal organs had been displaced. He listened to what Lao Mo said and felt uneasy in his heart. Seeing Lao Wu walking along the way, he said with fear in his eyes. 5th brother doesn't want it. I'm Xiao Shunzi. You said that brothers are like brothers. Even if you kill them, you won't do anything to hurt them. Lao Wu's face was expressionless, and his heart was throbbing. He raised his hand, preparing a knife to make a small straight. That way he can bear the blame alone and the brothers can live in peace. Just as he was thinking this, Lao Mo's voice came. I mean, 1 knife for each of you. If someone dies without stabbing him, I will not guarantee that your family will be safe. Lao Wu took a breath and relaxed again, stabbing Xiao Shunzi with a knife in his body. Next is the fourth child, the third child, and the second child. What the hell, what a bunch of bullshit brothers, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Xiao Shunzi roared angrily. Brother, just go ahead. We are sorry for you. We will definitely help you take care of your family. The last stroke of his dick passed over Xiao Shunzi's neck. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of applause. Lao Mo clapped his hands and smiled. Welcome to join the Blood Slaughter Society. Chapter 71. Welcome to join the Blood Slaughter Society. Facing Lao Mo, who had a smile on his face, the brothers and gang couldn't help but smile, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Suddenly, they discovered that the woman who had been watching the show was pointing a camera at them. The second child was keenly observant, his heart sank, and he frowned and asked. What do you mean? It's just a record of the brotherhood between you. Don't worry, as long as you don't cause any trouble, the video will not be circulated. The expressions of the brothers changed wildly, and their thoughts soared to the sky. It's not enough for them to stab their brothers, but also to leave evidence for them. I believe that once this video is released, the reputation of these brothers will be completely ruined. Not only can't I stay in the underground world, family members will also be affected. A video extinguished all their crooked thoughts. This is to control them for the rest of their lives. The brothers were so depressed that they vomited blood. Shu Hao asked Lao Mo to conquer the brothers, naturally not because he wanted to add more battle experience to the Blood Massacre Society. In fact, it doesn't add much combat power. They may also be stabbed in the back at critical moments. After all, it was forced through abnormal means. The reason why they were threatened to join was actually to prepare for dealing with their eldest brother and the protagonist Chen Mo. The master and apprentice of the protagonist are very strong, and the Blood Massacre Society is no match. Then you can only use some intrigues. I believe it would be very interesting for these brothers to stab them. Shu Family Villa. In the courtyard, Shu Hao is teaching Xiao Wanling the tea art step by step, with her chest touching her back, which is extremely ambiguous. After being shy at first, Xiao Wanling gradually got used to it. The step-by-step teaching is really effective. She could feel that she was becoming more and more skilled at making tea, and her tea skills were improving rapidly. It's just that when two people hug each other, there will inevitably be some bumps and bumps. There are also some more embarrassing things. Just like now, Xiao Wanling is standing making tea. Shu Hao hugged her from behind. It was her idea to make tea while standing. The reason was that Shu Hao had to bend over and hold her hand while she was making tea. That would be very tiring and costly. What Xiao Wanling doesn't know is, Shu Hao has the bully kidney buff. Not to mention bowing for a while, even bowing all night is no problem. Xiao Wanling also fell into an embarrassing situation because of her own decision. As if sensing something, her pretty face turned slightly red. At this moment, she finally understood what Shu Hongwang told her last time, why her beautiful stepmother screamed so loudly. She was a little curious. How did my best friend Shu Hongwang hold up? Wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Yes, they are father and daughter, so they shouldn't have such a reaction. She is different. Isn't this too embarrassing? I can't sit still and study at all. Just when Xiao Wanling was flustered and at a loss, Shu Hao's magnetic voice sounded in her ears. I'm sorry, Wan Ling, you are too beautiful and I can't control it. The two of them just pretended not to know anything. Xiao Wanling just felt shy, but now that Shu Hao brought it up, she couldn't help but blush like blood. If there was a hole in the ground, she would be so embarrassed that she would crawl into it. I really feel ashamed. While she was shy, she was also a little happy. Is Shu Hao complimenting her on her beauty? Ding. Xiao Wanling couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value was plus 683. Ding. Xiao Wanling was secretly happy, her mood value was plus 596. Shu Hao smiled slightly. Yes, he did it on purpose. This cannot be called teaching, it should be called harassment. Xiao Wanling was kept in the dark and thought it was a natural reaction. I can only suffer this dumb loss. This is the result of Shu Hao's teaching these days. Test the heroine step by step. Until the final siege of the city. After teaching Xiao Wanling how to make a pot of tea, Shu Hao let go and said righteously. Wan Ling, try it yourself, just follow the technique I just practiced. Xiao Wanling's expression was confused and she looked broken. Hearing Shu Hao's words, she just nodded blankly. When he picked up the teapot, he suddenly paused. What's the method? He didn't listen at all to what Shu Hao said just now. I even forgot what I learned before. I'm going to the bathroom. Xiao Wanling felt uncomfortable all over, being stared at by Shu Hao, as if she had been seen through. He hurriedly dropped a word and ran away as if running away. Ding! Xiao Wanling is ashamed, her emotional value is +826. Shu Hao withdrew his joking gaze. Came to the study alone. Picked up the 3 pieces of paper that had been prepared long ago. Outside the daughter's study, Shu Hao knocked on the door. Please come in. Shu Hongwang's somewhat panicked voice came from inside. Shu Hao opened the door and walked in. He clearly saw Shu Hongwang quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shu Hongwang was banned by Zhao Media. Because of her full support, the two sides fought evenly. Zhao Media invited trolls to smear her, and there were also people on Shu Hongwang's side to support and defend her. But just a few days ago, because of the death of his son, Zhao's father attributed the cause to Shu Hongwang and increased the intensity of the ban several times. Although the Shu group has a market value of tens of billions, it is not a circle after all. In addition, Shu Hao did not try his best and even intended to lose. Suddenly, the smear campaign against Shu Hongwang became one-sided. The ban was tightened, and Shu Hao could no longer support her, which meant that her dream of becoming a star was completely over. What Shu Hao said is right. Shu Hongwang has put in countless efforts and sweat in order to become a big star. When I think of my dream of stardom being shattered, I come from it. In the past few days, thanks to Shu Hao's teaching, my piano skills have improved rapidly. It stopped her from thinking about those sad things. Now Shu Hao's defeat has completely brought her back to reality. I have been in the emo mood for the past few days, I don't think about food and drink, and I often secretly wipe my tears. Shu Hao saw that the time was almost up. So I took over the method to break the situation. Hongwang, are you sad alone again? Shu Hao walked closer, stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Didn't I tell you? I will find a way and I will never let your dream be shattered. A forced smile appeared on Shu Hongwang's lips. I didn't take Shu Hao's words seriously, thinking that I should comfort myself. What? Don't believe it. Look what this is. Shu Hao put the 3 pieces of paper in front of Shu Hongwang. 3 pieces of paper, corresponding to 3 songs. They are all popular songs from his previous life. There is no such thing in this world, so it must be strange to surround it. Zhao Media's ban on Shu Hongwang is nothing more than prohibiting the broadcast of her works. And because Shu Hongwang is only very good at piano, her songs are not popular. I can barely be considered a half-entertainment person. Coupled with Zhao Media's status in the entertainment industry, Shu Hongwang did not become popular for a long time and did not form die-hard fans. It's not difficult to block it. It is also very simple to break through the blockade. Play a few more famous piano songs and sing a few more popular songs. Shu Hao also provided channels for her. Zhao Media couldn't block it even if they wanted to. Piano music, Shu Hao has taught her this time. Now I just need to come up with some popular songs for her to sing. Under the Sea, The Wind Rises, Kai Ling. These were all popular in previous lives. Shu Hao completely reproduced it through the memory in his mind and his master-level musical skills. One song is healing, one song is light and blood-curdling, and one song is setting off a drama craze. 3 songs will definitely make Shu Hongwang popular. Seeing a few songs on the paper, Shu Hongwang was a little confused. When did Shu start writing songs? Looked at it in surprise. She looked more and more focused. By the end, I couldn't hide the excitement on my face. After finishing a song, she took out another piece of paper, and then a third piece of paper. Until I finished 3 songs. Shu Hongwang was so excited that she couldn't help herself. All 3 songs are so well written. Every song that is released is a phenomenon and will definitely become popular. It would be unimaginable if the 3 songs were released together. After calming down her excitement, Shu Hongwang turned her head and looked at Shu Hao without blinking. Where did this come from? I wrote it all night long these days. When Shu Hao told lies, his face did not turn red or he was out of breath. In order to let Shu Hongwang know that it is not easy for her to create, she also added the word, all night. The main theme is a plan to repay a favor. In fact, It only took him a few minutes to write these songs. What? Is this deceiving my daughter? How can this be considered deception? He told a white lie to get his daughter home. Shu Hongwang was stunned and asked from the side. Can you still write songs? Understand a little bit. Shu Hao hesitated and said. His musical skills are only at the master level. Compared with a series of master level and god level, he can only be considered to have some understanding. Shu Hongwang felt numb after hearing this. She would not think that Shu Hao really only understood it slightly. To be able to write such a beautiful song that transcends the current era, the musical level is definitely not low. These songs were all written by you for me? Shu Hongwang asked tentatively. Otherwise, if I hadn't seen you depressed all day long, why would I, a dignified CEO of a tens of billions group, write a song? Shu Hongwang was so moved that she burst into tears for a moment. Shu Hao doesn't like playing the piano, but he is willing to teach her step by step. He didn't want to see her looking sad all day, so he wrote 3 songs for her. Help her break through Zhao's media blockade. If she remained indifferent to Shu Hao's deep fatherly love, she would not be a human being. Now, she no longer objects to being called Shu Yitutu. It's just that in more than 20 years, he has never screamed. She was still a little nervous and couldn't scream. Thanks. Ding. Shu Hongwang was so moved, her emotional value plus 8962. Thank you. Try singing it now so that I can guide you if you have any shortcomings. Isn't Zhao Media going to ban you? When these 3 songs are released, I think they will. How can it be blocked? Quote. The smile in Shu Hao's eyes flashed away, and he waved his hand. The 3rd daughter is already married. Shu Hongwang nodded and sang one of the songs, The Wind is Blowing in the Factory. Hum gently according to the notes above. Stop and go along the way. Follow the traces of youth drifting. The moment before stepping out of the station. A little hesitant, I have to say that Shu Hongwang has a very good musical talent and sings very beautifully. After finishing the song, Hongwang looked at Shu Hao nervously. This is her first time singing, and there are many shortcomings. Hope you won't disappoint Shu Hao. You should raise your voice here, you should have emotion here, you should sing like this, so. Shu Hao began to correct her shortcomings. Shu Hongwang's eyes became brighter and brighter. This master-level appreciation ability. And you said you only know a little bit about music. Shu Hongwang couldn't help but feel glad that she didn't believe what Shu Hao said before. Under Shu Hao's guidance, Shu Hongwang gradually became proficient. I'll dub it for you, you try again. I once had a hard time extricating myself from the size of the world. Also indulged in sleep talking. No truth or falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I once turned my youth into her. I also had summer popping up at my fingertips. Whatever your heart moves, just go with it. Along with the melodious sound of the piano, sweet singing sounded. Gradually it spread out from the study room. Xiao Wanling came back from the bathroom to tidy up. He patted his hot cheek and thought about how to face Shu Hao next. As soon as she walked into the living room, she heard singing coming from the study on the 2nd floor, and her eyes lit up. Listen well. Strange, I don't remember this song. Is it a new creation by Hongwang? Xiao Wanling went upstairs curiously and listened outside the door for a long time. After the song ended, she opened the study door and entered. At a glance, I saw Shu Hao sitting in front of the piano. She blushed and quickly turned away. Seeing Shu Hongwang holding a piece of paper in her hand, she stepped forward to check it curiously and couldn't help but exhale. Hongwang, you are so talented, aren't you? You have written such a beautiful song, and you will definitely become a hit now. Xiao Wanling could already imagine what a sensation Shu Hongwang would create if she sang this song. Wanling, you misunderstood, I didn't write it. Shu Hongwang blushed with embarrassment. Facing the confused gaze of his best friend, he gestured in the direction of Shu Hao. Xiao Wanling was dumbfounded, her eyes widened. Oh my god, this song that is destined to be a big hit was written by Shu Hao again. Could it be that Uncle Shu has really filled up the technology tree? It's really a heifer flying, so awesome. Not just this one, but 2 more. Shu Hongwang took out 2 other songs. After Xiao Wanling saw it, she was so shocked that her whole body went numb. 3 songs, each of which is a hit song that transcends the current era. Take it out and let dimensionality reduction hit. Uncle Shu is too talented, right? Xiao Wanling's eyes were bright. Ding. Xiao Wanling is worshipped in her heart, her emotional value is +864. After almost learning 1 song, Shu Hao taught Shu Hongwang 2 more songs. When Shu Hao was teaching Shu Hongwang, Wanling was also learning next to him. She believes that the 3 songs will definitely become a hit. She learned these 3 songs first before others knew about them, and she felt full of accomplishment. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. All 3 songs are almost sung. A cell phone rang. Shu Hao picked it up and saw that it was Wang Zuying calling. He calmly picked up his phone and walked outside. After closing the study door, Chen Hao clicked to connect. Dr. Shu, thank you so much. If you hadn't found a professional doctor, I really don't know what I would have done. We are friends, how can I help you a little? How is your mother's condition now? The operation was successful. I have just arranged to be discharged from the hospital. By the way, Mr. Shu, are you free tomorrow? My mother and I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you in person. There's no need to thank you. It's okay to have a meal together, but we don't need to go to the hotel this time. Just find a place to eat. Shu Hao seemed to be thinking about Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying's favorability has almost improved. It's time to take her down. This time if 2 people go to the hotel together, he is sure to win it directly. But if you follow a queen mother, forget it. It saves him a pickup trip. Wang Zuying thought Shu Hao was worried that she would have to spend a lot of money to go to a 5-star hotel, and she was moved. Then, Mr. Shu, how about this? I will go shopping tomorrow and cook at home to entertain you. You can have this. Shu Hao became interested. You did it at Sha Qingyi's house last time. Are you going to Wang Zuying's house tomorrow? Do teachers and students have such a tacit understanding? Shu came out of the study room. The 2 girlfriends felt relieved and were no longer so restrained. Hongwang, tell me quickly, how did Uncle Chen come up with the idea of writing a song for you? Xiao Wanling was very curious. Judging from the songs written by Shu Hao, the musical level is definitely not low. You've never written before, so why did you suddenly think of writing songs? When she mentioned this, Hongwang showed a happy smile on her face. Dad saw that I was depressed during this period and said he would not see my dream of becoming a star shattered. He wrote these 3 songs overnight to break the blockade of Zhao's media. She was still very moved when she thought about it now. Xiao Wanling drooled with envy. Isn't your father too kind? Otherwise, just give Uncle Shu to me. You don't care about him anyway. You want to be beautiful, but you are shameless. When did I say that I don't care about Daddy? Shu Hongwang rolled her eyes at her best friend angrily. Xiao Wanling was surprised and read. Aren't you always reluctant to call Uncle Shu Dad? Why does it come so naturally? It's always been so natural. Well, Shu Hongwang, your face changes so quickly. Xiao Wanling was very angry, rolled her eyes and said. Hongwang, for the sake of our friendship as best friends, can you share Uncle Shu's love for you with me? Gungan, where can you go to cool down and where can you stay? Love is not a thing, how can you divide it? Shu Hongwang pushed her best friend aside and continued to practice singing by herself. Why can't we tell them apart? If I become your stepmother, won't I take away Uncle Shu's love for you? Xiao Wanling curled her lips in a low voice, thinking of Shu Hao's step-by-step teaching to her not long ago, and that last tremor. I couldn't help but blush. I can't help but think. Uncle Shu, Qi Lu-san, probably didn't notice it, right? Night. 2 sisters, Shu Shiqing and Shu Wei, went home. I heard the sweet singing voice of the 3rd sister Shu Hongwang coming from upstairs. The 2 sisters looked at each other, thought it sounded good, and went upstairs to inquire. I know that all 3 songs were written by Shu Hao. While I was envious, I also admired Shu Hao endlessly. Sister, you are almost done with massage. Is it time to fulfill your punishment? Shu Wei approached her sister, touched her elbow, and said teasingly. Shu Shiqing glared at her sister in shame. Aren't you just going to give Dad a massage? Do you need to remind me every day? Last time the 2 sisters made a bet, whoever made the most progress would win. The loser has to give Shu Hao a massage. Shu Shiqing lost without a doubt. It's just that she doesn't know how to massage at all, so she spends this time studying online. What's annoying is, this sister was actually supervising her and urging her to fulfill the agreement every day. Massage, she has almost learned it. But the thought of giving her father a massage made her feel a little embarrassed. No matter how embarrassed you are, you have to face it. Who made her lose the bet? Immediately prepared to find Shu Hao. I paused again, thinking of the last time I washed Shu Hao's feet, when my sister, her third sister, and her stepmother came over to watch her laugh. Shu Shiqing couldn't help but warn her sister fiercely. I'm going to give Dad a massage. You're not allowed to cause trouble for me this time, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. As she said that, she raised her hand and glanced behind Shu Wei vaguely. Shu Wei quickly covered her fleshy area and smiled. Okay, you sound like a naughty child. Am I that kind of person? You can go with peace of mind. Harder fist. Shu Shiqing clenched her fist and waved it several times. Can this sister speak? What does it mean to go with peace of mind? Only then will you feel at ease, your whole family will. Forget it, my dear sister. Cursing her, doesn't it mean cursing yourself? Shu Shiqing calmed down her chaotic thoughts, warned her sister, and turned around and left the study. I don't know whether Shu Wei was afraid of the lesson she learned last time or was not interested in her sister's massage, so she didn't follow her. Instead, he caught his third sister Shu Hongwang and asked her to teach him how to sing. Shu Shiqing saw Shu Hao in the pond in the courtyard. At this time, Shu Hao was enjoying the fish playing in the pond. Hearing the footsteps, Shu Hao looked back. Shiqing is back from school. How was school today? Did anything interesting happen? It's average, a bit boring. Shu Shiqing replied. The twin sisters are relatively mature mentally and cannot play together with those classmates. I always think they are very childish. The two sisters have good academic performance. No worries about exams. Just go to school and dawdle. If it weren't for the joy of painting, I would have to prepare for the international painting competition in 3 months. Sisters Shu Shiqing are too lazy to go to school. Dad, come with me, I have something I want to ask you to cooperate with. Shu Shiqing took the initiative to take Shu Hao's hand and came to the recliner nearby. Dad, you have worked hard to teach us this time. I have learned a set of massage techniques and want to give you a massage. Is there such a good thing? After thinking about it, Shu Hao knew that this should be the bet between the two sisters. It's just a massage. Shu Hao was a little disappointed. It seems that he still hasn't let go. Shu Hao lay down as instructed. Shu Shiqing began to practice the massage techniques she had learned on Shu Hao. Feeling her daughter's cold little hands pressing on her body, the force is neither light nor heavy, just right. Comfortable. I thought my daughter would just press her shoulder casually and that would be enough to complete the task. He was wrong. This turned out to be a full-body massage. Ding. Shu Shiqing is so shy that her mood value is +849. Ding. Shu Shiqing's heartbeat quickened, her emotional value +987. The massage is over. Shu Shiqing didn't know what she thought of, and ran away in despair. Shu Hao didn't even have time to say thank you. At night, looking at Su Wancho, who was dressed in a teacher's professional attire, wearing hollow black stockings and a pair of high heels on her feet. The protagonist's beautiful stepmother becomes even more beautiful. I'm very angry. Ding. Su Wancho cheered for joy, her mood value was +888. The next day, Shu Hao came to a community based on the address given by Wang Zuying. After receiving the news that Shu Hao was coming, Wang Shuikong came to the gate of the community early to wait. It is a happy thing to think about meeting Shu Hao soon. At this time, Wang Zuying frowned slightly, because there was a fly buzzing next to her. Zuying, why haven't you replied to my messages these days? If I hadn't come here today, I wouldn't have known that my aunt was sick and hospitalized. This is a gentle and elegant young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name is Chen Zhou, and he is a teacher at Modu University. One of Wang Zuying's many suitors. But this man has a thick skin. The other suitors saw that Wang Zuying didn't agree and just let it go. Fortunately for Chen Zhou, he chased him directly to his home. He often sent gifts home to please the Queen Mother. It's the same today, I don't know where he got the news. I bought a lot of supplements early in the morning. If it were any other suitor, she would not accept any gift given to her. But Chen Zhou was so smart that he gave the gift directly to the Queen Mother. Wang Zuying could not find a reason to refuse. Wang Zuying was too lazy to look at his face at home. Just when she learned that Shu Hao was coming, she came out to greet him. Unexpectedly, this guy followed him out shamelessly. Wang Zuying was in a very irritable mood. Instinctively, Shu Hao didn't want to misunderstand her relationship with this guy. This is very strange. Obviously Shu Hao is already a family man and has 7 daughters. It's impossible between the two of them. Maybe it's because we went into the woods last time. Recalling that embrace full of security, the manly scent that hit her face made her intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. Wang Zuying's pupils returned to focus. He frowned when he saw a hand waving in front of him. What did you say? What I want to ask is, who is the distinguished guest you are waiting for? He helped Aunt Wang while she was in the hospital. I will definitely thank him later. In his words, he actually thought that he was a member of the Wang family. Wang Zuying was convinced. I have never seen such a shameless person. Thinking of Shu Hao's identity, her eyes became playful. The anger suddenly disappeared. Are you sure you want to thank him in person? Sensing Wang Zuying's strange expression, Chen Zhou was a little confused. Nodded. Of course, in his opinion, if the Queen Mother could be discharged from the hospital so quickly, it shouldn't be a serious illness. Even if the distinguished guest was helping, the most he could do was call an ambulance, arrange hospitalization procedures, etc. His position in the eyes of the Queen Mother should not be threatened. Facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with his strategy. If you are unable to pursue Wang Zuying, you can start with your mother-in-law. No, he talked to Wang Zuying at close range. Like those suitors, they have no chance to say a few words to Wang Zuying. Today's guest is a threat. You must perform well and maintain your position in the Queen Mother's heart. Wang Zuying withdrew her gaze, but she sneered in her heart. She wanted to see what this guy looked like in front of Shu Hao later. Time passes little by little. From a distance, Wang Zuying saw a familiar car approaching. She has ridden in Shu Hao's car several times and is very familiar with it. The car stopped. Wang Zuying stepped forward to greet him. It seems that guy's status in Zuying's heart is not low. Chen Zhou thought to himself and followed cautiously. When he saw the familiar figure getting out of the car, Chen Zhou paused. Blinked hard several times. That's right. Isn't this Shu Hao, one of the school directors? CEO of Shu Group. The distinguished guest Wang Zuying and her family are waiting for is Shu Hao. Chen Zhou was numb. I originally wanted to show it in front of the other party. His own status told him not to have any ideas about Wang Zuying. Isn't this showing off your shitty status? You are nothing in front of the other person, okay. At this time, Wang Zuying happened to come with Shu Hao. Wang Zuying's joking voice sounded. Teacher Chen, don't you want to thank me? Director Shu is already here. Chen Zhou suddenly felt embarrassed. Are you thankful for this? Now that I am not a member of the Wang family, how can I express my gratitude? If you follow the idea just now and pretend to be a big-tailed wolf, maybe Shu Hao would be unhappy and fire him when he got home. Hello Shu Han. He grinned a somewhat ugly smile. Quote. Shu Hao's eyes fell on Wang Zuying. For minor supporting characters who are not the protagonist, pursue the heroine. Shu Hao didn't take it to heart at all. Because he is destined to be a licking dog, the kind who can't even lick a hair. His name is Chen Zhou. He is a teacher of finance in our school. I know that Director Shu helped my mother contact the experts in the heart field of the first hospital for treatment. I want to thank you in person. Wang Zuying introduced it kindly. Seeing this guy's embarrassed look, she felt relieved. Chen Zhou was embarrassed. He thought that the other party was helping the Queen Mother by calling an ambulance and going through the admission procedures. Is this Ma directly contacting the experts and professors at the hospital? The two are not on the same level at all. Chen Zhou felt uncomfortable all over. She was afraid that if Wang Zuying continued to say something, Shu Hao would have a bad impression of him. He hurriedly said goodbye. Suddenly I remembered that I have something to do at home. Director Shu and Teacher Wang, please chat slowly. Just when Chen Zhou turned to leave, Shu Hongwang's voice sounded behind him. Teacher Chen, why don't you go back and have a meal together? After all, you gave me gifts. Chen Zhou was originally worried about Shu Hao's anger because of what happened just now. How dare we have dinner together? Run away quickly. Saw his embarrassed back. Wang Zuying finally showed a happy smile on her face. This smile is so beautiful that it bubbles up. It's a pity that Chen Zhou can't see it. Seeing Shu Hao staring straight at her, Wang Zuying was a little shy and explained. This guy is so annoying. Immediately told Chen Zhou's bad deeds. Do you want me to help you drive him away? Shu Hao suggested. No, Wang Zuying shook her head. Presumably after going through this incident, he will not harass me again. Remember to tell me if you have anything. Wang Zuying's heart trembled and she responded quietly. All the way to Wang Zuying's house. The operation was successful. The Queen Mother was fine and could even cook in the kitchen. The Queen Mother is not very old. She gave birth to Wang Zuying relatively early, and she still looks charming. Hearing the movement at the door, the Queen Mother looked over. Knowing that the savior was coming, he greeted his daughter. Take care of your 0.5 Mr. Shu first. The food will be ready soon. Sure enough, within a short while, the whole table was filled with plates of dishes. On the table, the Queen Mother solemnly expressed her gratitude to Shu Hao. Dr. Shu, I really don't know how to thank you for asking you to find a favor with the dean for my minor illness. Zuying is my daughter's teacher, and we are also friends. This small favor is nothing. Shu Haofeng Qingyan smiled lightly. The Queen Mother couldn't help but sigh. This lifesaver Shu Dong is also amazing. I heard that he is the father of 7 daughters, and he actually looks the same as 30 years old. Notice the way his daughter looked at Shu Hao. The Queen Mother sighed. Shu Hao has family troubles and her children are already so old. This longing for my daughter will eventually be stillborn. Even if there is no family matter, the age gap between the two is still there. It's impossible for my daughter, but I'm pretty much the same. The Queen Mother was startled by the sudden idea. Shu Hao is the type of mature and handsome man who is very popular with girls. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely have to marry Shu Yi. Because the Queen Mother had just been discharged from the hospital, she couldn't eat much, and the doctor told her to rest more. After eating and chatting together for a while, I felt a little sleepy and went back to my bedroom to rest. Ask your daughter to entertain Shu Hao well. Wang Zuying poured Shu Hao a cup of tea and thanked him. Dr. Shu, thank you for that day. Before Wang Zuying finished speaking, she felt her waist tighten and fell into that familiar embrace again. If you want to thank me, it's not just words. I only heard Shu Hao's words. Then in her shocked eyes, that handsome face slowly approached again. A familiar feeling comes. Out of gratitude to Shu Hao and the throbbing in her heart, Wang Zuying did not refuse. Ding! Wang Zuying was shocked, her emotional value plus 777. Ding! Wang Zuying is scared, her mood value is plus 888. Ding! Wang Zuying's heart is pounding, her mood value is plus 999. In the room decoration is simple and elegant, not in a pink girly style, but with a bookish aroma. Glancing at Wang Zuying, Chen Hao checked the system's mood value. It's time to improve yourself. You wouldn't know it if you didn't check it, but the emotion value actually reached as much as 200,000. These are the accumulated results of so many days. A small part of it was provided by Xiao Wanling during teaching. Prove that his plan is correct. Through this step-by-step teaching method, you can really learn a lot. However, why is it that the emotional value provided is getting less and less? Isn't it no longer exclusive? It seems, it's time to make the next step. Take back your mind, 200,000 emotional points, you must have a high-quality lottery. Not in a hurry. Let's talk about the 10 consecutive ordinary draws first. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 8 points of free attributes. 8 attribute points, not bad. Is a good sign. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the reward skill is Firearms Master Level .1. Brush. A flood of memories flooded into my mind. All kinds of firearms knowledge are memorized by heart. As soon as I thought about it, the desert eagle that I had drawn before appeared in my hand. Hold it in your hand and play with it for a moment, and it feels like waving it with your arms. There is no more strangeness that I couldn't even grab before. Him now. It's not an exaggeration to call him a sharpshooter. Shu Hao was a little disappointed. As the strength increases, the role of firearms becomes smaller and smaller. Might as well come up with some alternative shooting techniques. Conquering can also gain emotional points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, 4 dead soldiers in the early stage of Ming Jin. Oops, that's awesome. 4 dead soldiers were drawn out at once. 16. Very good, I can finally protect all his women. There is no need for a dead soldier to protect the heroine well. In fact, their little strength cannot provide complete protection. To prevent some pornographic harassment, the plot is enough. Just notify yourself when you meet the protagonist. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward, item, Grandmaster Skill Improvement Card. Not bad stuff. Haven't seen it for a long time. Now he has master level skills in music and firearms. They are all a bit useless, and there is no need to improve them to perfection. Let's wait until we encounter good skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the lottery to reward 2 dead soldiers in the middle stage of Mingjin. See. Is there a bug in the system? When did you become so generous? There was one last time. Very good. He is short of people, very much so, the more the better. If you want to build the world's first family, a strong intelligence network is indispensable. He wants to build a global intelligence network, similar to the Great Qin network he saw in his previous life. Combining assassination and intelligence, he is the bloodthirsty king in the darkness. Today, his intelligence network is too low. I couldn't even find out all the information about the protagonist, so he's a shitty villain. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a draw will reward Ming Jin for 1 person who dies in the later stage. Brush. Shu Hao's eyes lit up. Did all the dead men show up in the later period? He rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Could it be that the strength of the dead warrior is related to his strength? Otherwise, how can we explain that he only took out a middle stage of Mingjin when he was in the early stage of Mingjin? Now in the middle stage of Mingjin, I drew a late stage of Mingjin. Doesn't that mean, ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, a small whip. Hitting on the body will not leave any trace. Shu Hao looked at the ambiguous whip in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is this whip serious? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 3 points of free attributes. There are less and less. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 9 points of free attributes. Not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, skill, 18 martial arts grandmaster level. My mind was shaken. There is an influx of information. 18 kinds of martial arts are actually 18 kinds of weapons in ancient times. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axe, hook, fork. All weapons knowledge and usage are deeply imprinted in his mind. After digesting all the memories, Chen Hao smiled. For him, this thing is much better than a pistol. In battles between masters, pistols often have little effect. Not as lethal as a knife. It seems, we still need to find a suitable weapon. Shu Hao recovered his mind, took a deep breath, and looked at the last 100,000 emotion points. System, Premium Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, a personal bodyguard mid-stage Anjin. So fierce, should it be said that it is a quality lottery? All the masters of Anjin have drawn out. Shu Hao grinned. With a bodyguard who is an expert in Anjin, he doesn't have to be so cautious when doing things, and can be a little more relaxed. Before, he thought about continuing to guide the protagonist Zheng Fifan, but now it is no longer necessary. There are bodyguards around, and this is a society governed by the rule of law, even if Zheng Fifan knows that he is the enemy who killed his father. Nothing can be done to him. On the contrary, he can control Zheng Fifan at any time. He is not one of those mindless villains who doesn't know how to call the police and insists on confronting the protagonist. But, still can't float. This is a comprehensive novel world, and his villain is invincible. Does anyone know if there are other similar protagonists? Stable development is also needed. The draw is over. Shu Hao inspects the harvest. 20 points of free attributes. Next, he is going to deal with the protagonist. There is no need to increase the spirit for the time being, but increase the physique and strength. Let's add 10 points to each first. The familiar warmth came back again. The fatigue after exercise dissipated without a trace. With a slight thought, Check the Properties panel. Character: Shu Hao. Identity: Controller of Shu Group. Charm: 93, Full Value 100. Strength: 80, Midterm Ming Jin. Physique: 46-10 for ordinary people. Spirit: 35-10 for ordinary people. Skills: Close Combat Grandmaster Level, Painting Grandmaster Level, Calligraphy God Level, Piano Grandmaster Level, Music Master Level, Tea Art God Level, Firearms Master Level 18, General Martial Arts Grandmaster Level. Items: Desert Eagle, Grandmaster Skill Upgrade Card, Small Whip. Special: Portable Space 1 cubic meter, Teleportation, Bullying. Emotional Value: 6,948. Free Attribute: 0. If I remember correctly. The protagonist named Chen Mo has a talent of 89 points. My master level close combat is no longer inferior to his. What's more, he has the ability to teleport several times and has a backup plan, so he is absolutely foolproof. It's time to deal with him too. Shu Hao's eyes flashed. At this time, he noticed that Wang Zuying's brows moved and she seemed to be waking up. The afternoon passed like this. The Queen Mother woke up from her sleep and came out of the bedroom. This is what I saw. Shu Hao was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, with her daughter sitting next to her obediently, like a good wife and mother. I saw there was only a pot of tea on the coffee table, not even a fruit plate. The Queen Mother couldn't help but blame her daughter. Didn't I buy a lot of fruit? You didn't take it out, you have no sense at all. I asked you to entertain Director Shu well. Is this how you entertained him? Wang Zuying's expression was a little confused. She hasn't entertained Shu Hao yet. Even he was eaten dry. Speaking of which, she didn't even know how she and Shu Hao got to this point. When they were together, she gradually lost herself and indulged in Shu Hao's tenderness. Because of the gratitude and throbbing in my heart. She half-assed it. By the time she came to her senses, it was already a done deal. Wang Zuying felt annoyed and regretful. Shu Hao's age doesn't matter. He looks to be in his 30s, and his body functions are as strong as an ox. But Shu Hao is a family man. As a teacher, I intervene in other people's lives. It would be over if someone found out. Shu Hao's long-standing good reputation will also be questioned. But now that the matter has come to this, it is useless for her to regret it. Just think of it as a beautiful encounter. Director Shu, it is wrong for us to do this. Can we just treat it as an accident? After today, we will resume our previous relationship as friends. This is what Wang Zuying said to Shu Hao after she regained consciousness. Okay, considering that she was emotionally unstable now, Shu Hao did not stimulate her. Women just mean what they say. After the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, countless times. Queen Mother wanted to go to the kitchen to take out the fruit, but Shu Hao stopped her. No, it's time for me to go back. I had a great time talking to Zuying today. Shu Hao glanced at the sky outside. It's almost dusk. He turned around and blinked at Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying lowered her head in panic, her fingers tightly entangled with the corners of her clothes, feeling extremely shy. Wherever you talk happily, you obviously do it openly. The Queen Mother quits. At this point in time, it's dinner time. Her savior is the boss of the company and her daughter's friend. It would be outrageous to let people leave at this time. It's about to be done right away. It's time to eat. Why are you in such a hurry? Just stay and finish your dinner before leaving. The Queen Mother asked to stay. Suddenly she reacted. All the vegetables I bought in the morning have been cooked by noon. I didn't buy anything at night, only some leftovers. How can anyone serve leftovers to guests? She slapped her forehead and blamed herself. Look at my memory. There is no fresh food at home. Otherwise, you can go out to eat. Wang Zuying nodded in agreement. She feels a little embarrassed to face Shu Hao now. But Shu Hao had helped his mother after all, so out of politeness, he had to retain her no matter what. Dr. Shu, my mother is right, it's so late, let's have a meal together before leaving. The Queen Mother glanced at her daughter. Without Bai Jiao, her daughter would not have lost her humanity and sophistication after becoming a teacher. Zuying, just go out to eat with you, Mr. Shu. Remember to choose a good hotel and don't be stingy with spending money. Shu Hao wanted to save her. However, I spent some favors and asked the hospital director for help, and I sent experts and professors to treat her. How much can a meal cost? Wang Zuying nodded, then was stunned. Then you won't come with us. She is currently ambiguous with Shu Hao. If you continue to stay with Shu Hao. Wang Zuying was not sure whether the suppressed emotions would completely explode. But Shu Hao still has her identity and really doesn't allow this. All she has to do is keep her distance from Shu Hao. Gradually forget what happened just now. The Queen Mother was kind enough to create a space for them to get along alone. I won't go. The doctor told me not to move too much for the time being. The Queen Mother shook her head and Yumai said. Besides, I'm a womanizer, so I can't get along with you. Zuying, please remember to thank Shu. 723 this. Wang Zuying was stupid. Thank you very much. How can I express my gratitude? Involuntarily, she turned to look at Shu Hao. I found that Shu Hao was looking at me meaningfully. Wang Zuying's pretty face turned red, her heart beat faster, and her shy eyes glanced around. Shu Hao was a little surprised. He was done for the day and wanted to see the personal bodyguard he had just drawn. However, the Queen Mother kept sending her daughter into her arms. If he doesn't accept it, it won't make sense. I've only been driving for an afternoon, and it's as if it didn't come. He still has more to say about this beautiful teacher. It would be best if we had more in-depth exchanges to leave a deep impression on the heroine. Maybe she will fall in love with him over time and take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. In school, you are a role model. But he is crazy and proactive in front of himself, tisk tisk. Thinking about that picture gives you a sense of immersion. The two said goodbye to the Queen Mother and took a car together to a romantic Western restaurant. Shu Hao had already made a reservation for someone. Upon arrival, we went directly to a VIP box. Looking at the romantic atmosphere in the room, Wang Shui was moved. I didn't expect Shu Hao to have such a careful side. Today is a good day for us. Is it okay to have a drink? Shu Hao opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for each of them. Wang Zuying was a little embarrassed and said it as if it was their wedding night. In fact, there is nothing wrong with. Today is indeed her first time. Looking at the bright red wine in the tall wine glass, Wang Zuying was a little frightened. Could it be that Shu Hao was thinking about doing something while drunk? She shook her head, maybe she was overthinking. A whole afternoon, even a young man has consumed it. Just drink less yourself. Next, the two of them exchange glasses and enjoy a candlelight dinner. Seeing Wang Zuying finish a glass of wine, Shu Hao poured it for her again. Wang Zuying couldn't refuse, so she could only continue drinking. Still the same old routine. Shu Hao didn't let Wang Zuying get really drunk, otherwise it would be no different from picking up corpses. Drink less alcohol to cheer up and be more relaxed. He wanted to leave this beautiful teacher an unforgettable night. Ended with a candlelight dinner. Wang Zuying saw the darkening sky outside and was ready to go back. Just as she was about to stand up, she felt an extra hand on her waist, restraining her and preventing her from moving. When she turned around and saw that it was Shu Hao, Wang Zuying was a little panicked. Dr. Shu, didn't you promise me that today's events will be treated as if they never happened? You also said it was today. Has today not passed yet? Wang Zuying was stunned. That seems to be the case. She wanted to say something else, but her mouth no longer allowed her. For Wang Zuying, the night passed very long. During this period, the Queen Mother called and asked her daughter why she didn't come home. Wang Zuying could only lie that she had work to do at school and had not finished yet, so she came to school to work overtime. It's hard for her to pretend to be serious. The Queen Mother didn't think much about it. My daughter often lives in the school dormitory without going home because she is busy with work. After asking her to pay attention to her safety, she hung up the phone. Speaking of safety, Wang Zuying suddenly woke up. She didn't take any medicine in the afternoon. It won't kill anyone, right? If she were a teacher and got pregnant out of wedlock. It was found out by teachers and students in the school, and then exposed online. Wang Zuying couldn't imagine it. Ding. Wang Zuying is in a happy mood, her mood value is +894. When Shu Hao and Wang Zuying walked out of the room, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Shu Hao found a dead man and sent Wang Zuying home. From now on, let her stay with you and be responsible for protection. Shu Hao came to a deserted alley. Greetings to the Lord. Shu Hao looked at the 8 women kneeling in front of him. Especially the one closest to me. His aura was restrained, and he didn't look like a master at all. He knew that this was due to his dark strength and hidden aura. *12*8. Shu Hao spoke calmly. His eyes fell on the bodyguard in front of him. May I have your name? My lord, my name is Bai Ling. Bai Ling didn't have any emotion at all, but when he looked at Shu Hao, the enthusiasm in his eyes could not be concealed. Loyalty has also reached 100%. Just stay with me from now on. There is a dark power expert for personal protection. Shu Hao breathed out a sigh of relief. 573. Finally, I don't have to worry too much about being walked outside and a protagonist suddenly appears to do justice for me. When Shu Hao returned home, he saw his family gathering together. Everyone is in a more excited mood. What good thing happened to make you so happy? Shu Hao walked over with a smile. Dad, you are back and I want to tell you that third sister just released the song. Shu Wai ran over excitedly, took his arm, and talked about the process of recording music together today. It turns out that the 2 sisters have no class today. I accompanied Shu Hongwang and Xiao Wanling to the recording studio to record 3 songs. Dad, listen to what third sister sings, doesn't it sound good? Third sister is going to be popular now. Shu Wai took out her mobile phone and clicked on the 3 songs in her collection. After hearing this, Shu Hao thought there was no problem. Even some shortcomings have been corrected by his masterful music, and it should be more popular than in the previous life. Humph, I see how those people still say that the third sister's singing skills are not good. Shu Shiqing also snorted. I am disgusted by the trolls on the internet who are slandering Shu Hongwang. Xiao Wanling and Su Wancho were both sincerely happy for Shu Hongwang. Shu Hongwang was worried and stared at the screen nervously. Although several sisters thought it sounded good, she also felt good about it. But I don't know what the specific response will be if it is released. Shu Hao smiled. Shu Hongwang's worries are unnecessary. Presumably at this time, his channels also started to activate. Since I want to use these 3 songs to let Shu Hongwang break through the ban. Shu Hao has already made preparations and arranged all channels. It was different from just pretending to be in front of Shu Hongwang before. It seems that it is going all out to deal with Zhao Media, but in fact it is not working hard. This time, the powerful energy of Shu Hao Group was truly revealed. 3 songs quickly became popular on major platforms. In a multi-million-dollar company, a tall, graceful, elegant mature lady walked into the office. Dealing with company affairs made her a little tired. He rubbed his brows, sat down at his desk, and turned on his computer. The group of 7 fairies with flowery faces and moon faces. The number of group messages has increased to 99 plus. Curiously, I clicked on it and found out that it was my third sister, Shu Hongwang, who had released a new song. Everyone is talking about how good it sounds and how it is absolutely a hit. Click on the song, The Wind Rises. The twilight covers your staggering steps. Entering the painting hidden by the bedside. In the painting, you lower your head and talk. I still marvel at how big the world is. Also indulged in childhood love stories. No truth or falsehood left, no struggle, no pointless jokes. I finally gave her my youth back. Together with the midsummer that pops up on your fingertips. Whatever the heart moves, it goes with the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? After listening to a song, the mature lady was stunned. The fatigue in the body dissipates and is replaced by a new vitality. I feel like my whole body is on fire. She has never been in love, nor will she fall in love. She only wants to make money. She is Shu Hao's eldest daughter. He is also the one who suffers the most from Shu Hao's indifferent attitude. With Shu Hao as a role model, she doesn't trust any man but herself. Shu Hao was able to create tens of billions of assets in just a few decades. She believed she could do it too. I vowed to surpass this cold and heartless father. Therefore, after graduation, I refused to be recommended by the teacher to be a graduate student. Resolutely walked into the mall. She does have amazing talent and keen vision in business. Quickly explore business opportunities and earn the first pot of gold in life. Then the company started smoothly. But at this time, she was facing more and more problems. Not only do you have to manage hundreds of people in the company, you also have to deal with competitors and find new business opportunities. I'm either working or on the way to work all day long. At the end of the day, I was very tired. After listening to the song, The Wind Rises, sung by Sanmei, she felt that society was full of excitement. She, in the song. Naturally, I think of dreams. No matter how difficult it is, she will persevere. In a research room, a beautiful woman with equal looks and temperament. Wearing a research suit, he was sitting in front of the computer and savoring the song, Under the Sea, sung by his third sister, Shu Hongwang. Scattered moonlight passed through the clouds. Avoid the crowd. Scales that form the sea. The waves wet the white dress. Trying to push you back. Waves wash away blood. Delusion to warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea. Whose cry guides? The soul sinks into silence. No one wakes you up. The slightly depressing dubbing, combined with the heavy singing voice, makes the beauty excited. Suddenly he was brought into that desperate mood. Too late, too late. You laughed and cried. Too late, too late. Your trembling arms. Too late, too late. No one will pick you up. Too late, too late. You obviously hate suffocation. After listening to the song, the beauty's eyes turned red and she felt bad. In this song, she felt the deep helplessness, depression, sadness, pain. Although she felt a little uncomfortable after listening, it didn't stop her from wanting to continue listening. An isolated mountain. There is endless traffic here, and chickens and dogs hear each other, just like a peach blossom garden isolated from the world. In the antique room, sitting there was a classical beauty who looked like a fish and was dressed in ancient costume, as if she had traveled from ancient times to the present day across 1,000 years. At this time, the classical beauty was holding her mobile phone, closing her eyes slightly and listening to Kai Ling, coming from the mobile phone. She is Shu Hao's fourth daughter. I have loved classical literature and admired traditional culture since I was a child. Once, I saw a Chinese Western exchange competition and saw that Western medicine had devalued Chinese medicine as worthless and ridiculed it. She was furious. Traditional Chinese medicine is also a part of traditional culture, but it is gradually declining now. And was ridiculed so badly. She immediately decided to study medicine and was determined to promote traditional Chinese medicine. By chance, through the channel of her senior sister, she became her master. Now she has been studying in the mountains for 2 years. The third sister of the family was banned because she refused the confession of a rich second generation. She was very angry. I really want to go home and help my third sister. But she hasn't finished her studies yet and can't go down the mountain. But the master has already told her, when she learns the Tai divine needle, let her come out of the mountain. So during this time, she worked hard to improve herself. After receiving the news that the third sister released a new song in the group, she immediately started listening to it. Under the Sea and The Wind Rises are both very enjoyable to listen to. But her favorite is another song, Kai Ling. Ancient singing methods and opera tunes are also part of traditional culture. She liked it very much and was hooked as soon as she heard it. The play breaks, the sleeves rise and fall. Singing joys and sorrows, singing separation and reunion, it has nothing to do with me. The fans open and close, the gongs and drums sound and then fall silent. Love in the play and outside the play, who can say? Habitually blending all the joy, anger, sorrow and joy into the ink. So what if the lyrics are sung through, my bones and ashes are all mine. In troubled times, duckweed endures to watch the beacon fire burning mountains and rivers. I am humble and dare not forget about my country, even if no one knows me. People in the audience walked by and could not see the old color. People on the stage sang a heartbreaking farewell song. It's hard to write the word love in Chinese. She sings, I will come back. The curtain rises, the curtain falls, and in the end we are the guests. The classical beauty looked excited. In today's era, the entertainment industry is full of sissies, and there are few such thought-provoking songs. I couldn't help but give third sister Shu Hongwang a thumbs up. At the same time, she waved her fist, feeling slightly relieved. Once these 3 songs are released, the ban on third sister will be self-defeating. Click. At this time, the door was pushed open. A mature beauty who was also wearing an ancient costume pushed the door open and came in. Her sweet voice rang out. "Qingshe, today's teaching time is up, why are you still staying in the house? Don't want to go down the mountain?" "Master, you came just in time. My third sister has released a very good song. You should also come and listen to it. It's not just these three sisters. Under the full bombardment of the Shu group, many people across the country know these three songs. Once I heard it I couldn't stop. Isn't this so nice? Especially this song, The Wind Rises. When I heard it, I felt energetic, my scalp was numb, and my blood was rising." Quote. "Come on, this song, Under the Sea, is still good. I cry every time I listen to it. The more I cry, the more I want to listen to it." Quote. "Haha, I like Kai Ling the most. Once the drama comes out, who can compete with her? Speaking of, do you know this singer and songwriter named Shu Hongwang? I have never heard of such a talented singer before. Isn't it? You don't even know about Shu Hongwang. The internet has been very popular recently. Zhao's media sealed it. What the hell? Such an awesome person needs to be banned. What on earth did she do?" It is said that the son-in-law of Zhao's media failed to express his love and became angry and threatened to block her. These second-generation rich people are nothing. We immediately reposted it and asked the Zhao media to lift the ban. If I never hear Shu Hongwang's songs again, I will definitely cry to death. As a result, countless netizens reposted and posted. Wanman wrote in blood, allowing Zhao media to revoke the ban. Many similar topics are on the hot search. Shocking. Shu Hongwang, the youngest international pianist, released 3 popular songs. Who said she has no singing talent? Zhao media blocked her for no reason, and thousands of people protested. The song, Kai Ling, set off the craze of ancient style and ushered in the era of drama. Shu family. Shu Hongwang kept staring at the computer screen and looking at the background data. I saw that the playback volume of the 3 songs was growing at a terrifying speed. Then she saw the hot search again. The audience reacted fiercely, and countless people protested against her injustice. Shu Hongwang's eyes were red with excitement. The whole family is happy for her. "Third sister, you are completely popular now. You will definitely have a place as queen of this year. That's awesome, my third sister. From today on, we will all call you a big star. Congratulations, your dream has come true. Oh my god, I actually have a big star best friend, Hongwang, I'm so proud of you." I heard the excited tone of my 2 sisters and the praise from my best friend. Shu Hongwang took a deep breath to calm down her excitement. She turned her head and blurted out, "Dad, thank you." Ding. Shu Hongwang was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Ding. Shu Hongwang was very excited, her emotional value plus 999. Shu Hao gave her a smile. The third daughter was taken care of, and he was very happy to have a mood-boosting leak around him for a long time. Su Wancho smiled and felt slightly relaxed. This daughter finally got it done. If her daughter doesn't give in yet, she will. Every night Shu Hao used the excuse that she failed to convince Shu Hongwang to bully her. Thinking of Shu Hao's 4.5 figure holding a small whip in his hand, she couldn't help but feel scared. Strange, why do I still feel my heartbeat speeding up? Is it really like what Shu Hao said? What strange attributes do you have? No, it's impossible. She is a normal person. The shameful thing was already known to several daughters. If she still knew what attributes she had, she would be totally embarrassed to see anyone. Dad, you are partial and wrote 3 songs for the third sister. When will you write one for us too? Shu Wei suddenly remembered. The third sister is famous because of Shu Hao. She quickly stepped forward to hold Shu Hao's arm, shaking her and acting coquettishly. After hearing her sister's words, Shu Shiqing also stared at Shu Hao, her eyes full of expectation. Although Xiao Wanling also looked at Shu Hao, her eyes were evasive and she didn't know what she was thinking of. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. The Shu family is enjoying themselves happily. The other side, Zheng Fifan came out of a dark alley. Inside lay the bodies of 2 killers. I heard the people around me excitedly discussing the song released by Shu Hongwang. With 3 songs, he broke through the ban of Zhao media. Zheng Fifan looked complicated. Shu Hao asked him to solve the issue of Shu Hongwang's ban. It turns out that not long ago, Due to pressure from the masses, a superior approached Father Zhao of Zhao Media. Let him revoke the ban on Shu Hongwang. Although Father Zhao was unwilling to do so, he had to do it. Shu Hongwang is fine and has become a top star. Zheng Fifan was miserable. He promised to help resolve the blockade, but it turned out that the matter was not done and he even made a fuss about it. Now he has no peace every day. Killers often come to the door, which is very annoying. Zheng Fifan's face was gloomy and murderous. Don't let me know who is behind the scenes, otherwise I will make you pay with blood. Just when Shu Hongwang became popular and the internet was abuzz with excitement, a message was sent to the prison. In a cell, when a burly man received the news, his breathing stagnated and his expression changed wildly. He is the king in this prison, free from major organizations. In the prison, many prisoners huddled together for warmth, forming small gangs. But no matter which gang they belong to, they all respect him and dare not offend him. When you see him, you have to say hello respectfully. Even the prison guards dare not offend. Because he is the big brother of the brotherhood. The leader of the 6 brothers, Gao Cheng wins. He is also Chen Mo's master. 3 years ago, Chen Mo was arrested and bullied. At that time, seeing that he had a tough character and was bored in prison, he simply accepted such an apprentice. Unexpectedly, this apprentice's martial arts talent is unexpectedly good. In just 3 years, he reached the same state as him, the late stage of Ming Jin. But at this time, this brother of Furui Mubo could no longer remain calm. The gang of brothers was wiped out, the 6th brother was killed, and the apprentice was framed. What's outrageous is that this series of changes only happened within a few days. What a joke. At first, the 6 brothers formed a brother gang. Along the way, gods will be killed and gods will be killed, and Buddhas will be killed, leading the brotherhood to become the biggest force in Nanchang. It took more than 10 years. Now you tell me. How many days did it take for the brotherhood to be wiped out? But the news came from those good brothers, so he couldn't help but not believe it. No, I have to go out as soon as possible. Gao Qiangsheng's eyes flashed. Whether it's the destruction of the brotherhood he founded, the death of his fraternal 6th brother, or the frame-up of his apprentice, he couldn't just sit back and watch. According to the sentence, he will stay in prison for 5 years. It's been 4 years now. There is still 1 year to go. He couldn't get anyone to commute his sentence. But it's okay to activate the past relationship and let him go out and come back. In a hidden private room 16, the 4 people sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was very depressing. After a long silence, the youngest among them, Lao Wu, spoke. Are we really going to do this? That's the big brother we respect. My eldest brother is so good to me and has saved my life many times, but he lets me stab me in the back, but I really can't do it. The 4th child shook his head repeatedly. We don't want to hurt brother, but besides doing what that guy says, what else can we do? The 3rd child picked up the wine on the table, which was filled with white wine, and he drank it in one gulp. Just in the morning, Lao Mo found them and asked them to write a letter to their eldest brother in prison to lure him out. Then wait for an opportunity to stab him in the back. Several members of the brotherhood were angry. The eldest brother is our brother, our dearest brother, no matter what the hell, we will not stab him in the back. We have already joined your blood slaughter society, what else do you want? We can be your thugs, but we must not listen to your words and hurt Big Brother. At most, when you want to deal with Big Brother, we just don't interfere. Facing the firm rejection of several people, Lao Mo just smiled coldly. You love your relatives, friends, and brothers, right? Then I'll give you money. Have you forgotten that your family is still under my control? If you don't agree, then I will have to operate on them. Add a few more knives to the original foundation. The methods are not cruel. These were all taught to him by Xu Hao. In order to achieve the goal, any means are necessary. History is written by the victors. Who cares about a dead person? The brothers were so angry that their whole bodies were throbbing with anger. Is this still the underground world they know? Loyalty, passionate brotherhood, lofty sentiments. They didn't see any similar qualities in Lao Mo. Some are just hypocritical and unscrupulous. Xu Hao has something to say here. You are just a member of society. You kill people and set fires every day. You act like you are noble. Angry as hell, the brothers finally had to agree. I had to do what Lao Mo said. They are not afraid of death, and even if they die, they will not hurt their brothers. Not to mention their big brother who is very good at backstabbing. However, when it comes to the safety of their loved ones, they have to compromise. Hearing that several people were still arguing, the second child waved his hand impatiently. If any of you are not afraid of something happening to your family, don't do anything. Hearing this, the four of them were silent. Their family is their weak spot. The 7 fairies with beautiful faces and moon faces, group of sisters. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. At I'm really not a big star. Third sister, when you were entertaining yourself to death, how did you come up with the idea of composing the ancient song, Wei Ling? It also incorporates drama. I like this song of yours so much. Technology is the primary productive force. Sanmei sang very well in the past, but the lyrics were not very good. The 3 songs she created this time are simply amazing and will definitely become popular in the industry. Especially this song, Under the Sea, I never tire of listening to it. I just want to make money. I suggest you listen to The Wind Rises. After listening to it, I guarantee that you will be instantly energized. Sanmei is really amazing. It seems that we don't need our help anymore. With these 3 songs, she has broken through the ban of Zhao Media. There is really going to be a big star among our sisters. Please call me Queen. I admit that the songs written by the third sister are indeed good and the songs they sing are beautiful, but they are not my cup of tea. Third sister, when will you help me write a song with a domineering heroine? Sisters Shu Shiqing and Shu Wei knew that several sisters had formed a new group behind their backs. So, they didn't tell anything about Shu Hongwang. They are looking forward to the third sister Shu Hongwang's words, when the sisters know that the third sister has joined their father's camp. What expressions will they have? At this time, I saw several sisters asking. The 2 sisters, poetic and picturesque, looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Staring at the screen without blinking. They were not disappointed. Shu Hongwang responded to the message. I am not a big star. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, you have all misunderstood. I sang those 3 songs correctly, but the lyrics were written by my father. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. Please call me Queen. Science and technology are primary productive forces. I just want to make money. Sanmei, did you make a typo? You are allowed to withdraw and type again. Shu Hongwang felt a little guilty when she saw the news about her eldest sister. But she has already admitted Shu Hao's identity and called her dad, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Not only that, she also wanted to bring back several sisters. In the past, maybe they misunderstood their father. Ever since she returned home, Shu Hao could see how much he cared about her. He doesn't look like that kind of heartless and indifferent person. She raised her finger, thought for a moment, and typed a reply. Sister, we may all have misunderstood. Dad had a cold attitude towards us in the past, and he may have hidden secrets. Actually, he is a very elegant and easygoing father who loves us very much. Let me tell you what I experienced after I came back. My father taught me to play the piano every day, and he also taught my 2 younger sisters painting and calligraphy. Not long after I came back, he bought me a piano worth more than 9 million yuan that I liked. Later, when I was blocked by Zhao Media, he tried his best to speak out for me online. Some time ago, because of my mental illness, I wrote 3 songs overnight to help me break through the blockade. You don't know how mysterious my father is. Not only is he great at piano, but he's not as good at music as I am. If Dad makes his debut, he will definitely be a superstar. I have a best friend, Xiao Wanling, do you all know that? She has always been top-notch in tea art, and she feels that she is no worse than those tea masters praised on TV. But after seeing her father's tea art, she felt ashamed of herself. Recently, she has been catching her father teaching her. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister and fifth sister, please come back. My 2 sisters and I are looking forward to being reunited with you. Please call me Queen. Third sister, don't you have any brains? TCMYYDS. Third sister, are you going to betray our organization? Technology is the primary productive force. Sanmei, what are you doing? Didn't you go back and check whether the 2 sisters have been brainwashed by Shu Hao? How come you have been brainwashed yourself? Just want to make money. Sanmei, even if what you said is true, have you forgotten what Shu did to us before? You just forgive him like this. Seeing this news, Shu Hongwang bit her lip with a complicated expression. This is actually true. Before, she had the same idea as these sisters. No matter what Shu did, she would never forgive her. But after the experience, only then can you understand the deep helplessness and how wonderful it feels to have your father by your side holding up the sky. The two sisters were moved by the poetic and picturesque scenery. I know it's time for them to appear. The little girl selling nuclear bombs. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. I told you that my father is a very kind person. You didn't believe anything I said, but do you believe it now? Third sister is the proof. Draw a circle and curse you. Yes, yes, Dad is very good to us, and I believe he will be no exception to you. If you come back, you will be surprised. Chinese medicine doctor YYDS, I believed you're evil. I'm really not a big star. Didn't you say before that even if you die outside or jump from a tall building, you won't forgive Shu Hao? We need an explanation. Technology is the primary productive force. What kind of ecstasy have you been fed? I still don't know who Shu Hao is. What you are saying is too ridiculous. Please call me your lady queen. Ha ha, stop talking to these two little traitors, you are too poisoned. As I happen to be free recently, I will come back and take a look at some time to see how Shu Hao brainwashed you. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, fifth sister is coming back. Welcome, +1 for family members. Please call me her lady queen. After Shu Shiqing and Shu Wei joined the discussion, the group of 7 fairies gradually became quiet. Several sisters moved to another group. 5 sisters who love each other. I just want to make money. I'm really not a big star, shouldn't you give us 10 explanations? Shu Hongwang couldn't laugh or cry. Haven't they all been explained? It seemed that all her sisters thought they were hypnotized by their father, just like her before. I'm really not a big star. Sister, everything I said is true. Dad is really good. You will know when you come back. I believe you will also have a different impression of Dad like me. After sending a message, Shu Hongwang edited another one, but an exclamation mark appeared. You have been removed from the group chat. Shu Hongwang was confused. After kicking Shu Hongwang, the group name was also changed to 4 Sisters Who Love Each Other. Technology is the primary productive force. Please call me queen. Fifth sister, do you really want to go back? Chinese medicine YYDS. You must not be like the third sister, who gave it away for free after you returned. I don't know what trick Shu Hao used. She only wants to make money. Wu Mei can go back, she has martial arts skills, and she can resist anything Shu Hao does. Remember to report the real situation to us after you go back. In fact, she didn't doubt what Shu Hongwang said, she just doubted whether Shu Hao had the ability. Can she play the piano? She plays so well. Why didn't she know about it before? Mostly I took other people's piano music and used it myself. Please call me your lady queen. Just look at me and promise to expose the true face of that hypocrite and rescue the third sister and 2 younger sisters from fire and water. Even if I die outside, jumping from 123rd floor on the 30th floor, I will not forgive Shu Hao. Seeing this message from her, several sisters in different positions were shocked in their hearts. There is an ominous feeling. Just when the 3 sisters were chatting in a group. In the courtyard, Shu Hao is teaching Xiao Wanling tea art step by step. Still standing, Xiao Wanling didn't know that it was for Shu Hao's sake and she didn't want him to bend over backwards to teach her. Still like this feeling, when Shu Hao taught her step by step, she put the tea set on the high platform very wisely. Standing in front of me obediently, Shu Hao smiled playfully. Very interesting, but it won't end that easily today. The step-by-step teaching begins. Although Xiao Wanling has gradually gotten used to it, she can't help but blush every time. After all, she is a young lady. Where have you ever been exposed to such a scene? Xiao Wanling thought this time would be the same as before, and Shu Hao would let her go after teaching her. But Shu Hao didn't. After putting down her hands, he wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly. Xiao Wanling's heartbeat accelerated. What do you want to do? Xiao Wanling didn't hear clearly and was a little confused. What I've been teaching you for so long, shouldn't you help me? You should know that it will be bad for your health over time. Xiao Wanling thought about it. This is indeed the case. She learned this knowledge when she was studying in school. Thinking about it, Uncle Shu knew that this would be harmful to her body, but he still taught her unshakably every day. It must be very hard to endure, right? But Uncle Shu asked him to help. How should he help? Quote. Question mark. Quote. Xiao Wanling did not reject it, but really asked Shu Hao this question. This is all because Shu Hao has been cultivating and improving his goodwill over the past few days. Shu Hao has always controlled the degree of favorability. And today is the opportunity for the relationship to turn sour. Shu Hao bowed slightly and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Xiao Wanling's eyes widened. She opened her mouth, then closed it immediately. I couldn't help but touch my lips. Is this also possible? Xiao Wanling's cheeks were hot, her face was red, and her forehead was smoking. It's really embarrassing. I can't do it. But, thinking of Xu Zhen's meticulous teaching these days, too. If I refuse, it will be too hurtful to others. How about helping me once? Then, okay, but where can I help? We can't let Hongwang and the others find out. Shu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile of success. Come with me, let's find a quiet place. So, Shu Hao took Xiao Wanling, who was blushing, to his study. Ding, Xiao Wanling feels shy, her mood value is plus 555. Ding, Xiao Wanling is curious, her mood value is plus 666. Ding, Xiao Wanling was extremely shocked, her emotional value was plus 888. After an hour, Xiao Wanling came out of the study, returned to the courtyard, and continued to practice tea art. Sister Wanling, just when Xiao Wanling's thoughts were racing, thinking about the scene just now, she was too weak to make tea. A voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Wanling's body stiffened and she was startled. I feel like I've done something bad and been discovered. Xiao Wanling turned around and saw Xu Xiqing, her eyes immediately dodged, and she hesitated. It's Xiqing. What's wrong with you? She was with her father just now, and now she met her daughter. She was afraid that some clues would be discovered. Do you know where Dad is? Xu Xiqing asked the reason why she was looking for her. Uncle Shu. No, I don't know. Xiao Wanling laughed. Xu Xiqing looked strange, feeling that Xiao Wanling was a little strange today. Sister Wanling, why are you blushing like this? Are you sick? No, maybe it's because the weather is too hot. Xiao Wanling quickly looked out at the clear sky and stretched out her hand to fan herself. Xu Xiqing felt even more strange. The weather outside is indeed very hot. But the Shu family villa was cool and didn't feel hot at all. Xu Xiqing was surprised, feeling that something was wrong with Xiao Wanling's mouth. Did she eat something bad? Sister Wanling, are you having a fever? Do you want to go to the hospital? Xiao Wanling shook her head repeatedly. It's okay, it'll be fine in a moment. Although she was a little worried about Xiao Wanling's condition at this time, since she said she was fine. Xu Xiqing said no more. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered another problem and said in surprise. Sister Wanling, what's wrong with your legs? You feel a little shaky. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Xiao Wanling glanced down. It was indeed trembling slightly. She waved her hands quickly and said, it's okay. It's just that I'm a little numb after squatting for a long time. Xu Xiqing nodded suddenly, and then a new question emerged. Sister Wanling, don't you make tea standing up? What do you need to squat for? Triggering the keyword, Xiao Wanling's heart skipped a beat. I complained in my heart that this little girl Xu Xiqing acted like a curious baby. Why are there so many problems? Of course, it was definitely impossible for Xiao Wanling to say it. In desperation, I came up with a lame excuse. I just stood for a long time, so I took a rest. Xu Xiqing felt strange. Even if Xiao Wanling is tired, shouldn't she sit for a while? There is no one left squatting to rest. She did not continue to ask further. Xu Hao was not found here, so she immediately went to the next place. Seeing that Xu Xiqing finally left, Xiao Wanling felt relieved before letting go. He patted the wrinkled clothes in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It almost scared her to death. Ding, Xiao Wanling is terrified, her mood value is plus 999. A day flies by. Shu Hao stayed in the company for half a day and listened to Sha Qingdi's work report for more than an hour. Afternoon, Shu Hao came to school by car. Now there is Bai Ling as his personal bodyguard. Li Kun, the secretary and driver, can get away. The investigation into Li Kun, a rebellious old man, has already begun. Once the evidence about him is found, it's time to destroy the anti-Gu Zagu. According to the news from the dead bodyguards arranged beside Wang Zuying. Wang Zuying was currently working on teaching copywriting alone in the office. This beautiful teacher resisted a little fiercely and was not completely conquered yet. Shu Hao decided to strike while the iron was hot and captured it in one fell swoop. The office, to a dedicated teacher, is extremely sacred and cannot be violated. What if you had a romantic encounter here? Conquest is not far away. Is there any idea here that after listening to the work reported by her students just now, I would come to her for comparison? Only Shu Hao knows it in his heart. In Bai Ling's Chen Haoying's office. As a professional lecturer, the office arranged by the school is quite luxurious. And there are only 2 teachers in one office. Another female teacher didn't come because she had no class today. Wang Zuying was the only one in the office. This is convenient for him. Shu Hao stopped in front of the office door and raised his hand to knock on the door. Wang Zuying is busy at her desk. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she couldn't help but wonder. Who will come at this time? With a click, the door opened. Shu Hao's figure came into her eyes. Dr. Shu, why are you here? Wang Zuying was surprised. I missed you, so I came to see you. Shu Hao approached slowly, and Wang Zuying's heart skipped a beat. That afternoon, and another night, the door to memories opened again. She would always think of that embarrassing scene from time to time, and her face would turn red. So, you can only force yourself. Only if you keep working and don't let yourself relax will you feel better. Did not expect. Just when she was about to forget about it, Chen Hao suddenly appeared. Wang Zuying was a little at a loss when she heard him talk about missing her in an ambiguous tone. Dr. Shu, don't be like this. We agreed before to return to being friends. Shu Hao sat directly in front of her. Wang Zuying lowered her head and said weakly. Shu Hao started to perform as a scumbag, and his eyes suddenly became affectionate. He grabbed her hand with affection. Zuying, I tried to forget you as you said, but I can't. The more I want to forget you, the more your figure will appear in my mind. You have entered my heart deeply. Wang Zuying's heartbeat quickened. What Shu Hao said was exactly how she felt. Could it be that his status in Shu Hao's heart is also so high? Sensing the change in her expression, Shu Hao continued to speak. Zuying, if you don't believe it, I will announce that we are together now. Bu. Wang Zuying was startled. What if Shu Hao really announced the news? He is her daughter's teacher, and Shu Hao is a family man. If you tell me, you may not know what people will think of you. This matter can only be hidden and must not be known to others. His own reputation was ruined, and Shu Ji's reputation was also ruined. But even so, Shu Hao is still willing to announce it. It is enough to show Shu Hao's sincerity towards herself. Wang Zuying was moved for a moment. Ding. Wang Zuying was deeply moved, her emotional value plus 694. Opening square bracket. Touched and moved, they still can't be together. Dr. Shu, you have a family, and I am your daughter's teacher. I don't want to destroy your family. Wang Zuying wanted to take her hand out of Shu Hao's hand. However, her strength was not enough in front of Shu Hao. In the end, I had to let him catch me. Shu Hao also knew that the beautiful teacher and heroine would not tell anyone, so he said it deliberately. Otherwise, if it were some yandere heroine with a weird temper, he really wouldn't dare to do this. The character he has created now is pretty good. Before he has enough strength to deal with possible crises in this world, he should try to keep a low profile. But, I really can't let you go, I can't let you go. Shu Hao acted rogue. The poor beautiful teacher is like a helpless little white rabbit in the office. Teacher, I don't know English, please teach me. Just when Shu Hao was obsessed with learning foreign languages. The entrance to Nanchang prison. A figure walked out. It was Gao Qiangsheng, the eldest brother of the Brotherhood. Since getting the news yesterday, he immediately contacted the above relationship. I agreed that he would come out for a few days and then go back. Brother, I finally see you. Brother, long time no see. Although Big Brother has been here for 4 years, his style is still the same as before BGCD. Brother, is there anyone bullying you in prison? I will definitely break his legs. Seeing him walking out of the prison, 4 figures came to greet him. Gao Qiangsheng was also very happy to see several brothers this time. I am the boss in prison, who dares to bully me? I hugged each other with some brothers. The smile on Gao Qiangsheng's face gradually disappeared and he asked in a deep voice. Lao Lu, is he really? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The brothers were a little sad. Thinking of the backstab he was going to do next, he lowered his head even more. The second child, with a complicated look on his face, recounted what had happened in the past few days. He thought the brothers were sad for Lao Lu's death, but Gao Qiangsheng didn't think much about it. After learning the cause of Lao Lu's death, Zhan Sheng became furious. What? Lao Lu died at the hands of a killer hired by the Lu family. Lu family. No matter how he framed his apprentice, he also killed his brother. This is a life and death hatred. Brother, the Lu family and his son are dead. The second child continued to say that they were targeting the Lu family, and then the Lu family and his son were killed on the way to escape. Their brothers became the scapegoats. Chen Mo has become a key target of suspicion. Gao Qiangsheng was stunned for a while. Thinking of something, he flashed his eyes and asked. By the way, what happened to the blood massacre you mentioned? How was the Brotherhood eliminated? The second brother explained again. It turned out that when their brother gang was fighting with the Alliance forces and dealing with the Lu family. Bloody massacre. It will continue to develop secretly and accumulate power. The senior members of the Brotherhood were captured. They no longer hid and beat up the drowned dog. Chen Mo was framed, most likely by the Lu family and his son who were killed in the blood massacre, making their brother gang the scapegoat. Gao Qiangsheng clenched his fists. A majestic aura exuded from his body. The brothers were all shocked. Brother, have you made a breakthrough? Gao Qiangsheng nodded. Lao Er's eyes lit up, then dimmed. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the Brotherhood is gone. As long as their brothers are still there. Especially when the eldest brother has reached the peak of Mingjin. A gang of brothers can be re-established easily. However, Butcher Mo has no moral ethics and has been secretly monitoring their family. Once they make any move, they will do it without hesitation. The second child had to suppress the idea of telling the eldest brother the truth. Brother, revenge must be avenged. Today, eldest brother is released from prison. We must celebrate. There is no rush for revenge. Gao Qiangsheng nodded. Let's go, it's time to start eating meat. The food in the prison has almost faded away. Brother, aren't we going to pick up Xiao Mo? Lao Wu asked aloud. Just when Gao Qiangsheng used his connections to let himself out. He also got his apprentice Chen Mo out. Chen Mo's matter is quite simple. Although he is the most suspected, there is no definite evidence. The police could only let him go. No, just give him a call and ask him to come over after he comes out. I have only been out for a few days. Today we brothers are gathered together. I have many things to ask you. The second child opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end he didn't say much. What Lao Mo explained is, let them take Gao Qiangsheng and Chen Mo with them. However, these brothers were already feeling guilty about the backstab they were about to do. If Chen Mo is forcibly brought along, Gao Qiangsheng may be suspicious. If Shu Hao were here, he would definitely sigh. This is the protagonist's aura. According to normal circumstances, after Gao Cheng wins, he should talk to his apprentice about his true feelings. It turned out that he wanted to join his brothers to ask some questions. I just missed the protagonist Chen Mo. Chen Mo walked out of the police station. Seeing the clear sky outside, I took a deep breath of free air. It feels so good to be free. Looking back at the police station door, it looked like a beast that was choosing people to devour. He never wanted to go in for a third time. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Chen Mo was about to leave when his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the second person calling. Chen Mo answered. Second uncle, where are you? I came out of the police station. Come to Tianyuan restaurant. Your master has also come out and is here with us. Chen Mo still didn't know the news about the demise of the Brotherhood, but learned that Tianyuan restaurant was under the Brotherhood. Didn't think much about it. Thinking that he was about to meet his master, Chen Mo stopped a taxi on the side of the road with excitement. After getting in the car, Chen Mo tilted his head and admired the scenery receding outside the window. The bustling city and the deserted prison are in sharp contrast. Chen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. He quickly shouted to the driver. Just then, he saw two familiar figures in a flash. It seems to be Shu Hao and his beautiful teacher Wang Zuying. Stopping the taxi, he quickly paid and got off. Run towards that alley. A private restaurant is located in a somewhat remote alley here. This is the characteristic of private restaurants, which provide customers with a quiet dining environment. Real big shots don't think that a prosperous restaurant is the only way to be stylish. They often pursue simplicity, and simplicity is the highest level. This private restaurant is pretty good. Chefs are passed down from generation to generation by ancient royal chefs. Every dish is carefully crafted and extremely exquisite. Usually it's just the rich nouveau riche who can't get it even if they want to. Rich people also have to queue up to make reservations. For people like Shu Hao, of course, no reservation is required. Just call and let them know. Just when Shu Hao and Wang Zuying were about to walk into the private restaurant, Chen Mo ran over quickly. He looked at his beautiful teacher in disbelief. Her eyes were moist and charming, her pretty face was slightly red, and her body exuded the charming temperament of a young woman. Chen Mo's mentality exploded instantly. Ding! Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 826. Ding! Chen Mo is angry, his emotional value is plus 972. Ding! Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is plus 999. Chen Mo's pupils widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. The beautiful teacher who is the best to him and is also his favorite is actually with Shu Hao. And it looked like he had just done something indescribable. The thought of teacher Wang, who was a saint in his heart, turned into a joy in the presence of Shu Hao, a 50-year-old man. Chen Mo had the urge to die. 3 years ago, he was framed by that dude from the Liu family. It was Wang Zuying, the teacher, who was running around to help him. That's when it entered his heart. After being released from prison, he vowed to protect this treasured teacher. She must not be harmed in any way. In the end, is this how you protect yourself? Just a few days after he was arrested and taken to the police station, his beloved teacher Wang was captured by Zhen Hao, an old scumbag. It's not just teacher Wang Zuying. And the school beauty goddess Xia Qingge also fell into Shu Hao's hands. The two of them still have a teacher-student relationship. Chen Mo couldn't imagine what it would be like in the future when his two favorite women were put together by Shu Hao. It felt like my heart was bleeding and my whole body was about to explode. Wang, teacher Wang, why are you with him? Chen Mo's heart was trembling, and his words were a little incoherent. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her startled Wang Zuying. Recognized the other person's identity. Her former student Chen Mo. Wang Zuying couldn't help but blush and lowered her head shyly. She has always wanted to hide her relationship with Shu Hao. Unexpectedly, this student saw through it all at once. Did you show it so obviously? Thinking about the way I walked just now, it is indeed easy to think wrongly. He couldn't help but open his charming eyes and gave Yi Hao a white look. It's all his fault. I don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. I really don't know what's going on with his body. It's like I'll never get tired. 16 Wang Zuying raised her head fiercely. No, the matter between her and Shu Hao must not be leaked. But now that he has been discovered, there is nothing he can do. For now, I have to find an excuse. Don't get me wrong, Shu Han and I are just ordinary friends, we just went out to have a meal together. Chen Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. When you say this, do you want to stay away from Shu Hao? So close. Are you saying it's just an ordinary friendship? How about treating him as a 3-year-old child? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't believe it, Wang Zuying didn't want to explain. Suddenly I felt a tightness in my waist, and I threw myself into Shu Hao's arms uncontrollably. When she looked up, she saw Shu Hao looking at her affectionately. Now that everything has been discovered, we have nothing to hide. Then he looked directly at Chen Mo. You are right, we are together, you are Zuying's student, right? I hope you can bless us. Of course Shu Hao would not be stupid enough to announce their relationship. It just doesn't matter in front of Chen Mo. Anyway, this protagonist will never see the sun tomorrow. It would be okay even if I told him. You can also reap a wave of emotional value, why not? Wang Zuying was stunned after hearing this. Before, she thought Shu Hao was just talking about announcing their relationship. This is true. While moved, she was also completely panicked. If someone knew about this, what would the students and teachers in the school think of her? Does she want to be a human again? Wang Zuying wanted to break away from Shu Hao, but Shu Hao's hug was too tight. She couldn't get away at all. I thought of a way to pinch the soft flesh around Shu Hao's waist, hoping that he would feel the pain and let go. But what kind of physical fitness is Shu? It doesn't hurt at all. It's like flirting. Really unable to do anything about Shu Hao, Wang Zuying gave up her struggle. Being held in the arms of a man in front of the students, Wang Zuying blushed with embarrassment. He quickly turned his face away, like a quail, and buried his head in Shu Hao's arms. At this time, Chen Mo's mouth was no longer twitching, his whole body was trembling, and he was furious. What is murder and heartbreaking? This is called killing and killing one's heart. Not only did she steal his goddess teacher, she was now showing off in front of him. Do you still want to bless him? That's too much. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and dug his nails into his flesh. His heart broke when he saw the beautiful teacher acting coquettishly in Shu Hao's arms. You idiot, let go of teacher Wang. Chen Mo couldn't bear it anymore and no longer needed to bear it. He yelled and cursed loudly. He raised his fist and prepared to beat Shu Hao. However, when he took a step forward and punched Shu Hao with his fist, he froze in midair. It was Wang Zuying, standing in front of her. Hearing that Chen Mo's tone was wrong, she quickly broke away from Shu Hao's arms and stepped in front of him. Looking at Chen Mo with an angry face, Wang Zuying frowned and asked coldly. What are you going to do? Although I don't want my relationship with Shu Hao to be exposed. But after teaching Shu Hao a foreign language in the afternoon, she has already acquiesced in their relationship. The relationship is not exposed, but they can be together. Seeing his beloved goddess teacher standing in front of his enemy, facing him coldly, Chen Mo only felt his heart throbbing. It hurts, it hurts. It broke our hearts. Ding. Chen Mo is mentally unstable, his mood value is +884. Teacher Wang, do you know that he is deceiving your feelings? Holding back the pain in his heart, Chen Mo took a deep breath and said heartily. This is our business, there is no need for you to meddle in our own business. Wang Zuying's eyes were cold. How does Shu Hao feel about her? Can she not feel it? In addition, last time I saw Chen Mo fooling around with a group of gangsters, they even talked about him to his face. The only sympathy she had for Chen Mo disappeared. I even felt that Chen Mo was trying to sow discord. Sensing Wang Zuying's distrustful eyes, Chen Mo was numb. How can we convince her that Shu Hao is a scumbag, a hypocrite who thinks one thing on the outside but another behind the scenes? Seeing the goddess teacher being deceived by Shu Hao, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through my mind. He thought about it. Teacher Wang, what I said is true. This guy is a scumbag. I didn't see him with Suan Qingge last time. That's right, Sha Qingge is the school belle of our class and your student. He wants to have both teachers and students. The more Chen Mo talked, the more sad and angry he became. He didn't even dare to think about having both teachers and students. Shu Hao did it by an old man. Chen Mo felt so uncomfortable that he was about to suffocate. Wang Zuying's face was full of confusion. Is there such a thing? Of course she knows Sha Qingge, who was her student. My grades in school were also very good at that time. Comparable to Shu Shiqing and Shu Wei. These three students are the best students she has ever taught. Could it be that Shu Hao and Sha Qingge are really together? Thinking that she and her students had become comrades carrying guns together, she felt ashamed and wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. At this time, Shu Hao, who had been standing nearby watching the show, finally spoke. Are you talking about Sha Qingge? She is the daughter of my friend. My friend saw that she had been harassed by the rich second generation of the Liu family, so he arranged for her to work in my company. I happened to be going to her house that day, so I took her with me. Wang Zuying nodded. She knew that Lu Fei, the second generation of the Lu family, was crazy about Sha Qingge. Shu Hao was distorting the facts, and Chen Mo was furious. I saw you gave her roses. It was her birthday, and she likes roses the most. They were given by the restaurant. Shu Hao said calmly. This explanation is somewhat far-fetched. He had no intention of explaining clearly to Wang Zuying. It's appropriate to make her suspicious or get a vaccination first. Shu Hao doesn't need to hide it forever. After all, one day, the teacher and the student will be honest with each other. Chen Mo felt itching with hatred. Thinking of that day, when I saw the two people talking about each other outside the car, my fists clenched. What happened when I saw you kissing each other in the car that day? Shu Hao had a look of confusion on his face, looking puzzled. This classmate, did you get it wrong? Qingge is the daughter of my friend, that is, my niece. And we are so different in age, how could it happen like you think? What Shu Hao said is called a righteous and awe-inspiring person. Wang Zuying nodded to express her belief. Shu Hao's character is there. No matter how shameless you are, you can't possibly attack your friend's daughter. Chen Mo vomited blood in his heart. Horse riding. If he hadn't seen it clearly that night, he would have asked Zhen Qingge about it. I really believed what Shu Hao said. Seeing that the goddess teacher was deceived, Chen Mo was very unwilling and glared at Shu Hao. Do you dare to swear that if you tell half a lie, you will be struck by lightning and die? What's wrong with that? Shu Hao immediately looked angry, raised his hands and was about to swear. Wang Zuying quickly stopped him. Can something like an oath be made casually? She turned her head and stared at Chen Mo displeased. Have you had enough trouble? If you have had enough, leave as soon as possible. No matter what director Shu has, it is also a matter between us. You, an outsider, do not need to intervene. Wang Zuying spoke coldly without any warmth. He turned around and took Shu Hao's hand and walked into the private restaurant. Chen Mo, who was standing there, seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue and was paralyzed on the spot. In his impression, teacher Wang Zuying has always been a gentle, kind, considerate teacher. No matter who you treat, you always greet them with a smile. Knowing that he was framed, he helped selflessly. Today, Wang Zuying showed him another side, cold and emotionless. Worse than treating strangers, a heart was broken into pieces. Why, obviously what he said is true, Shu Hao has been lying, but teacher Wang just doesn't want to listen. My own. This is the most heart-wrenching thing to do for the good of others, only to be misunderstood and treated with indifference. Chen Mo wanted to leave, but he was unwilling to do so. In short, Wang Zuying is not wrong. She was just deceived by Shu Hao. He did not leave for the time being, but stayed to see the situation. What if teacher Wang is persuaded by him and falls out with Shu Hao? It's a pity to disappoint him. Wang Zuying did not make a fuss with Shu Hao, but snuggled together and had a sweet meal. What's the sweetest way? You feed me a bite, and I feed you a bite. More passionately in love than a couple in love. Shu Hao's hands were still on his waist. Chen Mo's eyes were red, his aura was unstable, and his murderous intent was fierce. Tianyuan Restaurant. According to the agreed place, the four brothers came here to eat with their first mate Gao Shengsheng. This is where the 6 brothers used to eat. After the brotherhood was established, the place was bought and became a property of the brotherhood. Now he has returned to the Blood Slaughter Society. Gao Cheng's victory was originally to deal with the Blood Slaughter Society. He didn't care that this was already the territory of the Blood Slaughter Society. In a private room, the number you have dialed cannot be reached. Seeing that Chen Mo had not arrived, several members of the Brotherhood called him again, but the result was that his phone was turned off. The second child said with a smile. It should be that Xiao Mo just came out and was left in the police station for a few days, and his phone ran out of battery. Gao Qiangsheng waved his hand. Don't worry about him, let's first. The brothers looked at each other, and the plan was to deal with Master Chen Mo and his disciples together. However, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. 510 now has no choice but to deal with Gao Chengsheng first. The meal is served. Several people ate meat and drank wine from large bowls, which was very cool. Brother, I'd like to toast you. 4 years later, my charisma is still the same. Brother, I also respect you for taking in a good apprentice in prison. Brother, congratulations on your early release from prison, I also want to toast you. The four brothers took turns toasting to Gao Qiangsheng, intentionally or unintentionally. Gao Cheng is also happy to win and will not reject anyone who comes. Gao Qiangsheng shook his head when he heard someone congratulating him on his early release from prison. It doesn't count to be released from prison early. I will be out for a few days, and I will go back to stay after I resolve the matter. Isn't that fast? 5 years, now it's more than 4 years, only less than 1 year. That's great, brother, you don't know how much we want to fight side by side with you. Yeah, if that fool hadn't betrayed us, my eldest brother wouldn't have gone to jail. If eldest brother doesn't go in, nothing will happen to the Blood Massacre Association. Maybe our brother gang will leave Nanchang and expand to the entire Demon City. What Lao Wu said was true. If Gao Qiangsheng had led them, they would not have fallen into the hands of the Blood Slaughter Society. He was also threatened with stabbing his eldest brother in the back. Seeing that several brothers were in low mood, Gao Qiangsheng thought it was the reason why the brothers' gang was destroyed, and couldn't help but comfort them. Brothers, didn't I come out now? I will get back the things belonging to our brother gang tomorrow. Tomorrow we brothers will fight side by side and kill him without leaving any trace behind. His tone was strong and his momentum was quite heroic. The second child winked at the brothers, picked up the wine and laughed with them. Of course we believe we have the ability to do that. Come on, brothers, I wish us immediate success tomorrow. Several people raised their glasses together and drank it all. Then they started to toast Gao Qiangsheng like a wheel. Gao Qiangsheng was immersed in his brother's enthusiasm and didn't notice anything unusual. Gradually, I drank more and more wine. Everyone is a little drunk. Among them, Gao Changsheng was the most drunk. Although his strength has reached the peak of Mingjin, due to the 4-person wheel battle. And the reason why he hasn't had a drink in 4 years. After finishing the wine, Gao Qiangsheng still wanted to get the wine. Suddenly one of them lost his balance and fell onto the dining table. Make a plop sound. Brother, are you okay? The second brother stepped forward to help him, but a cruel look flashed in his eyes. A dagger was quietly held in his hand. While helping Gao Changsheng, he stabbed him fiercely in the back of the heart. Gao Changsheng was drunk and unprepared for his brother, so he was stabbed squarely. The strong stinging pain made Gao Qiangsheng dazed for a moment, and his consciousness quickly returned to consciousness. The instinctive reaction of years of fighting made him hit behind him with his backhand. But it came to nothing. The second brother who was so familiar to him was already far away. Gao Qiangsheng's eyes flashed with confusion, anger, pain, sadness, and a variety of mixed emotions. Finally it turned into 3 words. Why? The drunkenness completely dissipated. Gao Qiangsheng looked at his former brothers with extremely complicated eyes. It looked so strange at this time. Think back to what happened today. He should have discovered something was wrong with the 4 brothers long ago. It's just that they haven't seen each other for 4 years and the trust of all the brothers has prevented him from thinking about anything else. It's all a game. They tricked him out of prison just to kill him. This is his brother for decades, how ironic. This stab in the back was really painful. The 4 brothers all looked ashamed and avoided looking directly into his eyes. Brother, we are sorry for you. We will spend the rest of our lives repenting to you. The second child opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gao Qiangsheng. I asked you why you killed me. Gao Changsheng scolded angrily. The eyes are full of pain and sadness. Several brothers fell silent. Although they were also threatened. But no matter what, between their family and their eldest brother, they chose the former. Betrayal is an indisputable fact. There is no way to say it. Gao Qiangsheng's mentality exploded at this time, but he did not lose his mind. He thought he knew a few brothers fairly well. When he saw their guilty expressions, he suddenly thought of something. Were you threatened, or was it your family members? As expected of a big brother, he immediately thought of the important points. Seeing them all bowing their heads and remaining silent, Gao Changsheng didn't understand. This is the truth. He laughed miserably. Yeah, compared to my family, I'm not just an outsider. His expression changed. You betrayed me for a reason. I don't blame you. But why do you want to kill Xiao Mo too? When they were coming back just now, these brothers mentioned Chen Mo intentionally or unintentionally. Just before dinner, I called Chen Mo to get him back. This is obviously a plan to attack him. This made him intolerable. Betrayed by his brother of decades, he was disheartened and had given up on it. But he still has another concern. That is his outstanding apprentice, Chen Mo. After 3 years of training in prison, he treated each other as his own son. Now someone wants to kill him, how can he bear it? The will to die in my heart gradually dissipated. Since these brothers want to kill him, don't blame him for being rude. If you don't solve them. If Chen Mo is unprepared, there is a high probability that he will be deceived by them just like himself now. Then stabbed in the back. With a sharp look in his eyes, a strong aura burst out from him. It's a pity, that aura lasted for a while and then faded away. The second knife stabbed me too hard. Directly inserted into the vital artery, blood gurgled out and soaked his clothes. After calming down, the second child said, Chen Mo is also the target of his request. At this point, there is nothing left to say. The brothers wanted to kill him and Chen Mo, and Gao Qiangsheng also wanted to kill them. I don't want my precious apprentice to be deceived by them and follow in their footsteps. A strong murderous aura filled the entire box. Gao Qiangsheng couldn't wait any longer. The wound was bleeding now, and he could feel his life gradually passing away. Procrastinating will only be detrimental to yourself. He took a deep breath, picked up the stool on the side, and rushed towards the people. He had just been released from prison. He had no weapons, so he had to find these hard objects instead. Smashing one to death is one. The brother here is a human being and picked up the machete without any moral ethics. Seeing their eldest brother showing murderous intent towards them, several people suddenly felt better. If Gao Qiangsheng didn't resist and let them kill him, they wouldn't be able to do it. Now I don't have that worry anymore. Seeing Gao Qiangsheng rushing towards him with a stool, they also waved their swords to meet him. Gao Qiangsheng stayed in prison for 4 years but did not lose his fighting spirit. When he approached a few people, he threw the chair away, disturbing their sight. Then he picked up another chair, hit one of them head on. When Lao Wu saw this, he quickly dodged, but he was too late. One hand was hit hard, accompanied by a click sound. The tremendous force broke his arm. Lao Wu received a blow, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly stepped back. At the same time, just after Gao Qiangsheng hit him with a stool, a machete fell on his back. Tear a big hole. Gao Qiangsheng didn't care about his wounds at all, he lifted the chair and threw it towards another person. The brothers were all terrified. Gao Qiangsheng's strategy was clearly life-threatening. To be precise, he didn't even want to live. The reason why I fight them is just to prevent my apprentice from suffering the same harm. Gao Qiangsheng has suffered a fatal blow, but his strength is always at the peak of Ming Jin. 3 small realms higher than the brothers. For a while, the brothers were helpless against Gao Qiangsheng. The 5 people were fighting hard to separate each other, and the scene was very chaotic. 5 minutes later, the rapid loss of blood made Gao Qiangsheng unable to hold on any longer. My vision began to blur. The 4 brothers were not feeling well here either. Some of them were hit and were either crippled or fractured. Seeing Gao Qiangsheng fall into confusion, Lao Wu seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the chest. It's over. The brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Qiangsheng plays like a madman. If the consumption continues, it's not certain who they will kill. The air seemed to suddenly solidify, and everything became still. Looking at Gao Qiangsheng, who was stabbed through the chest by a long knife, the brothers all had complicated expressions in their eyes. They were brothers, loving relatives and friends. But they ended up fighting each other and becoming enemies to the death. Click. At this moment, the box door was suddenly pushed open, and Chen Mo's figure appeared at the box door. Seeing the chaotic scene inside, he thought he had gone wrong. It seemed like I was back to those days of fighting with the Alliance forces. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he stopped abruptly. It's not right. Aren't these his uncles? The 4th core member of the Brotherhood. The one who was stabbed to the ground by them, was the master. Chen Mo's face changed wildly, and Joe rushed over because of the roar. I have been squatting at the door of the private restaurant just now. Seeing the show of affection between his favorite goddess teacher and Shu Hao, he was full of dog food. It wasn't until they left that Chen Mo came back to his senses. I remembered that I still had to go to the appointment with the master and the others. I quickly took another taxi and came to Tianyuan restaurant. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door, he saw several of the master's brothers killing him. At this time, his mind was in a blur. Not sure what's going on at all. The 4 brothers were obviously very good to him, so why did they suddenly want to kill the master? Master, are you okay? I am Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately used some first aid methods taught to him by his master. It is pinching people, and it is to cover the wound. After a lot of fussing, Gao Changsheng suddenly regained consciousness. Seeing his apprentice appear, he smiled happily. Persevering until the apprentice arrived meant that these brothers could not deceive Chen Mo. And with Chen Mo's strength, he is not afraid of them at all. Looking up, he saw the second brother sneaking up behind Chen Mo and raising the long knife in his hand. Gao Qiangsheng's pupils shrank. I don't know where I got the strength to push Chen Mo away. Gao Qiangsheng only had time to say these 4 words before his head tilted and he lost consciousness. After pushing Chen Mo away, the second knife failed. Seeing his beloved master die in front of him, Chen Mo was dumbfounded. Ding! Chen Mo's mentality collapsed, his mood value plus 999. Fortunately, he is the protagonist, and his mind is far beyond comparison. If it were someone else. The goddess was robbed and brought to show off, and the master was killed in front of others. Already collapsed. Chen Mo didn't, he just froze for a moment and then rushed forward like crazy. Although I don't know why these 4 people were so kind to him before, but now they want to kill his master. But if you kill his master, you will die. He is not in an injured state like Gao Changsheng. The complete late stage of Ming Jin. And, as we all know, the protagonist is 10 times stronger when angry. The 4 brothers were no match at all. It was quickly solved by Chen Mo. Among them, he wanted to chop off his penis, and the 4th child who resisted fiercely was killed by him in an angry state. Only the 3rd and 5th children are left. He was knocked to the ground without reacting. The reason for leaving 2 people. He had too many questions in his mind and he had to ask things clearly. What's going on with this horse-riding guy? The brother gang gave him a good feeling in the past. The brothers lived in harmony, which made him feel like he was home. What happened in the days after he was arrested? Why is everything turned upside down when you come out? Several brothers in the brotherhood turned against each other. The 3rd child spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to say something when he heard a burst of applause coming from outside the box. Immediately afterwards, a burst of footsteps came. 3 figures walked in. The leader is Shu Hao. Chen Mo must be killed tonight. In order to prevent accidents from happening and avoid any changes caused by the protagonist's halo, he decided to be there in person. Use the villain's aura to suppress him and send him off personally. Not to mention his current strength, he is no longer afraid of this protagonist. His personal bodyguard Bai Ling is also here. The dark strength in the middle stage is enough to ensure that everything is foolproof. The entire restaurant's people, who were members of the Blood Slaughter Club, were all evacuated. No one knew he would come here. This was out of caution. Except for his close men, no one will know his other side. Shu Hao, why are you here? At the door of the private restaurant, he clearly watched Hao and teacher Wang Zuying leaving in a car together. Why does it suddenly appear here? Chen Mo's heart sank, feeling that things were not simple. Of course I came here to watch a show. Thank you for letting me watch a good show. What a brotherhood, what a master-disciple relationship. Shu Hao walked to a relatively complete open space. Bai Ling found a good chair for him and put it behind him. Shu Hao sat down and looked at GZ playfully. What do you mean? Chen Mo had a bad feeling in his heart. Shu Hao glanced at Lao Mo. Lao Mo stood up and said to Lao San and Lao Wu. You're doing a good job, don't worry, I won't embarrass your family. The 3rd and 5th children breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. But then, they felt puzzled by Shu Hao's arrival. Especially the boss of the Blood Slaughter Society, who was so respectful to Shu Hao. What? Chen Mo was stunned when he heard what Lao Mo said. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in my mind. He finally understood why the brothers wanted to kill their eldest brother, his master. It turned out that this guy was threatening his family. Logically speaking, in fact, this is not their fault. He saw the brotherhood between these people. If my family hadn't been threatened, I wouldn't have killed my eldest brother. And just now, he actually killed the second and fourth children. Thinking of the kindness these two people once had to him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel sad. Regret, self-blame, heartache. He was very upset that he had been impulsive just now. We should keep them just like we kept the third and fifth sons. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Ding, Chen Mo regretted, his emotional value plus 822. Opening square bracket. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down all his negative emotions and spoke coldly. Shu Hao, are you behind all this? Snapped. Shu Hao snapped his fingers. You are so smart and got the answer right, but it's a pity that there is no reward. With Bai Ling in charge, he has taken control of the entire scene. In other words, I don't mind chatting with the protagonist and gaining a lot of emotional value by the way. As for the villain dying from talking too much or something, with today's situation, it doesn't exist. Chen Mo's eyes immediately burst into flames. Ding. Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 768. However, what made him even more furious was what was still happening behind him, when Zhu Hao continued to speak. How they plotted against him and the Lu family, and how they killed the Lu family's father and son and made him take the blame. Ding. Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 986. Shu Shi seemed to think of something and said playfully. Your monitor, the school beauty Xia Qingge, and your beautiful teacher Wang Zuying, are really running. Seeing Chen Mo shaking with anger, Shu Hao smiled lightly and said. What he wants is to kill people and kill people. Ding. Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 999. The third and fourth brothers, the only two members of the Brotherhood, also looked shocked. The eyes looking at Shu Hao were full of horror and horror. Incredible. From the beginning, all of them were pawns. Shu Hao calculated everything and played with their fate lightly. He couldn't help but think of Shu Hao's identity. A philanthropist who often participates in charity activities, he is a conscientious entrepreneur in the eyes of the world. The two of them couldn't help but shudder. Everyone was deceived by his appearance. On the surface, he looks gentle, elegant and easygoing, but in fact he is a ruthless devil who plays tricks on everything. This person is too scary. Chen Mo was trembling all over and his face was distorted with anger. Although he knew that Shu Hao was not a good person and was a hypocrite. But I didn't expect it to be so hateful. This is a guy who doesn't value human life at all. The thought of Bai Yugong's school beauty and goddess teacher falling into the hands of such a person. I can't help but feel sad for their future. Not only was he fighting for the injustice between the two women he liked, he was also deeply angry for himself. No wonder that not long after he was released from prison, Lu Fei came to his door to cause trouble for no reason. Then he became a relentless enemy. Also, the fight between the brothers and the Lu family was all due to Shu Hao's plan. What's the final result? The Lu family's father and son were killed, and their brothers turned against each other and became enemies. Now it has almost been destroyed. Only Shu Hao was the final winner. The extreme anger made him completely violent. The aura on his body rose rapidly, reaching the peak of Ming Jin. His heart was filled with hatred, murderous intent spread out wildly, and he suddenly rushed towards Shu Hao. I must kill you. The protagonist is indeed an incomprehensible creature. Shu Hao just watched helplessly. The protagonist breaks through a small realm when he is extremely angry. Seeing Chen Mo rushing towards him after the breakthrough, Shu Hao felt his own strength. Originally, he decided to have a confrontation with the protagonist to test his own strength. Who would have known that the protagonist would not have a temporary breakthrough in martial ethics? Then he still has a hammer. It would be funny if the boat capsizes in the gutter. Although the possibility is low. He has teleportation with him, so it's easy to run away. But he cherishes his life very much and is extremely cautious in everything he does. No accidents will be allowed to happen. Shu Hao flipped his wrist, and a desert eagle appeared in his hand. Masterful marksmanship on display. Bang bang bang. 3 shots hit Chen Mo, who rushed over. A quick shot from 10 paces away. Within 10 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Since you are trying to make a temporary breakthrough, don't blame me for pulling out a gun. Chen Mo was in a furious state and never expected that Shu Hao would suddenly pull out his gun. There was no reaction at all and he was shot 3 times. Chen Mo is just Ming Jin now. He is not as strong as An Jin and cannot withstand bullets. Chen Mo fell to the ground softly, his face full of confusion. The strong vitality supported him and did not finish playing immediately. After reacting, his eyes burst into flames. He knew that Shu came prepared and revealed so much information to him, but he was not prepared to survive. But he still doesn't think he will die here. His breakthrough in strength at the critical moment gave him strong confidence. We will definitely be able to make a comeback. Reality slapped him hard. He once fought with the brother gang against the Alliance forces, using cold weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds. Killed until rivers of blood flowed. Unexpectedly, Shu Hao did not follow martial arts ethics and just shot and killed. This horse riding script is wrong. Feeling the passage of life in his body, he had strong confidence just now and killed Shu Hao to save Bai Yugong's school beauty and goddess teacher from the fire and water. He was going to die in a blink of an eye. Comparing before and after, the contrast is so disgusting. My mentality was completely broken. Ding! Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 999. It's not just Chen Mo. Lao Mo, Bai Ling, and the 2 brother gang members were all dumbfounded. Lao Mo was ready to stand in front of Shu Hao. As a result, Shu Hao drew his gun and the corner of his mouth twitched. As expected of the eldest brother, this is too cautious. The same is true for 783 Bai Ling. In order to kill the protagonist without any accidents, Shu Hao took action before them. The 3rd and 5th children looked dull. After living in the underground world for so many years, I have never seen such a shameless person. Even when they were in danger and could die at any time, they never thought of killing people with guns. Among them, guns are prohibited items in Kyushu, and there are regulations and rules prohibiting the use of guns by underground forces. Shu Hao doesn't care about the rules or irregularities. People are trying to kill you, and they are stronger than you, so you have to wait for death, right? After experiencing this incident, San and Lao Wu all felt chilled. I saw Shu Hao's ruthlessness and unscrupulousness. They are not afraid of those brainless butchers who are ruthless and kill without blinking an eye. He is not afraid of the man behind the scenes who is good at calculating and controlling everything. But if the 2 were combined into one, the level of terror would be exponentially increased. Shu Hao stood up from his seat and walked towards Chen Mo step by step, within 5 steps. To be cautious, it is better to stay away to avoid the protagonist's counterattack. It's time to send this protagonist on the road once and for all. Seeing Shu Hao raise a gun against him, Chen Mo felt no fear in his heart, but only endless anger. Shu Hao, you are not a human being when you are riding a horse, and you do not respect martial ethics. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Og, Shu Hao said, hey, with a playful look on his face. Go on the road with peace of mind, I will take good care of Sha Qingge and Wang Zuying. Chen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. Thinking of the school beauty Bai Yugong and the goddess teacher, I couldn't help feeling regretful. Why didn't he save the 2 women who were most important to him earlier? If it falls into the hands of the devil Shu Hao, I don't know what will happen. This is the protagonist. Even if he is going to die, he is still worried about the girl's future. Unfortunately, he couldn't worry anymore. Shu Hao fired. With a bang, a shot penetrated his heart. After his consciousness dissipated, Chen Mo still opened his eyes and stared at Shu Hao. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Chen Mo was dead, but Shu Hao was still worried and emptied the magazine. It would be funny if the protagonist's heart was on the other side and he wasn't killed. Shu Hao would not make such a mistake. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and they were collectively silent. Everyone is dead, but they still need to replenish their guns and beat them into sieves before stopping. How cautious is he? After dealing with the protagonist, Shu Hao puts away his gun. He glanced at the dumbfounded BGCC, Lao San and Lao Wu lying on the ground, turned around and left. Before leaving, faint words came to me. Leave no trace of clues. Lao Mo nodded knowingly, walked towards Lao San and Lao Wu, raised his knife and dropped it. The meaning is obvious. Before Shu Hao came over, he asked him to evacuate everyone from Tianyuan restaurant. Obviously except for his confidant and the woman he brought. Don't let the fourth person know what happened today. Noon the next day, Shu Hongwang and her two sisters happily brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Today's lunch will be cooked by my three daughters. With the help of Shu Hao, the blockade was completely broken. After calling her dad again, Shu Hongwang's whole person took on a new look. He no longer had the coldness before, and always looked like he was hiding his thoughts. Become lively and cheerful. There's no way I can't be happy. Since she released those 3 songs, the number of fans has been increasing at a terrifying rate every day. It has now exceeded 30 million. It can be said that she is now a veritable star. If she had a concert now, there will definitely be tons of people flocking here. The dream of standing on the big stage with everyone's attention finally came true. Seeing the third sister like this, the poetic sisters were also very happy, and the relationship between the sisters improved rapidly. Dad, Mother Su, Sister Wanling, it's time to eat. Shu Wei filled a large table with food and came over to call the 3 of them to eat. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Wanling seemed to be stuck here, running to Shu's house every day. Faced with the doubts of her best friend Shu Hongwang, Xiao Wanling said affectionately, "I'm afraid that now that you are famous, you will get lost in the waves of compliments and be unable to extricate yourself. I have to be by your side to supervise you every day." As for what she was thinking, only she herself knew. Shu Hongwang said, "Haha," disdainfully. "You want to learn tea art from my dad, right?" Xiao Wanling expressed shyly, "That's not entirely true." Several people sat down at the dining table. Shu Wei picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Shu Hao's bowl. "Dad, try it. I made this. How does it taste?" Shu Hao tasted it and gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad, keep working hard next time." Shu Wei suddenly smiled like a flower. It seems to be a very happy thing to be praised by Shu Hao. Shu Shiqing glanced at her sister. Then I saw the third sister Shu Hongwang picking up the chopsticks and hesitated to do it. She knows. This meal was specially cooked for my father by my third sister, Shu Hongwang. Most of the dishes are cooked by her herself. Just to thank Shu Hao for taking care of her these days. Seeing that she was reluctant to pick up food for her father, Shu Shiqing decided to help her. Pick up a piece of spare ribs and put it into the Shu Hao bowl. "Dad, how about you try this pork ribs too?" Shu Hongwang glanced at her sister gratefully, with an expectant expression on her face. Shu Hao observes words and emotions. Taking in all the little moves of the 2 women, he smiled slightly. I picked up the ribs and tasted them, and my eyes lit up. Should I say that it was my sister who did it? It's actually better than the poetic and painterly ones. It's delicious. Which little beauty made it? Shu Hao's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. When they heard the word, little beauty, Shu Wei and Shu Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. Third sister Shu Hongwang is not young at all, regardless of age or aspect. Of course it was done by this little beauty, third sister. Shu Wei joked without thinking it was a big deal. Shu Hongwang was a little embarrassed and glared at her sister in shame. I was quite happy in my heart. As long as Shu Hao likes what she does. I said you 3 are too partial, right? You pick up food for your father, but you don't pick it up for me. When Su Wancho saw this happy scene, a smile broke out on his face and he pretended to be jealous. Of course we will not forget our beautiful mother Su. Shu Wei added another dish to Su Wancho. What about me, what about me? Xiao Wanling also came to join in the fun. You, get out of here. Shu Hongwang rolled her eyes at her best friend. Hey, 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 daughter, you too unreasonable. The boat of friendship has just capsized. I have been supporting you from behind. What's the use of your support? Dad's persistence is enough. Shu Hongwang, are you trying to burn bridges by crossing the river? The family happily ate lunch in a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The afternoon sun shines brightly. There is a feeling of heat in the air. Su Wancho went to work in a beauty salon. Xiao Wanling was practicing tea art, and the twin sisters disappeared somewhere. Here Shu Hongwang is giving Shu Hao a massage. Dad, how strong is it? Shu Hong was sitting on the sofa, and Shu Hongwang was standing behind her, her green hands gently squeezing her shoulders. Speaking of which, she learned this massage technique from her sister Shu Xiqing. Because the time was too short, I didn't finish learning. I could only rub my shoulders and pat my back. This is the intensity, very good. The corners of Shu Hao's mouth rose. I couldn't help but think back to the day Shu Hongwang came back. As soon as they met, his emotional value was refreshed, and he had an indifferent attitude towards him. What's the result now? She was massaging him gently, not to mention how well behaved she was. His routine was not in vain. This is just the beginning. He is more looking forward to the future rewards from his daughters. Raising her daughter to become a big star makes her a high-ranking and inviolable goddess in the eyes of countless people. When he returned home, he massaged and washed the feet of his old father, showing great filial piety. Full sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Hongwang, you are tired too, go and rest. After her daughter was massaged, Shu Hao felt refreshed and said a polite word. Shu Hongwang wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. It's nothing, Dad. We were ignorant before, so it's our duty to give Dad a massage. At this moment, the two poetic and picturesque sisters ran over. Taking a closer look, Shu Hao was surprised. Both sisters were actually wearing swimsuits. One is pink and the other is blue, making their skin even whiter. Dad, third sister, we plan to go swimming, you should come together. Shu Wei was excited. The two of them didn't go to school today. The weather was too hot and they felt stuffy in the villa. I don't like to turn on the air conditioner. So, the two sisters thought of the big swimming pool in the backyard. Swimming with two people is boring. I wanted to call a few people at home. After Shu Hongwang massaged Shu Hao, she felt a little warm. When I heard the sisters' proposal, my heart suddenly jumped. She hasn't swum in a long time. You go ahead, I won't go. What's going on with a grown man swimming with you little girls? Shu Hao waved his hand and refused. Shu Wei suddenly came over and shook his arm coquettishly. Dad, just come with us. How boring is it to be alone? If we accidentally get foot cramps and fall into the water, you can save us. Shu Hao was silent. Can you change some clothes before doing this action? It made him a little embarrassed. Yes, Dad, just come with us. What does it matter if you are our dad? Shu Xiqing also came to persuade. Okay, you go first, I'll change into swimming trunks and come over later. In the end, Shu Hao couldn't stand the two sisters' insistence and agreed. The sisters cheered. I persuaded the third sister Shu Hongwang again. Dad, third sister, please remember to come over. Let's go find Sister Wanling. The two sisters found Xiao Wanling who was making tea again. Xiao Wanling was a little excited when she heard about going swimming, but she said helplessly. I want to go too, but I can't swim. Swimming is very simple. I'll teach you when the time comes and I'll make sure you learn it in a few minutes. Shu Wei patted her chest and started talking nonsense. Dad and third sister are going too, and you should come with them. Let's all have some fun. Shu Hao is going too. Xiao Wanling blushed a little when she thought of the 8-pack abs she saw. Finally, for some unknown reason, she agreed. Then you come with us now, I'll get you a new swimsuit. When Shu Shi came to the swimming pool, he saw several mermaid-like figures. Shu Xiqing and Shu Hongwang were swimming happily in the shallow water area next to the swimming pool. Shu Wei is teaching Xiao Wanling how to swim. Shu Wei regrets it now. If I had known earlier, I would not have preached to Sister Wanling. You can't teach it no matter how you teach it. She also wanted to play happily with her sisters, but she couldn't get away now. Hearing the sound of footsteps, several girls looked over one after another, their eyes shining. Shu Hao strengthened her physique and got in better and better shape. And because of the baptism of marrow cleansing pill, the impurities in the body are discharged, and the skin becomes delicate and firm. There is no aging of the skin of a 50-year-old man at all, and it is smoother than young people. His strength has reached the middle stage of Mingjin, and the muscles on his body are clearly defined. It's not the explosive type, but it looks extremely powerful and comfortable. The impact of 8-pack abs is a bit big. I saw a few girls blushing. They all couldn't help but think of Su Wancho's voice they heard at night. The facial features are clearly defined, not the pretty face of a young girl, but with a masculine air. Today Shu Hao is the perfect uncle type. Looking at the huge swimming pool at home, Shu Hao also became interested and jumped into the water lightly. He was already good at swimming, but as his physique improved, he swam 2 laps easily. Shu Huai on the side looked envious and couldn't help shouting, "Dad, come and teach Sister Wanling, I can't teach you anything. Xiao Wanling is really a novice. Shu Huai taught me movements, postures, and ventilation, but he didn't learn any of them. I saw my 2 sisters and my dad swimming around happily." She couldn't help it. Seeing that Shu Hao came back from swimming 2 laps and seemed to have no intention of continuing, Shu Huai immediately spoke. "Dad, it's too difficult for me. Come and teach Sister Wanling." Xiao Wanling looked at Shu Huai resentfully. "As promised, how many minutes will it take to teach yourself?" After a few minutes, I became impatient. Xiao Wanling's heart skipped a beat when she thought of what Shu Huai said, asking Shu Hao to teach her. This is different from teaching art step by step before. At least she was wearing clothes before, but now she's in a thin swimsuit. If Shu Hao teaches himself, wouldn't it be? It seems that there is not as much resistance as expected. Why is there still a little expectation? After all, she had eaten it all. Teaching swimming seems like nothing. So, Xiao Wanling's expectant eyes followed Shu Huai's gaze and looked at Shu Hao. Shu Hao swam over lightly on his toes, touched Shu Huai's head and said with a smile, "Go, I'll teach." Shu Huai cheered and ran away happily. Shu Hao smiled and looked back at Xiao Wanling. Xiao Wanling turned her head away shyly, her face slightly red. "Wanling, let me teach you some essentials first, starting with breaststroke." Shu Hao gave her a demonstration on the spot. "Okay, that's it, come and try it." Xiao Wanling looked at the water under her body with a scared expression. "Uncle Shu, I'm a little scared." She was afraid that she would get into the water and not be able to climb out. Always falling into the water and unable to float. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Shu Hao lifted her up. Xiao Wanling just practiced swimming in the water. "I don't know what's going on. No matter how I teach the movements are not standardized and weak." As a result, Shu Hao changed direction several times because of his softness. Ding! Xiao Wanling is so embarrassed that her mood value is +555. Seeing that Xiao Wanling's movements were almost standard, Shu Hao began to teach her how to breathe. Learn from scratch and dive into the water with your whole body. Take a breath and let it out. After demonstrating it once, Wanling followed suit. Xiao Wanling pursed her lips tightly and dived into the water. After a while, it emerged from the water like a hibiscus. Maybe he was a little moved by what he saw. Suddenly thought of an interesting way to play. He teaches this little heroine how to swim, so charging some interest is not too much, right? I looked at my daughters, who were swimming happily in the deep water, and didn't notice them. Just when Xiao Wanling got up to take a breath and prepared to sink into the water, suddenly my mouth felt blocked. Just like that, the 2 of them dived into the water together. Xiao Wanling's eyes widened. The water in the swimming pool was very clear, and she could see Shu Hao's figure in the water. Is there such an operation? Ding! Xiao Wanling was extremely shocked. Her emotional value was +666. This time I held my breath for a little longer. Xiao Wanling surfaced, then gasped for air, her face flushed. He pouted and rolled his charming eyes. Strange, I don't feel disgusted at all. Glancing at Shu Hongwang in the deep water, she felt quite proud. Shu Hao's love for her best friend Shu Hongwang was mentioned before. She does what she says, and now she is almost becoming the stepmother of her best friend. Xiao Wanling continued to practice breathing. From time to time, there will be a romantic breathtaking trip. Shu seems to have completely mastered it. The next step is to teach her the combination of movements and breathing. Xiao Wanling's learning ability is good, although Shu Hao has been watching and disturbing her. But I learned it quickly. Shu Hao supported her and let her swim forward slowly, gradually letting go of her hands. It's so easy to learn. Shu Hao and Xiao Wanling swam around and were resting on the shore. Xiao Wanling was very excited. I actually learned it. Brush. Shu Huai swam over without knowing when. Sister Wanling, you see, right. They said swimming is very easy. It didn't take long for you to learn. Xiao Wanling chuckled at her twice. My back hurts when I stand and talk. If you were to teach me, everyone would disappear. Dad, Sister Wanling, since you have learned how to swim, let's compete to see who can swim faster. Shu Hui's eyes shone. She is confident in her swimming skills. I just learned how to compare with you. Xiao Wanling retorted that she didn't want Shu Hui to take Shu Hao away, she still wanted to get close to him. You can be a cheerleader next to me. At this time, Chen Shiqing and Shu Hongwang also swam over. Seeing this, Xiao Wanling knew that she could no longer do things secretly, so she waved her hand and said, "You go ahead and play, I will be your referee." A swimming competition officially begins. After playing around with his daughters for a while, Chen Hao heard his cell phone ringing and went ashore to check. It was his personal bodyguard Bai Ling calling. Click to connect. Your Majesty, we have found Li Kun's hideout and he is under our control. Shu Hao's eyes narrowed. He knows the plot. Li Kun, a rebel, did not save any evidence about him online. Instead, write it down and put it in a secret location. Since obtaining the dead soldiers, Chen Hao asked them to investigate Li Kun. It has been several days, and now there is finally news. After asking Bai Ling's address, Shu Hao greeted his daughters and left the swimming pool. I took a shower, changed my clothes and went out. This is a secret basement. Dark and damp. He was a well-dressed white-collar worker, but now he was in a very embarrassed state. Li Kun wore a dark hood on his head and kept shouting. Let me go, what are you going to do? You are kidnapping, which is illegal. How much do you want? As long as you let me go, I'll give it to you. Do you know who I am? The secretary of Shu Hao, the president of Shu Group. If anything happens to me, you will follow suit. In the dark room, there were several women standing around, as well as a burly man, Lao Mo. And this basement was once a stronghold of the Blood Slaughter Society. But it's no longer needed now. With a click, the basement door opened, and two figures walked in. It was Shu Hao and personal bodyguard Bai Ling. Li Kun, who was wearing a hood, also knew that someone had come in, perhaps the eldest brother of this group of kidnappers. He immediately begged for mercy. What are you going to do? Don't kill me. Will I give you anything? Shu Hao winked at one of the dead soldiers expressionlessly. The dead man nodded knowingly and took a step forward. Don't worry, we are not kidnapping. The reason why we invited you here is to ask you a few questions. Li Kun heard her words, but he didn't relax at 10 o'clock. Have you ever asked someone to ask questions like this? He had helped Shu Hao deal with many dark things and knew that these desperados were not easy to deal with, so he asked anxiously. I don't know what problems you have, but I will definitely tell you everything I know. Haha, that would be best. If you are honest and obedient, we will save you the punishment. Li Kun was so frightened that he almost peed, and said quickly. I will definitely cooperate. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. You are the secretary to the president of Shu Group, so you should know Shu Hao well. Li Kun's heart sank when he heard this. This is obviously for Shu Hao. He is not afraid of the money extorted by these kidnappers. I'm afraid of seeking revenge. Then he will probably explain it here. Shu Hao killed my whole family, but he didn't expect me to be alive, right? I came back from hell just to seek revenge on him. The dead man spoke in a very ferocious tone. Like an evil ghost coming out of the underworld. It's really unreasonable that the Oscars didn't award her a statuette for her acting skills. Li Kun's teeth chattered after hearing this, and he replied tremblingly. Know something. It's enough to know something. The dead man suddenly restrained his tone and acted moody. Let me ask you, what heinous things has Shu Hao done? Tell me clearly every word. Such a person is called a conscientious entrepreneur and cannot be tolerated by God. I will completely tear his mask to pieces and make him reviled by thousands of people. Listening to the dead soldier's resentful tone, Li Kun was extremely frightened. I opened my mouth to say it. But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. He has been with Shu Hao and dealt with many things. I know Shu Hao very well. If he knew that he had betrayed him, his life would definitely be worse than death. Why don't you speak? Could it be that Shu Hao, who killed my whole family, is really a good person as rumored? The dead soldier held a dagger and gestured at Li Kun's face through his hood. I still want to seek revenge against Shu Hao. I don't have time to waste time with you here. I'll give you 10 cents of time. If you don't say it yet, you don't need to say it. I will cut off your tongue, break your limbs, gouge out your eyes, pierce your eardrums, throw you into the street, and let you live. Even worse than a dog. As he spoke, the dead man exuded a murderous aura, forcing him to submit. Li Kun naturally thought of that picture. The mouth cannot speak, the eyes cannot see, the ears cannot hear, and the hands and feet are broken. Begging on the street like a beggar. Li Kun shuddered, his body shaking involuntarily. He betrayed Shu Hao and Shu Hao punished him, which was a matter later. Now these kidnappers want him to live worse than death. He gritted his teeth and thought that in the worst case, he would just pick up the bucket and run abroad after going out. Even if Shu Hao is a tens of billions CEO and has the Blood Massacre Society, he can't catch him. I said, please don't do that to me. Immediately, Li Kun was very confused and told all Shu Hao's crimes. We talked for a full 10 minutes. Shu Hao was sitting next to him, watching all this quietly. No reaction to Li Kun's betrayal. No surprise at all. The plot of the novel is about betrayal 2.5 years later. The difference is that this betrayal is under his control. The dead man glanced at Shu Hao, and after getting the signal, he continued. Very good. I know Shu Hao is not a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so disabled. A murderous aura enveloped him. Li Kun, who was a little relaxed when he told Shu Hao's crimes, immediately became worried again. I have finished speaking, can you let me go? Don't worry, although what you said is true, if there is no evidence, even if you say it, those idiot fans of Shu Nao will not believe it. The dead man showed his fangs and revealed his true purpose. You have been following Shu Hao for so long, shouldn't you have left yourself a way out? Give me all the evidence about Shu Hao. This. Li Kun hesitated again. Shu Hao's evidence was his last resort to save his life. He had already thought about it. If he was caught in the future, he would produce Shu Hao's evidence. Fight for leniency. I didn't expect these people to know. He sighed, and the face hidden under the hood changed rapidly. What, you don't want to give it? Or are you worried that if you tell us, we will kill people and silence you? Then don't worry, I can swear that as long as you produce Shu Hao's evidence, I promise not to kill you. I will send you abroad. You don't think that you still want to stay with him and work for him after you have told me the facts about Shu Hao's crime, do you? Point 0. Li Kun shook his head after hearing this. After these people released him, he immediately took his family abroad. In this case, you are going to run away anyway, why are you still keeping Shu Hao's evidence? Why don't you leave it to us and let us deal with Shu Hao, and you can live a peaceful life? The dead man is good at tempting. As long as you hand over the evidence, you can be let go, and you won't be afraid of Shu Hao's pursuit in the future. If you don't hand over the evidence, you will die here and suffer revenge from Shu Hao for betrayal. 2 roads. As long as you're not a diehard, you know how to choose. Li Kun has told the facts about Shu Hao's crime, and he is obviously not the kind of die-hard person. Gritting his teeth, he told the news about Shu Hao's criminal evidence in a secret room. Are you sure you only hid it in the safe in the secret room? Is there anyone else hiding it? For example, a computer hard drive or something like that. If you want to attack Shu Hao, who has a net worth of tens of billions, a little evidence will not suffice. You must have sufficient evidence. Li Kun sighed dejectedly. He thought that if he told a piece of evidence, these people would let him go. It seems that if you want to keep a hand, you can't do it. So he said there was another piece of evidence, which was stored in a USB flash drive. Shu Hao's expression changed slightly as he sat on the chair. As expected, this guy has something hidden. I have been investigating for the past few days and have found out Li Kun's secret base and found evidence of the safe. Shu Hao just threatened again out of caution. I didn't expect that he would actually ask me. Don't look at it in a small USB flash drive. If he offends those Destiny protagonists, they have to look for his evidence. It will definitely be found. Now that you've asked, there's no need to worry. Destroy them all and no one will find him again. Moreover, when he handles some matters, he directly uses dead soldiers to ensure absolute confidentiality. Apart from safes and USB flash drives, have you hidden them anywhere else? The dead man's eyes gradually became dangerous. No more, I swear there really are no more, just these 2 copies, and both copies are the same. Li Kun said quickly. Are you sure? I'll give you another chance to organize your words. The dead soldier turned his wrist and stabbed Li Kun's shoulder with the dagger. Li Kun let out a scream. I didn't expect that the kidnapper in front of me would suddenly take action. Trembling with fear, he gritted his teeth and spoke firmly again. No more. I swear, if I have any other evidence, I will die badly if I am struck by 5 thunders from the rooftop. Wait a minute, I'll call to confirm. Then, the dead man picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. It was the dead men hiding around Li Kun's hidden chamber. After some explanation, the voice of the Death King came from the other side. Everything in the safe and the USB flash drive have been found. Li Kun listened to the conversation and felt something was wrong. Didn't he just tell these kidnappers? Why did he suddenly appear in his secret room? You really deserve a bad death. As a cold voice sounded, Li Kun felt like the hood on his head was taken off. And Li Kun also saw Shu Hao sitting in the seat in front with a playful look on his face. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.